Here for the gossip. Blah blah.
Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of Ascent Niagara Falls. I am back here with Jim the Eternal. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm, tired as ever, but I'm very excited about more Grand Archive, and the competitive spirit in this arena is definitely giving me energy. So.
We got some great matchup coming up today. I'm super happy because, as I've mentioned yesterday, Canadians at last year's Ascent Toronto did not have the best of luck, but we have 12 Canadian players making it into day 2 today.
Wow, that's an incredible conversion rate.
Yes. We can also showcase the wonderful Aitne spirit that will be given to the #1 players. In fact, all of top 8 will get this wonderful colored all-star stamped with their position.
Yeah, just an absolutely gorgeous card.
Oh,
I think any
yes.
player would be happy to have this one in their deck.
Everyone loves Hanshu's art.
So true. So I do want to say really quickly, speaking of Canada and the region as a whole, I managed to go to Tim Hortons for the very first time today.
A Canadian staple.
Yeah, absolutely. I had an iced cap, which I understand is the pride of Canada from several of my friends, and it lives up to the hype.
Yeah.
So I was appropriately impressed.
Good to hear that. We already have our first matchup decided for this upcoming round. We have Team True Isaac, a day 2 mainstay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Playing today Fire Crux Lorraine, a very popular deck. The fluffy shopkeep that's been added in DTR is a huge addition to the deck. It lets you put swords in your banishment a lot faster, and you just get a lot of damage to your level 3 Crux Knight with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Isaac definitely knows what he's doing with this deck. Isaac has a long history of playing a lot of different decks. As a member of True Champion Gaming, has an incredible testing team that he's working with. So his familiarity with the deck, I'm sure, is going to be really great. Isaac, of course, just an incredible player in general,
Yes.
right? Ascent Christchurch winner, made it into Worlds 2025 by way of the Gauntlet, so definitely fought his way up. Definitely a player that you can trust to have mastery of whatever is whatever you've given him, whatever is in his hands.
Yeah, definitely. And I want to point out a lot of competitive players are master at so many decks. There are some one-trick ponies that do show up here and there. We've had the pleasure of seeing Hyoka's Windrai yesterday. Did make it into day 2. But a lot of the competitive players are more on the mindset of playing whatever they feel is the best deck at the moment.
Absolutely. Conversely, we have Tress, which is Isaac's opponent.
Yeah.
And this is a German player. I think this is actually their first Ascent. So, congratulations on them. First Ascent already making day 2. They do have a pretty good history in kind of their local region, having won at least 1 regionals in the area and putting in, some good performances both in their local region and online. And they're going to be on Shadow Strike Tristan, which, looking at their history, kind of feels like a mainstay for this player, something that they've come back to time and time again.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of Tristan players in particular tend to be kind of dedicated to the deck, even if they don't want to. One of my teammates Quest, also made day 2 here today, keeps saying he doesn't like the deck, and that keeps playing at every event.
Yeah, honestly, that feels very standard for Tristan. I've definitely known a couple of Tristan mains in my time, and the deck certainly requires a particular mindset in terms of how you approach the game.
Oh,
right?
definitely.
You need to really understand sort of the pacing of the game. You need to know kind of your position, because this is a deck that can go fast and can also go slow. It can really grind out a match if it wants to.
Yeah, definitely. It kind of works the same way in that it's big attack cards to swing, but the overall flow of the game is diametrically opposed for the slice and dice early win con, and then the slow grindy Shadow Strike at the end of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And big attacks either way. But the important part is knowing sort of, do you have the time to build up, or is this the time to really go for the throat and kind of end the game early on?
Yeah, definitely.
So we're going to be seeing an interview between our own Once in Love and Team True Isaac that we've recorded for the previous day. So let's go.
Hey guys, welcome back. We're here in round 7 with Mr. True Champion Isaac here. So congratulations, you locked day 2.
Yes, I did. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it.
And you told me you're going to play the next round.
I am going to play the next round. So, to be fair, I'm super confident on my playing abilities at this tournament. Normally we test a bunch. I wasn't able to test a bunch for this tournament, so I was mostly editing. So I was like, you know, I'm going to take a more simple deck.
Please.
Yeah, more simple deck and play Crux Knight Lorraine. And I knew my opponent was going to be on Fire Suzaku, and which I can when I beat it earlier today, but it can be a little scary depending on what they draw and what I draw. And so decided they were also wanting to ID, and so just locked myself for day 2, and then going to play my last round actually to try to have a better day 2 points. But if I don't, I'm all good. I'm locked. So that's what that was about.
Yeah, locked is good. Dan and I had a really long conversation about like, do you play? Do you ID for the lock-in?
Yeah.
I was like, I'm just gonna play every single time because I want to spirit
Sure,
or anything else. But I also get it, right? Locking for day 2 is pretty important. Like the prizing port is really good, especially if you plan on doing the Nats season, like the Nats run. It is really nice to get the extra wild cards for that.
Yes, I 100%. Yeah, and I'm most likely will be playing that, so I want the wild card or the invite. And then also, nice thing about close Ascents, for me, it's super close. It's just within driving distance. Is that if I just day 2, I can theoretically sell the card and make my money back on the trip, and so just doing that and make sure that I guaranteed just have a fun trip is good. And then I could always, since I'm going to Auckland next week, which is a little close.
Yeah, a close Ascent.
Yeah, close to that. That one I probably actually would play for because to try to do better, I want to make sure I get to the top pricing to help pay for the cost of the trip on that one.
Yeah, for sure. So looking at today, how did you feel about kind of the room, the meta, the people? Did you feel like it's what you expected? Did you feel like it was totally different? Like, what did you come into the room feeling?
To be fair, honest, it's like almost exactly what I expected in terms of the diversity. Like, so many players, and even our own team, and there's only 3 of us now with me, Kevin, and Terry, is that we also were on different decks. Terry was actually on Merlin, and me and Kevin switched last minute back to Crux. He was actually going to be on Seiryuu. But it's because, but a lot of the teams here are also on that. They're not all in the exact same deck because they have different play styles. They're just playing what they feels good or feels right. And because everything's so diverse that it's hard to say this one deck is the correct pick. And so it's cool to see. It's cool to see that how open of a meta we currently have actually in GA.
Yeah, I think this is one of the rare events where I believe there's only one team that is on the exact same card deck for deck.
Really?
It's TM32.
Which
is
crazy.
Unbelievably uncommon because that's the team that's normally known for playing what they like and what they're comfortable with. Like, you know, Bailey always plays Water or Arisanna, right?
Yes.
But they are on card for card the exact same list. So it's interesting that because you guys are usually the ones that are like 2 cards different to max. Like it's Kevin who likes his own like vibes based. You know,
Kevin are 2 cards different. we were never on the same deck, but yeah, no, it is really cool. I mean that's an impressive to TM32 for doing that and finding a deck that they think is best deck. I mean, to be fair, like they think this is going to be the best deck to take to this event, to try to take it down, to try to get to top 8, whatever it might be. So very cool to see.
Yeah. So let me ask you about this then.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the top tables currently? So table 1 is Wind Wake Up Tristan versus Water Merlin. Was that what you would have expected to see?
I will say, I did not think that would be a top table. I would definitely not the
Leader roll at 6-0 as well.
Not the Water Merlin at all, but the Wind Wake Up is a very surprising deck to me. That is, I mean, I didn't expect to see the Water Merlin. I did expect to see a Wind Wake Up, not as doing as well as it is. I think it's a really powerful deck, but it is one of those decks that it's so powerful. And if you do not respect it at all, you just get blown out of the water. And so seeing that at the top is really cool. I mean, it seems like that person is making a good pick, especially for how they want to play the tournament. And honestly, it's working really, really well for them. But definitely didn't expect that matchup to be table 1 at all.
Me neither. If you could swap to any deck, knowing the information you know now, what would you play and why?
That's really hard. If I had enough testing. I'm going to also throw that in there.
Yeah.
On top.
Let's say you're confident in the deck.
Yeah.
What would you want to play?
So actually, I'll put it on what I want to play and what is actually also doing well in this tournament. I know someone else is on it, and I actually was going to bring it, which is Wind Arcane with Arcane Elementals.
Hyoka.
Yeah.
By Goat.
Yes. I love that he's on it. I'm proud of him. I was this close to taking it in testing. There was one deck we were testing against, and I just kept losing to it. I was like, I don't know if I can bring this, and I also know it has a pretty bad fire aggro, and there are a couple at the top tables here and there. Like I said, I ID'd with one just now. So that's a little scary. And so I would have loved to bring that. I think with my matchups by now, it actually would have been okay. An okay pick, but I'm still fine with my pick. I'm very happy I brought Crux Lorraine. It feels good. It feels easy to
It's
play.
a comfort pick.
Yeah. It really is. It's been around forever too. So it's not like a complicated thing that's happening. New concepts at least.
Yeah, it makes sense. So I've probably asked everyone this so far.
Sure.
But what do you think is the deck that wins?
I would not be surprised at all if we see a Seiryuu win it all. I think it's a deck that people undervalue a lot of times. I think people know it's good, but don't know how good it actually is. And I don't know if we've had like top players, that at least the top players that we've seen in GA, you know, the people who've gone to Worlds or top 8 events, Ascent and stuff like that, play that deck actually. And even at this event, I don't know if we've seen a ton of people play. I know there's a couple main deck members on it, and
Braylon's definitely on it.
Yeah.
He was on it at Boston
There's
too.
another one. I just forgot his name, but he was playing it. I know he actually was at the top tables as well. So very might well could be him. And it'd be cool to see. And I definitely could see that deck taken down because people, I don't think, understand how powerful it is, and its versatility and playstyle it can go. It can either go ally beats or it can go turbo 3, and you have to deal with this big ally on board and arcane blasts.
Arcane blasting. We've seen a lot of that with Hyoka on the ride deck.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It was definitely super interesting. So hey, I really appreciate your insight. Thank you for sitting down with me, especially on your round off, right? You know, you want to take the time off, prepare for the last round, get those extra points to give yourself a better seeding into day 2. But again, thank you so much, Mr. True Champion Isaac, for joining us here in between round 7 to bring you guys a little bit of insight into how Ascent at Niagara Falls has been going.
Always great to get that pro player perspective, not just on the competitive state of the meta game, but also on the traveling experience and his ideas about going different to tournaments and the experience of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Personally, I just love hearing the stories that all of these pro players have, you know, seeing kind of their history with the game and their personal journey, kind of what brings them to this particular table and how they got there. So, you know, I love hearing Isaac talk about just the meta and kind of his decisions for what deck he's going to bring. Like, that's great. That's peak.
Definitely. And speaking of stories, you did mention that Tris, Isaac's opponent today, it is his first playing Ascent, but he's well known in the Grand Archive scheme. He is one of the main European casters. He cast Utrecht. He cast the European Nationals this year. So definitely a well-known personality, just a bit less so as a player before today.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see kind of what his play looks like, you know, as obviously both of these players well-known kind of within their own circles. So I think that'll be really interesting.
We've just heard the anecdote, too, that Tras Garrett, up until 15 minutes before cutoff for this event, was undecided on what deck to play, just asking his friend, do I play this one or this one, and then settled on Tristan as a comfort pick for him.
Which I think is kind of the story of the meta right now. You know, there's a lot of diversity around. There's a lot of hints of just like whatever deck you are most comfortable with is the correct deck to bring to that format. Yeah. Right? Like almost anything seems like it has a chance. You know, people are going to be talking a lot about Crux, people talking a lot about Seiryuu, and all of these decks are powerful, but there's so many other decks that feel like they have a shot right now.
Yeah, and that's also, especially in a meta like this, the luck of the road a bit. Even in very fixed meta decks, sometimes you just go to a big event and you don't see the matchup spread that you expect. But especially in an event like here, there's a very big possibility that you prepare for some deck and you just never see it.
Yeah, especially with the meta as diverse as it is. You know, normally it's down to like, 5% of the field are going to be on this deck, or 7% of the field are going to be on this deck. And here it's like 12, 12, 12, 15, 12, right? Like every deck is sort of represented here. So your path up from the bottom could be completely different from anybody else's.
Yeah, we have such a wide variety in day 2. We have a Luxem that made it in. We have a Water Allies deck on Nico, fellow Canadian. We've talked a lot about the deck. There's everything in day 2.
2 Kongming Razorgales, a deck near and dear to my heart. Yeah, a lot of diversity. I can't wait to see what the rest of day 2 is going to throw at us.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what this match will throw at us. Let's talk about the list a little more.
Sure.
Therese' list is a bit interesting. The ratios are a bit different than what you normally see. It's going a little lower on allies than some other lists. Ascent Protector has fallen out of favor a bit recently for Tristan. A lot of them have been dropping the numbers. Previously, they were often 4 of, but Tristan is running 3. A bit more. A lot of other competitors have been playing 2 today. Is only on 2 black market brokers.
Yeah, I think that's particularly interesting. The ratio between ASINs and black market brokers, I think, is always in flux.
Yeah.
For a lot of Tristan players, right? You know, some Tristan players are going to be on 2 protectors, 4 brokers. Tress here is on 3 protectors, 2 brokers, and I think that's pretty interesting. It also leaves him a little bit of room to do some of the pre-sideboarding that we frequently see with other players, right? We have a 1 of Innervate Agility, a 1 of Tempest Downfall in the main, and multiples of those in the sideboard as well, able to switch back and forth kind of in whatever direction he wants. But here we are going into the game, leading off with the standard Tristan start of a Windmill Engineer.
Yeah, and it has pretty much everything that you could hope for. The Dream Fairy and the Stifling Traps are both excellent to have in the matchup here. So we'll talk a little bit just about the Day 2 format. We have 4 more rounds of Swiss, and then we cut to top 8 for 3 rounds of single elimination. Day 2 is open decklist, so the competitors here know exactly what their opponents are playing.
Yeah, and I think that's really, really interesting. It definitely changes the tenor of the game when you know exactly what you're playing into. Just knowing whether or not your opponent and what numbers your opponent has of certain reaction cards, for example, negates or whatever, really can change how you play the game, how you approach that match.
So Tress here did not have the Reclaim in hand, but did have the Fair Whisper, is trying to dig for it, but not finding it. I don't think he's going to gamble 3 bottom trying to find a Reclaim, so we'll be losing the Windmill Engineer here.
Yep, finding that Dream Fairy instead, not the Reclaim he was looking for.
Kept all 3 on top, though.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
We saw a Veiling Breeze, and I didn't see the 3rd card in the glimpse,
I
but
think it was Norm.
still a good spread. Definitely
Yeah,
wants to keep those cards. Playing against Crux Knight, Rending Flame is the big scary card. It doubles the damage, so Veiling Breeze, because of how damage reduction is applied in Grand Archive, the damage reduction applies before the doubling effect of Rending Flame, so you're kind of double dipping on that protection.
Right, yeah. I believe the way it works is players are given, the affected player is given the choice of which one to apply first. So, of course, players are going to apply it in the order that is most beneficial for them. Seeing the counterpart to that Dream Fairy get banished out of the memory in order to level up to Tristan here, and Sadie clearing that Hasty Messenger. Pretty standard, right? This is sort of the kind of play, the kind of board presence that a Tristan player really wants to see in the early game.
Yeah, you could call this standard opening lines. It's like those pre-rehearsed chess opening. You know, the players always do the same opening. This is a standard Grand Archive opening.
Yeah. This feels pretty comfortable, I think, for the Tristan player. Like, Tristan player is in a pretty good place here, has control of the board, and meanwhile, our Lorraine player, Team True Isaac now, taking advantage of the earlier creative shock to put a Liminal Guide in the graveyard, going up to Lorraine level 1 and bringing out that Inert Sword and moving into his main step. What kinds of cards do you think Isaac is looking for right now, early in the game, sitting here on level 1? What plays is he looking to make here?
Well, the deck is not on any big ally package. It is purely focused on the level 3 Crux Knight synergy, so leveling up will be the main focus of Isaac's strategy here. There's really... You have really big swings. You're, in a way, kind of vulnerable to Tristan using the level 3 ability to deflect an attack onto an Honest Shadow. So you want to apply a little bit of pressure, so they're forced to use those deflects early on and not stack up prep counters. And then you want to do it fast enough that they don't have too many prep counters, and at some point they'll run out, and you can get that big swing in.
Yeah, and Isaac definitely applying that pressure here. We see a 3 of Hearts coming down onto the board, and Isaac coming in with not only that 3 of Hearts, but also the Inert Sword, dealing 4 damage to Tress's champion here. And now we are moving into Tress's turn, looking for a backup charger to kind of build up that influence, while also, I think, seeking some cards in order to build up some prep counters. One prep counter, not exactly where Tress wants to be here.
Yeah, and it's important to point out, those attacks all going face... We know we're going to lose some allies to the Sadie. We don't even try to clear her. We know Sadie can be brought back to hand for prep counter. We don't care about the tempo advantage you can get in forcing the opponent to replay the Sadie. You just want to push damage to make sure that late game is more threatening.
Mm-hmm. And exactly what you said, that is what's happening here. Dropping a Wind Blessed Lookout in order to support that Sadie in clearing the 3 of Hearts. Team True Isaac, of course, taking advantage of that cardistry ability. The real reason that the Three of Hearts is included in the deck, putting a little bit more floating memory into the graveyard with that Stalwart Shieldmate. And moving on to the rest of Tress's turn here. And I think he is just passing. So we are setting up for Isaac's next Materialize.
Yeah, that agility trigger letting you keep up so many answers.
Absolutely, yeah. Just the ability of the Tristan deck to react to whatever the opponent is doing. And the agility is so powerful in making sure that you have all of your tricks available.
Also interesting to see how the Three of Hearts has shifted in ratios. A lot of people were playing a lot of Hasty Messengers and fewer Three of Hearts. The Three of Hearts was kind of the filler. But that ratio has shifted recently. Isaac on a full 4 Three of Hearts and just 2 Hasties because it applies a little more pressure. He values both the extra damage phase and the ability to clear some allies off the board.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of clearing allies from the board, we are getting rid of that Windblessed Lookout. That previously mentioned Liminal Guide now receiving the token and extra boost from an Undying Dreams, using that to clear the 1/3. The Sadie, of course, staying uncontested, as you said. Almost impossible to kill that Sadie unless Tress makes a mistake here, which I'm kind of not expecting.
Sensor Vessel Piece here, a lot of value. Of course, you want to try and limit the ability of the Lorraine deck to level up as fast as you can. There is a Reduce to Ash to deal with it, but it means sacrificing some prep counters. You know, some players prefer to get their Windwalker boots out to start stacking those prep counters as fast as they can.
Wow, this is a great play from Tress here. Dream Fairy coming onto the board, clearing that Liminal Guide. And because the Liminal Guide is ephemeral, it doesn't return to Isaac's hand. It goes straight into the Banish. Just a really powerful effect from the Dream Fairy here.
So we have the Reduce to Ash on Sensor. We heard Isaac here say, I'll attempt it, knowing that there's probably an Incap in hand. And there is. We do get the Sadie back first to make sure that she's safe from any shenanigans from the Lorraine swing, because you don't want to go fully hands down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just the timing, that sequencing, right? Returning the Sadie first, and then dropping out the Incapacitate. Because if he had just played the Incapacitate, he wouldn't have the cards left to return the Sadie in order to protect it from Lorraine. And Lorraine, obviously sitting here on level 2, happy to take out a unit if one is presented.
Losing a Dungeon Guide, not scary here. We have more than one in hand, so that's exactly the kind of thing that you want to see banished for your level up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a great banish from Team True Isaac here. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to be gaining a lot of value from that Lorraine Blademaster on entry ability. And being stifled before being able to go to level 3. The Dungeon Guide, unfortunately, getting hit by a Stifling Trap, so no on enter, no ability to auto-level up from the Dungeon Guide's ability.
We will be using that level 2 for just the minimal bonus of 2 damage. We are breaking that sword, which is fair because we just lost an Ascension to the level 2 banish.
Mm-hmm.
So we, instead of keeping that value for later Ascension, we're just cashing in on damage now.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that we haven't seen any of the other sort of Crux Knighty specific support yet, right? We haven't seen any fluffy shopkeeps, unfortunately, but we also haven't seen Clarent come down in order to banish a couple of extra cards, in order to give that extra attack power to Crux Knight. What do you think? What do you think is Isaac's approach here? Is kind of turboing up to 3 first instead? Yes.
Yeah, I think you don't mind using the Clarin once you're already at level 3. You know, it's the damage boost once you get there. You don't need, in this matchup, the damage reduction from non-combat damage that Clarin can give you. So you just try to level up as fast as you can. Here, obviously, it's not optimal. You got Stifling Trap to the Dungeon Guide, but you still have 3 cards down, so you can level up with that. It just costs you a card more. Oh, but we're going for the Clarin instead. We don't like what we put down and what we can banish. So I guess we chose to delay it for a turn and find another way of leveling up.
Yeah, and this could very well indicate yet another Dungeon Guide still held in Isaac's hand. That would be a great way to follow this up and move to level 3.
I do see a Fluffy there in hand, I think.
So a lot of possibilities for Isaac here. Isaac, unfortunately, playing into an empty board on his side that Dungeon Guide cleared via the previously mentioned Sadie and the Dream Fairy that is still on the board. No real way to clear that Dream Fairy. We don't have, I think, a Sword of Seeking. We do have a Sword of Seeking in Isaac's list, but not one that's in play at the moment.
Yeah, No, we did not just banish it. The Prismatic Edge was chosen as the supplemental banish for Tlara, requiring you to banish the other older Tlara and a sword of your choice.
Yep. Yeah, and a lot of decisions for swords, right? You know, Isaac running Sword of Seeking, Drawn Blade, the Inert Sword, the Prismatic Edge, a ton of swords in this deck in order to support that Crux Knight ability.
So overall, I'd say Tristan is doing rather well here, but looking at Isaac's hand, there's a lot of potential damage. There's already a Rending. There's already a Honed by Fire. So if we don't level up fast enough, get to that Shadow Dancer to have that additional level of protection, it could be scary very soon.
Absolutely, and in fact, there is definitely a line where Isaac drops a Honed by Fire early on in the turn in order to get some cards to go up to level 3 and use some of the float in his graveyard and have just a massive Rending-fueled attack. We are seeing, though, Trust preparing for exactly that situation, a Tariff Ring coming down for his Materialize. Mostly holding cards back, though. Still on Tristan level 1. Hasn't had the opportunity to gain those crucial prep counters in order to go up to level 2 yet.
I'm not sure if Terraforming will be enough. Isaac here could... leveling instead. Very interesting. And losing the Fluffy Shopkeep, losing the Hone by Fire. So we value just the extra sword damage more. Of course, we have the Ghost of Pendragon in hand. Very useful for getting back that value from leveling up.
Yeah, and the Tariff Ring immediately coming out. Trust does not want to get hit by those ghosts. And speaking of ghosts, here we are. So Ghost of Pendragon coming out, ready to return the Looking Glass back to the material deck and give Isaac some much-needed value, his influence dropping precipitously because of that natural level up.
We are paying 2 just to swing 3 damage with the Pendragon. That's interesting. I would have considered using Hone by Fire in your recollection at the next turn also. We are very close to a big Rending Flames. If Tress doesn't level up here, that could be very scary. But we do see a Dungeon Guide in hand, so he is ready for the possibility. Did just get 4 prep counters, so he will get that draw 2 on the level 2.
Yeah, and this is exactly the right time for it. Going to level 2 here, prepping to Dungeon Guide up to level 3 in order to bring out these ominous shadows and have a little bit of protection from the massive attack that I am sure he is expecting to come from Isaac in the next couple of turns.
We see the nice Store Championship invite, the Surveil the Wind.
Very shiny. In fact, all of Tress's deck just really, really pretty to look at. Looking for foils, a couple of CSRs here and there.
Yeah, that's what happens when people play their favorite decks together. They tend to be a little more blinged out than just the meta deck at the moment.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Well, Tress here in the tank, thinking about where he's going to go to next. I think we were expecting to see the Dungeon Guide here and move up to level 3. But a lot of it is going to depend on what Tress wants to do and how Tress wants to take advantage of Isaac's existing situation. Only 5 influence for Isaac right now, 4 of which is down in the memory. So not a lot of interaction coming from Isaac.
See, I think he put down he put down 2 Veiling Breeze for that level up.
Wow.
That's surprising to me. That's saying that my Shadow Dancer is enough protection. I won't need those Veiling Breezes. I prefer to keep my gas in hand instead of my defensive options.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how he values that and what his approach is to the match. I think a lot of players might think, oh, Rending Flames is going to be coming in the near future. I absolutely need to keep those Veilings back. And Tress, I think, is, like you said, relying on his Ominous Shadows for that kind of protection. And, it's hard to say that he's wrong.
Yeah, definitely. Also, I haven't noticed a Shadow Strike in hand yet. We do see a Slice and Dice, and obviously we'll be poking damage first. We just see the Shadow Slaw immediately. That's pretty much standard, right? You're Tristan, you have your prep counters, you get your Shadows, you get the Shadow Slaw, and you start poking.
Right, absolutely. Tristan level 3 means an immediate 5 damage, 1 from the Shadow's Claw, and then 2 more follow-up from each of those Ominous Shadows. So some free damage coming in, as well as using his allies to clear that Ghost of Pendragon, and once again leaving Isaac on an empty board. Isaac using his Materialize here to bring out the Sword of Seeking. What do you think we're going to see from Isaac in this situation? It's not very easy for him to come in with a big attack, leaving with all of those prep counters up for Tress right now.
No, you can definitely start making use of that Crux Knight. It asks a big question of Tress of, do you want to prevent that damage and lose those prep counters? Because every prep counter you lose lowers your damage potential as Tristan. So, in a way, swinging here for Isaac is a defensive option.
So we're seeing the swords getting counted in the banish. Isaac coming in for 4 damage total here, including, I'm not sure which sword he swung with. There's no durability lost at the moment. But following up with a hasty messenger, trying to kind of cruise through this hand, discarding a cremation ritual here. So it seems like Isaac is looking for some gas rather than trying to fill up his graveyard with anything specific.
Yeah. We just draw the flame sweep off of that hasty messenger trigger, which is very interesting. It's one of the attacks in the deck that cannot actually be deflected because it's already hitting the ominous shadows in addition to everything else on the board, so it helps clear. And with the Home by Fire in hand, there's a very real possibility that that attack will even just kill the shadows.
That's true. The shadows have a damage prevention ability inherent to themselves, being able to prevent 3 damage from any source that is directed to them. But that means that a big enough flame sweep, 7 or more, will completely clear this board, shadows included. And that is absolutely a thing that Tress has to be careful of. Tress looking for the aggressive play here. We have an Assassin's Ripper coming down. So maybe we are looking for a Slice and Dice in the near future?
Yeah, Slice and Dice will push a fair amount of damage. It's 15 by itself if we use the Assassin's Ripper with it. So we are pushing close to lethal. I don't remember if Isaac still has interaction in hand. He might still have a Resolute Stand.
Yeah, a Resolute Stand would be pretty painful here, but here comes that Slice and Dice. So 3 prep counters being spent in order to prepare the Slice and Dice. The Assassin's Ripper indicated and rested and using its own prep counter. So we have an attack for 6 followed up by an attack for 9 for 15 total damage, and Isaac extends the fist. We're moving on to game 2.
Yeah, so let's look at those sideboards.
Yeah. All right, so Isaac has actually a lot of sideboard support for this match. There is an extra Resolute Stand in the board, but there's also 3 Staggering Strikes, very specific tech for Tristan and for any other assassin that he could face.
Yeah, it's the main card that has been keeping Tristan in check mostly. It's a very powerful deck, but is very vulnerable. Not only it lowers your damage potential to late game, but if you get a Staggering Strike out early enough, it slows Tristan down so much because either you wait a couple more turns to get to your level 2, or you lose cards instead of getting that draw too.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's extremely painful. You never want to be losing cards there because that influence is so important to Tristan's endgame plan.
Meanwhile, Tress's sideboard is a sideboard type that I personally really like. Some people, like Isaac, go very hard into teching for different matchups, right? There's the Staggering Strike for Tristan, there's the Surreptitious Scheme for Merlin, there's the Immolation Trap for the Guo Jia matchups. Meanwhile, though, Tress is just extra ratios. He doesn't really have tech cards. It's just like, well, I have all these cards in my deck that I run not quite the number I want just to fit it in, and I just have like 1 extra of everything in my sideboard for whatever I want to fix in the matchup.
Yeah, we're seeing a 1 of Crystallized Destiny, 1 Mastermind Scheme, 1 Innervate Agility, 1 Tempest Downfall, 1 Penumbral Waltz, a bunch of those 1-ofs that can make up for the 1-ofs in the main deck. You know, this is sort of I think of it as pre-siding for a lot of matches, and then of course you can use the actual sideboard as a way to tailor your deck specifically for whatever matchup you're facing. What do you think we're going to be seeing coming in for Tress in this particular matchup?
Well, first off, the Nullifying Lantern, very important. It's an extra card, an extra regalia that Isaac has to deal with his limited Reduced to Ashes. It prevents the Rending Flames because the Rending Flame needs you to pay 3 fire cards from your graveyard, and if you don't have fire cards in your graveyard, then that's shut off. Crystallized Destiny blocks a big attack. That's exactly what you want to be doing. I don't think the Regal Inquisitions are important in this matchup. The Crux Knight itself is already threatening enough that you don't need to find a specific card as Lorraine. Innervate Agility blocks a big attack. Penumbral Waltz is probably good enough to put in just to... If you can just survive with 1 point of damage remaining, that's enough if you can kill back on the crackback.
Yeah, we've seen in the Day 1 stream, Penumbral Waltz used to kind of refill on the Ominous Shadows. So that is potentially an extra source of damage for Tress.
I don't think the Mastermind Scheme is coming in, right? It's a bit too slow in the matchup. You need to find your kill line with the resource you already have available. You can't afford to extend the game for like that extra turn.
Yeah, and I think seeing the slice and dice come out when we saw it is a real indicator of how Tress wants to play this match, right? His goal is to sort of come in under Isaac's end game plan. He wants to make sure that he beats Isaac before Isaac gets all of his tools online, before Isaac is in a position to crack back with, a 5 or 6 damage Crux Knight attack. So Tress needs to make sure that he is quick enough on the draw that he can beat Isaac to the punch.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll get right into it.
So we're seeing a pretty stacked hand for this early game. Starting off with a fluffy shopkeep, a stalwart shieldmate, and 3 of hearts waiting in the wings. I think I saw a flame sweep down in the memory now. So a lot of different options available for Isaac here on this first turn.
That's very interesting. The Fluffy Shopkeep banishing the 2 Clara in the deck, which means that either you want to change the pace of your game, or you feel you won't need to get that Clara out to get extra swords in the banish.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're not planning on doing that, they are the less useful swords in the deck.
Yeah, no, that is a very interesting point. So I wonder if that means that Isaac is planning on leaning more into the Ascensions this game, or maybe just planning on materializing all of his extra swords in order to get extra attacks.
Yeah, maybe. What do we see from the Tristan here? We're putting 3 down, trying to go for the lookout?
Yeah, could be a lookout, could be a Sadie, sitting, obviously, look, and here comes the Sadie. So sitting in front of this fluffy shopkeep means that you don't have a lot of aggressive options. And without necessarily being able to play multiple cards, you're not going to be able to clear that shopkeep immediately. And playing multiple cards here is potentially dangerous because it's going to be difficult to both play all of those cards out and still leave up enough cards to keep your Sadie alive if the worst should happen.
Yeah, it's definitely a delaying play. There's nothing you really want to do here, so you just play the Sadie because it's safe. You can bring it back. It did not cost you any cards.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And we'll probably see him going to level 1 Tristan on his next turn in order to be able to take advantage of Sadie's class bonus ability, the on-kill agility, which is very, very powerful in this exact situation, right? Being able to play your hand out and then still using that agility in order to regain cards in your hand and keep your defensive options available. Meanwhile, we are seeing Isaac go full offense here. 3 of hearts coming down, not yet activating the ability, but cards left in hand, able to activate the cardistry ability later on. And even the fluffy shopkeep going in. 1 extra damage to Tress's face. What do you make of that?
Yeah, you're not really scared about it at this point of the game. You know the Fluffy is probably dying anyway because Tress needs to clear it at some point if he wants to push damage, especially with Slice and Dice. So if it's going to eat an attack anyway, there's no need to leave it up to intercept. It has semi-intercept anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of a lightning rod on this board. It's not something that Tress can afford to leave up into the late game because, as you say, he's going to want that board clear for a Slice and Dice or maybe even the Ominous Shadow attacks later on. So leaving that Fluffy alive in the early game, unfortunately, makes his late game a lot worse.
Again, Tress keeping 3 cards on top from that Seiryuu Whispers that he just played. I don't know if he just really likes the deck or... But yeah, oftentimes, obviously there's cards that you like to see, but he kept a Veiling Breeze that he discarded so readily to banish on the first game. There's a lot of good tools that you get, and sometimes you don't necessarily have a wind gun in hand right now, so it's interesting to see keeping those defensive options instead of trying to dig deeper.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of defensive options, instead of going to level 1, we have the Censor of Restless Dreams coming out, making sure that Isaac cannot take advantage of the floating memory he clearly intended to take advantage of with that 3 of hearts on the board. The 3 of hearts inevitably getting cleared, and Isaac actually, instead of discarding the Stalwart Shieldmate held back, drew into a Liminal Guide and deciding that's what he wants in the discard instead.
Yeah, and getting backup charger instead of leveling when there are targets on the board that you could kill and get that card draw and kill. Maybe wanting Tress to overextend because he's got a Flame Sweep in hand, so that could be very juicy if you wait for level up. And maybe trying to just find a Reduce to Ash to actually get value out of that Liminal Guide that is currently locked by the Censor.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that going either way. I think both of those factors definitely play into Isaac's decision-making here. In the meantime, we have a Hasty Messenger coming down, and there goes that Stalwart Shieldmate, as predicted, down into the graveyard. And some potential value for Isaac, but currently unrealizable due to that Censor.
Yeah. Isaac keeping a Resolute Stand in his hand. I'm curious to see if he will actually try and protect the Fluffy Shopkeep to buy a second turn off of that, or if you actually keep that Resolute for a potential Slice and Dice later in the future.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting question. He does have enough cards in hand right now to be able to play it. Not level 2, so he can't take the shortcut for Resolute Stand. And not actually using it to protect any of his cards. The Hasty Messenger taking lethal damage from that Sadie. Still no Tristan, though. We materialized a Tariff Ring on Tress's side. So still no on-kill agility. And then the 1 extra damage from the Lookout just going straight to Isaac's face.
Yeah, it's interesting to go for face instead of trying to kill the Fluffy Shopkeep. We're going for the Surveillance here, so we clearly are not trying to push the board in any way. I think we do have a Slice and Dice in hand, so maybe he's preparing for that next turn.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see Tress not push for level 1, right? Still sitting here on Spirit of Wind, no access to those Assassin class bonuses, which seem like they would be pretty helpful in the matchup. But slowly building up those prep counters, and as you say, maybe just building up to a near future Slice and Dice.
A fair amount of floating memory in Isaac's hand. Still no Reduce to Ash, so it is kind of sitting dead in there.
Yeah, unfortunately stymied by this sensor. That's a really painful position to be in for a deck that wants to be able to go to level 3 and keep that influence up. But we see him still attacking with the Fluffy Shopkeep, no thoughts about defense yet, and more damage coming in, sending in that Inert Sword, cracking it for 2 damage against Tress. So Tress sitting now with 10 damage counters on his 15 life champion. This is starting to be a bit of a dangerous position for Tress. Why do you think we haven't seen that level up yet?
I think the Tariff Ring was a choice because of the possibility of Flame Sweep. It's a pressure saying that you can't go to level 2 now because I have the Tariff Ring.
Yeah, the Tariff Ring, absolutely a very good defensive play. Saw it materialized, but not popped immediately. So I think, as you say, Vanni, that is almost assuredly waiting for a level 2 materialize in order to block the potential large Flame Sweep.
Yeah, and we also have the Veiling Breeze still in hand, so even though we only have 5 life remaining, we're still kind of safe.
Yeah, Tristan also known for its interaction, so a lot of options, a lot of defensive plays available here between Veiling Breeze and whatever other options he's holding back in his hand. In the meantime, Isaac just gumming up the board a little bit, dropping out a Stalwart Shieldmate, leaving that up. So Isaac very much feeling unthreatened here. Only 1 damage, currently at level 1, so 1 damage out of 20 health. A awake Stalwart Shieldmate here in order to stop any potential nasty attacks. And not a lot else going on.
Yeah, it always feels bad having to play the floating memory ally into a sensor because that's the only way you have of actually putting cards down to level up. Also, Isaac is still feeling kind of safe. Some Tristan lists have been playing Besiege the Wind as a way of getting a quick, more surprising Slice and Dice turn. It would have been possible here to go Besiege into that Assassin's Ripper and go for the 15 damage Slice and Dice, but not an option in this version of the list.
Right, and we are finally seeing Tress go up to level 1 just in time to get agility off of Sadie as Sadie kills that Stalwart Shieldmate. 1 extra damage going into Isaac's champion, leaving Isaac at 2 of 20, and another Windblessed Lookout coming down for Tress. So definitely taking advantage of that agility in order to play several cards out this turn and try and gain some board advantage.
Yeah, so he could go for not 4 prep counters, he could go for the Assassin's Ripper next turn, or he could go for the level 2 since he can now draw 2 cards for it. And you need to be scared of doing that before the Staggering Strike. Which one will you choose?
Wow, that's a really difficult decision. I mean, this board looks particularly scary, although knowing that your Flame Sweep isn't going to be able to kill Sadie makes it a little bit less attractive in order to go in that direction. But the 4 prep counters on the champion definitely need to go. I think in Isaac's shoes, while I might be worried about the damage, I would be more worried about how fast Tress is building up his resources.
Yeah, definitely. You're kind of stuck. There's very few good leveling options. The Flame Sweep here will feel No, we don't have enough cards in hand to flame sweep because of the Tavern.
Yeah, the Tariff Ring, in fact, popped here in order to prevent, like you said, the Flame Sweep. Exactly one card short of being able to Flame Sweep and pay for the Tariff. So instead we have Lorraine simply going for face, I think.
Yeah, just cashing in at level 2 for some extra point of damage. You want to apply that pressure, but it's not the best spot for Isaac here, and he currently has no way of leveling up. He needs to play something down. He's using that Tariff Ring to level up, just swinging with the Fluffy so you can put the extra 2 cards down. But leaving yourself open, so we could see the... Is that lethal with Slice and Dice? We have 4 damage on board. It's 15 with Slice and Dice.
Tress might very well see this as sort of a shields down moment, only 2 cards available in Isaac's hand, but one of those 2 cards is Resolute Stand. And Isaac is now level 2, so able to take that shortcut and play the Resolute Stand for free.
Yes, but so we choose to level up instead for Tress. Drawing a Shadow Strike, so we're probably transitioning to the late game plan instead of the Slice and Dice.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this would have been a great Slice and Dice turn, but I think he is just as aware as Isaac of what this board looks like, right? This is not quite shields down for Isaac. Isaac still has the potential to drop a Resolute Stand out of hand, and even without that, Tress doesn't quite have lethal, even with a full damage Slice and Dice here.
No, he would have had lethal if not for the fact that he needs to use the in-cap to deal with the Resolute Stand, so he does not have the cards in hand to play that one remaining Alage for the 2 damage that you would be missing.
Right, yeah. A Slice and Dice for 15 would set Isaac to 18 damage, 2 more damage on the board, putting Isaac at 20, and needing a little bit more punch from Tress in order to actually close the game out in that situation. So we see here Tress going up to level 3, dropping that Dungeon Guide here, once again banishing Veiling Breeze. So really not valuing that defensive trick at this late stage of the game.
Yeah, exactly. Veiling Breeze is for those early turns where you need to prevent some damage and you don't have your Tristan yet. Just trusting in the ability of Ominous Shadows to protect you.
Well, we're not seeing the Ominous Shadows yet. Instead, going to Tristan Shadow Reaver in order to steal some cards from the top of Isaac's deck. I saw 2 Crux cards. I think they might have both been Ascensions.
Ascension, not the best hit. You're happy to see those go because it's 3 damage that you have very few ways of preventing as Tristan. So you're happy to see those go, but you're kind of sad of not getting anything of real value to yourself.
Yeah, and it didn't look like there was any particularly valuable cards in those 4, although I didn't get a very close look at the other 2 cards. So we'll see if anything comes up later on. In the meantime, just dropping out the usual allies here. So in with the 2 lookouts, Sadie, and the Dungeon Guide. So finally seeing some real damage here. Clearing the board for Isaac. That Fluffy Shopkeep finally leaving the field after a long, long stay. And a couple of points going in against Isaac, leaving him at 5 damage counters on his champion.
Yeah, still pretty far from a threatening range here. The Lorraine level 3 having 28 life is a big difference in a lot of matchups.
Absolutely. So Isaac now, thinking for a second about his Materialize, what do you think we're going to be seeing here? Are we going to level 3?
Because we have the Ghost of Pendragon in hand, I think level 3 is the right thing. You already have 3 swords in Banish, so you can push 4 damage with that Sword of Seeking and then get another sword next turn. I think it's enough pressure, and you need to find something else. So I think you go for the Ghost of Pendragon here.
That makes a lot of sense. This is definitely an aggressive board on Tress's side, and room enough for another level up to Shadow Dancer in a future turn as well. But instead, we are seeing a drawn blade from Isaac.
I'm curious to see what he's going for here. I think he's probably trying to go for the Flame Sweep here. There's few things in the deck in Tristan's sides that can actually deal with that. So you are clearing off the board. You do not get those draws from the level 2. That is a non-enter effect for a single turn. But we need to clear the board is Isaac's evaluation here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's an unfortunately delayed Flame Sweep, so not going to gain some value out of the Lorraine level 2 ability, which is the usual pairing, being able to draw a card from those on-kill triggers from Lorraine Blademaster. However, you do what you need to do, and in this case, what you need to do is clear the board.
I'm curious to see if Tress actually removed the Ensnaring Fumes in his deck, because that could have saved the board here, giving you a lot of cards back in hand. But they're not useful in a defensive way against Isaac's deck that doesn't run that many allies to deal damage. It's focused on that Crux Knight.
Yeah, Ensnaring Fumes is a very interesting card, Tristan. I find that while obviously it's valuable against stuff like the Guo Jia decks, right? Clearing a Shenju is amazing. But I find that a lot of the time you see Ensnaring Fumes as a defensive play or as a way to regain influence, bringing a lot of those allies that you have in play back into your hand, putting you up to like 8, 9 influence and setting yourself up for a bigger turn in the future.
Yeah. And we're seeing a GCR instead of going for that Shadow Dancer here.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice. So, again, not valuing the defensive capabilities of Shadow Dancer. We already saw the Veiling Breeze go, and there's no Ominous Shadows in the field. I have to wonder how Tress thinks he's going to live through a big attack. Maybe he's just not expecting a big attack to come out?
We don't see his full hand, so I'm not sure if he still has a Veiling Breeze or not. I see a lot of interaction pieces in other ways. He still has the in-cap. He has a Serval the Winds to dig a bit deeper, but... Or did he hit a Resolute from the Shadow Reaver? Is that what he's counting on? I didn't catch those.
That would be so cool, busting out the Resolute stand from Isaac's deck in order to defend himself from a big Rending Flames. I would love to see that. In the meantime, Tress still in the tank, thinking really hard about what to commit to this board, how he's going to move his game plan forward, and in the end, just passing the turn, leaving Isaac to level up to Lorraine level 3.
That Stifling Trap in hand will be... Oh, we're hitting the Ghost of Pendragon. We did not keep that in hand. What did he... Okay, he has a second Pendragon. He has a second Pendragon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Ghost and Pendragon, obviously an important card. But not what we're seeing is Isaac kind of fiddling here. Not sure what he's putting down.
Yeah, we're going for the Devastating Blow. We'll be coming in for 7 plus the swords, 11?
I hear 12
Wow.
from Isaac, 1 extra sword in the banish. Yeah, he was kind of sort of fiddling there, trying to make a decision about what to play, and eventually was sort of tossing his hands in the air, is like, well, might as well go for it. And out comes the Devastating Blow.
We hear Isaac saying, oopsie, realizing that Tress did not have any answer in hand, trying to dig with it for the Serval the Winds, but probably should have leveled up to Shadow Dancer instead of greeting that GCR.
This was pretty greedy, and there is a Resolute stand in the pull from
but
Isaac,
sadly
but
not enough.
Yeah, 12 damage coming in at that point, putting Tristan Shadow Reaver at more than dead.
So we will be going for game 3. I noticed in Tress's hand, he actually did side in those Regal Inquisitions.
Oh.
I did not expect that. I thought maybe he'd think that it's not valuable enough in the matchup because of the Cross Knight, but I guess he values getting maybe those Ghosts, maybe those Ascensions, maybe those Devastating Blows or Rending Flames out of the hand.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense to me. I think Lorraine, these Fire Lorraine decks, especially the Fire Crux Knight deck is the most important. Fire Lorraine, a very different deck. The Fire Crux Knight decks, much like other Fire level 3 decks, have a deck composition, which is a bunch of support getting you up to level 3, and then a few particularly powerful cards that level 3 enables for you. With this particular deck, it's a little bit more broad because you have all of the different attacks that Lorraine wants to use, the Devastating Blow, the Rending Flames. But being able to not only see what your opponent has in hand, but also sort of cherry pick out the threats that you're worried about, I think is a powerful ability as long as you have the time to use it. And that, I think, is the question here, is Tress going to have the time to use those Regal Inquisitions to knock out the threats that he's worried about?
No, that's very right. It feels very good to replace a handful of gas from your opponent with 3 random floating memories that he won't need anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of that floating memory just stuck in his hand for the entirety of Game 2. That Sensor of Restless Dreams just staying at... Restful? What kind of dreams does the sensor give you?
The Sensor of Restful Peace.
Restful Peace. Ah, yes. Okay. But yeah, that sensor just stranding all of those, the floating memory, all of the liminal guides, just no value for a good chunk of Isaac's deck throughout all of Game 2.
And that's a handful of guides. We got 2 dungeons and a liminal, I think, in Isaac's starting hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ready to go up pretty fast. We'll see if he gets the opportunity to get some value out of the liminal guides this game. But, I mean, that sensor could just as easily come out on turn 1 here like it did last time.
So he went for Prismatic Edge and Drown Blade here. So Drown Blade, a good thing to remove because you're probably not getting any value from those floating memories with the sensor on the other side. I think maybe the Claran choice is a playing first, playing second kind of line for him.
Oh, I could definitely see that. I think a lot of it is going to be how quick he feels like he can get up to Crux Knight, whether or not he's going to need the extra swords in the banish or not. I think that makes a lot of sense. It's a really dynamic choice from Isaac. That's very cool to see. From Tress, we are seeing that Dream Fairy come down, blocking off that Shopkeep. So immediately clearing that from the board without needing to worry about getting some damage in.
Yeah, and I think we even have a Reclaim in hand to protect it. Should something try... Maybe the Sword of Seeking is a way for Isaac. We're still far away from leveling to 2 and using that to clear the Dream Fairy, but it's an option if you want to level up. You can just Dream Fairy, reclaim the Dream Fairy.
Yeah. Both of our players can tend to take it slow here, not seeing that turn 1 sensor from Tress instead of going immediately for GCR, trying to draw some extra influence, trying to draw potentially some more prep counter support, I think. Taking a look at his hand, it doesn't look like he has a lot of velocity right now, which I think is what he's looking for. And Isaac, perfectly happy to bring out that backup charger, not moving up to Lorraine level 1, hard casting a liminal guide here. Are we going to see the cremate is the next question.
I don't think he has a cremate in hand. I think it's really just a threatening play. You're saying I'll ping you for 1 every turn because you will not actually try and kill my liminal guide. You can't.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If putting liminal guide on the board is very much a threat. It's not something your opponent can afford to clear without having a plan. And Censor is in fact a plan. So maybe we'll see that clear, maybe we won't.
Yeah,
did you see if we have a reduce for Isaac this time?
I think he has a reduce in hand, yes. We do also have the Sadie on Tress's side to cleanly kill that. No! The Fairy went face.
Fairy went face. Yeah, just leaving that liminal guide up. All right, well, that's a 1-3 that is permanently going to be on Isaac's board.
Are we considering Ascent Protector for the Dream Fairy?
Ascent
It does
Protector
open
is
back
very
up the
interesting.
Fluffy Shopkeep for Isaac, which actually would be pretty good for him because he has no good ways of leveling up. So being able to play that Fluffy again would feel really good.
Yeah, I think he's going to be looking for some more cards for sure. Do you think he's going to be banishing some extra swords? He does still have both Clarence in the material deck.
I think he would, yes.
And we are seeing a level up from Tress now. So banishing a card in order to go to Lorraine level 1, bringing out that inert sword again, kind of a mainstay. We haven't really seen any particular decisions here regarding what sword to bring out with Lorraine, even with those Dream Fairies on the opposing side of the board.
Yeah, inert sword is just so much value, right? A 2/2 sword is just 1 more point of attack on the weapon than the Sword of Seeking or whatever, but it makes such a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And there comes the Shopkeep. So kind of exactly what you predicted. Being able to bring out that Shopkeep and gain some extra value here seems like exactly what Isaac is looking for. Some more damage coming in, including that inert sword. So very much pressing damage forward. I think Isaac looking to chip in a little bit of damage here, leaving the Ascent up. Potentially had the ability, I think, to clear the Ascent this turn, but deciding to leave the Shopkeep back and instead push forward a little bit of damage.
Keeping the Reduce to Ash in hand, he did not try to use it in Recollect. There are 5 cards in Tress's hand, so there could be an Incapacitate even though we're at level 0. But I'm thinking maybe Isaac is deciding to keep the Reduce to Ash. Because you don't have any floating memory in hand, you only have the Liminal Guide on the board that probably won't be killed anyway. You're keeping the Reduce to Ash for a Lantern so you can go for Rending Flames in the late game. You're valuing killing that Lantern very low instead.
Yeah. We haven't yet seen a Nullifying Lantern come out from Tress, but Isaac has to know that it's available. He has seen the deck list, so he could potentially be expecting that Nullifying Lantern to have been sided in.
Also interesting to see that Isaac decided to go face with the Sword and Liminal. You could have try and kill the Ascent Protector with the 4 damage you have on board. It's a big blowout to reclaim, so that's probably why he went face. But it's still a big interceptor. You'll have to clear it at some point.
Once again, Trust taking the level up a little bit slowly here. So we saw Grand Crusader's Ring come out, we saw Sensor come out, and now we're seeing the Tariff Ring. Tariff Ring probably in prediction for a level 2 level up from Isaac, just like we saw from the previous game. But still no Tristan level 1 on Tress's turn 4 now. And Ascent Protector clearing that fluffy shopkeep, kind of as expected. And
Tariff Ring is much lower value here, though, because because of that double fluffy from the Dream Fairy, we have a lot more cards in hand for Isaac. So we actually have enough cards to level to 2 in Flame Sweep. Not the biggest value here, because the Sadie could come back to hand, so you only kill one ally.
But we are seeing that manual level up from Isaac, so 2 cards out of the memory in order to go to Lorraine level 2. And we have not yet figured out, moving into Recollection, no... okay. Yeah, Garrett, Tress for a moment was like, yes, move on, and then thought about it again and was like, okay, no, actually, can I use this Tariff Ring? So we have the Tariff Ring activation here on the level 2 turn, which makes a lot of sense. You don't want to give Lorraine Blade Master free reign.
The Staggering Strike was just top decked by Isaac here, and that is such a big thing in this position. Given that Tress is still at level 0, no prep counter, there's no way to build up from here. And with the Crux Snag being able to come out soon, it'll be impossible to block out those attacks, right? Veiling Breeze can help against the Staggering Strike for 3 damage, but if the Staggering Strike is coming for 8, you're not doing anything against that.
Yeah, it looks like Isaac kind of has a commanding position in this game. Flame Sweep coming down, knocking out that Ascent Protector. The Sadie, of course, being saved, being brought back to hand. And
the Ascent Protector was saved by the Reclaim, I think.
Oh, there was a Reclaim.
So there will be no draw from the Flame Sweep, and no damage to face, well, almost no damage to face either, because we have the Veiling Breeze coming out.
Yeah. All of the cards left back in Tress's hand. That Reclaim was huge. I missed that. Thank you for that. And of course, with all of those cards then brought back into the memory, a big enough Veiling Breeze to present some real defense.
It's still a bit of lost value, though, because you still have that Sensor on board, so your own Reclaim also loses the floating memory.
Yep, having to banish out of his hand, losing a Slice and Dice in order to go to Tristan level 1, and opting for the prep counter instead of the agility here. But we do still have a Sadie back in hand, so we might see the agility on kill used in order to refill his hand after playing some stuff out this turn.
Yeah, it looked like a very good defensive turns. You denied basically that whole attack, but you're still in a very bad position, I think. Being just a level 1, only 2 prep counters, there's a Staggering Strike from Isaac with a potential level 3, so it will be coming for more than you can protect it. There is an Innervate Agility in the hand for Tress, which could deny that Staggering Strike. No, it can't, because Staggering Strike has True Sight.
Staggering Strike has True Sight. What a card. Not a lot of progression here from Tress. So Sadie comes out, 2 damage to Isaac directly, so still not challenging that Liminal Guide. And leaving a couple of cards back in hand, but no agility, so no ability to pull back those cards from memory.
Yeah, I think this is a race kind of idea. It's not just that even now that there's the level 3, the Liminal Guide is not worth that much. There's still a Sensor, but it's just thinking that you can't win the grind out here. You have to find a way to kill Isaac first, so you need to push in all those points of damage while you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he's building up to a Slice and Dice, that makes a whole lot of sense in this position. But I think Isaac has the answer to that. Starting off with a Dungeon Guide. Looks like we're going to be leveling to 3 here, but not in the face of that Stifling Trap.
No, that's a Surveil.
Oh, Surveil.
That's a Surveil the Wind. We're digging for the Stifling Trap, I think, but we did not find it.
Yeah, trying to find a way out here. I guess we'll see what the next step is. Yeah, so the Dungeon Guide resolves, moving up to level 3, 2 Liminal Guides banished out of Isaac's memory. Yep, that's kind of exactly what you want to see.
So we have 5 Sword. That is Staggering Strike for 9.
And that's almost assuredly what we're going to be seeing here. Isaac has a lot of control of this game, and if he manages to keep Tress off of his extra prep counters, that's going to be really, really good for him. For now, 1 damage going in from the Dungeon Guide, kind of testing the waters, and Tress left to figure out what his response is going to be.
Yeah, he doesn't have much in hand though. He's going for the innervate agility to prevent essentially 2 damage.
Yep. Yeah. So the sort of Seeking on board still has True Sight even on its own without a staggering strike. But
Death Blow is, because of the Sword of Seeking, because of the True Sight on that too, the extra damage from Death Blow compared to Staggering Strike, it is lethal. Spirit of Wind
what a
does not have enough life.
Oh,
to
that's
protect you
so
from that.
huge. What a hit. Isaac recognizing that he has the appropriate window here once Tress goes hand down and drops out that devastating blow, stating exact lethal as he plays it out. A huge win for Isaac.
Yeah, that was honestly a very sad game from Tress here. He just did not have anything to deal with the Lorraine in that opening hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Just I mean, he did very well early on. We saw game 1 coming out with that the slice and dice, which really just sort of took control of the match out of nowhere.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then game 2, a little bit more back and forth. He had a lot of play, but ended up succumbing to that devastating blow. And then game 3 just really didn't have anything.
Yeah, and it's the luck of the draw. You can be the best player in the world, and sometimes your deck does not give you the tool that you need to win that game, even if the deck is well built.
Yep, absolutely. And I think that's just it's the unfortunate reality of playing games like these. There is a lot of skill involved. You need to set yourself up in order to be able to take advantage of that luck. But if you don't get lucky, sometimes you just don't get there.
Yeah. It's sad. There were so many outs too. A Zephyr would have canceled the True Sights from the Sword of Seeking and negated that whole attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think there were a lot of potential outs, and like you said, he just didn't draw what he needed. So what are you going to do?
So it is a very tight field for day 2 still.
Oh, absolutely.
Because these players were not in the top of the bracket. This is not the 701, the 701 that we have at the top. I think there's a very good chance that this knocks Tress out of the running for top 8. I haven't looked at all the numbers, but it's going to be a very competitive day. If you don't go like 301, you're not making top 8.
Yeah, very true. It is important to note that your Swiss record from day 1 carries forward into day 2, and the top 8 takes all of that into account. So if you are a 5-2-1 going into day 2, your chances for top 8 are measurably worse than if you went, 7-0-1 or even 7-1-0.
Yeah, you need to get a perfect turn, which is much harder to do in a day 2 field where only very good players are left.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is definitely a field where only very good players are left. I think we've seen a lot of recognizable names in this top 44.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's definitely going to be a rough field for anybody trying to work their way up from that 5-2-1 position.
A couple of new players did manage to sneak in. Doing good. I know there's Ciel in day 2 that is a new player that I've seen. So yeah, we'll get some more very interesting matchups in this day 2. Is there a deck that you really want to see?
So I mentioned it earlier, but I would love to see Kongming Razorgale.
Yeah.
I really want to see one of those matches streamed. Razorgale is one of those decks that I really resonate with personally. I'm very much a combo player.
Yeah.
I'm the kind of person that likes to see a lot of different moving pieces interacting. And the idea of being able to play a Razorgale out on the field, and then for the rest of the game, all of your velocity, all of your kind of the lubrication of your deck that normally just smooths out your draws, everything is just another damage, another damage, another damage. I love that sense of inevitability. And I just like seeing the deck in action.
Do you have an opinion on going into the one? Both versions of the Razorgale decks were presented. Some people are on Kongming Razorgale for those Tempest Downfall combo turns, for the Cloud Strikers, for the Bagua as a second copy of Fairy Whispers.
Yep.
Some people instead were on Vanitas for the cheaper Razorgale. Do you have a favorite version? Do you prefer the Razorgale, the Kongming, because of those Tempest Downfalls?
I think there's value in both. I think I have more personal experience with the Kongming version of the Razorgale deck. I'm sure you have more personal experience with the Vanitas version of the Razorgale deck.
Well, I've casted a lot of it, but the deck changed a lot now that you don't have that frankly ridiculous 3-visit combo kill. But I actually played Kongming Razorgale for a bit. I won
Oh,
a couple
cool.
Pro Champions
I'm-
on it.
I'm actually a really big fan of some of the new tricks that Vanitas is using in the Vanitas version of the Razorgale. I believe the most recent versions that we've seen are the one using Rictus Tiding
Yep.
and trying to get some extra value out of the 4 costs that are in the deck. And again, this just speaks to me as a combo player, right?
Yeah.
Seeing all these cool little interlocking pieces, I want to try it. And honestly, I'm perfectly ready to embrace my villain arc. I'm ready. Me and Vanitas, I can work with this.
I really want to see. There's a Water Allies player that made day 2. He's a Canadian. I've talked with him a lot about deck list because he likes playing allies. He's a Nico main. He blinks out all the Nico stuff that he can. So he's playing Water Allies on Nico 1 today. So he actually, the Mage Bane lasts for those hard counter to Razorgale, for example. If we see that, if we see the matchup, it'll be very rough for the company to win that. But yeah, the Nico is not for the old mill plan. It's really just a Guardian champion to get a couple of class bonuses, but it's really just a Water Allies package. He's on Draying. He's on the Rescue the Air that I kind of pioneered at Nationals. I'm always nice to see people play the tech cards you introduce.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of surprising for me to see Nico, at this stage of the game in this particular version of the meta. But it really goes to show that, you play what you're comfortable with, right?
Yeah.
And Water Allies has historically been a very powerful deck. Underplayed, underrepresented, but always powerful when it shows up.
Yeah, he did. I talked to him just this morning, and he admitted that while the Mage Bane Lash has some uses, like we said, against Razorgale, even a little against Merlin, depending on how the game plays out, he really just plays it because he loves Nico, he's got the CSR, and he wants to play that, even if it's suboptimal in his opinion.
Yeah, he wouldn't be the first person to decide on what deck he is bringing to an event based on how much bling he can add to that deck.
Yeah, main deck Dad saying in an interview just yesterday that he plays the one of Spiral because he just got the CSR.
Yep.
We will be going to player interview just right now with our winner, Isaac.
Hello and welcome back. I am here with first round day 2 Swiss winner, true champion Isaac. Congratulations on your win here.
Thank you.
It's definitely a big one.
Yeah, it definitely is for being the 5-2-1 record, where a lot of people are. I think a lot. I feel like more than normal. There's a huge chunk of people at 5-2-1. So glad to get a first win under my belt, so I can kind of jump out of the bracket a little bit and hopefully continue onward from there.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at your history, you are a well-veteran player. You're well-decorated. You won Ascent Christchurch.
Yeah.
Third place EU Nats, went to Gauntlet, got into World Swiss Stage. Didn't quite make it there through to the top 8, but your 2 teammates did. So, I mean, you guys are like kind of the goats of the game, right? so you're looking for the run back here with the Niagara Falls. How are you feeling going into day 2 now that you have the first win under your belt?
A lot better. Tristan, which is what I just played against, is usually a favorite matchup. I lost game 1, which is kind of a bummer, and I'm not playing my best. But as I'm waking up here, I feel like I'm getting better and better, and working through my lines a little bit better and seeing what I need to do. But yeah, getting a win is like obviously in day 2 just feels so good. Like it's starting the day off with a loss, you're like, I don't even know if I can top 8 from here, like when you're at the bottom record. And so knowing that you at least have a chance now is a better feeling, obviously.
Yeah, so I mean, going into today, right before your game, we actually did play the interview that we had yesterday. Where we talked about your decks, your teammates' decks, and stuff like that, which leads into a question I have. I noticed in your sideboard, it is super teched against very specific things.
Yes.
The biggest and coolest one I have to talk about is Surreptitious Scheme.
Yeah.
You are the anti-Merlin deck.
It very much so. So when we did testing, because my teammate Terry is on Merlin, and so we did testing with Crux Knight Lorraine versus Merlin a lot, and we started to notice that it can be pretty dicey a lot of times. And so we tried stuff like Immolation Trap and to see if it would be help just to kill off the Majestic Spirit, and it was, but it didn't feel as impactful because they could still just kill you because their fireballs just get too big. And so having the ability to keep them off their fireballs and keep them off their incarnates, even keep them off like doing sudden steals for free, felt huge. And so, and the fact that we just get to cycle our basically a card for one. It's super cheap. It allows us to, we can use it when we're level 1 or level 0, doesn't matter. And it made the matchup very favorable. It was definitely like a card, like we're not surprised to lose game 1, but games 2 and 3, we think we have like a 75% chance. Like it's that much of a jump.
It's definitely a big one. So for the people at home, Surreptitious Scheme is a one-cost,
Yeah.
I believe it's a fast action skill
Yeah.
that says remove a level counter from target champion. If you do, draw a card.
Yeah.
Now, the interesting aspect of this is you can actually use it on yourself.
You can.
So I talked with Terry about this, and he was saying in the mirror, there are times where you use it on yourself to go back to one counter, then
Yeah.
you trigger the Merlin 2, draw the card, get the even damage. But
Yeah.
there's a lot of big things with that.
Yeah, it's super cool. I mean, I wasn't really thinking about using it in Merlin itself, and using it on yourself. But honestly, it's technically it's a +1 if you think about it, because you're going to go down a level, sure, but you're going to draw off that scheme, and then you're going to draw from your level 2 trigger. So you use one card to get 2 cards in Recollection at fast speed. I mean, it's kind of like a really cool tech card. It's just whether or not you can make it all work in a deck like that.
Avarice at home.
Yeah, exactly. It is
Very,
like
very at home.
very much so. Avarice at home.
Yeah, so alongside that, saw the dev blows, saw the
Yeah.
staggering strikes. Now, I got to ask, the staggering strikes, is it more for Tristan or is it more for cats? Cheshire Cats.
It's definitely for Tristan's. My list actually has Sword of Seeking instead of Sword of Shadows.
That was the other question.
Yeah.
I saw you were playing Seeking.
And there's a big reason for that. One of them was me and Caven we initially put it in because me and Caven were both worried we were going to miss the Looking Glass at some point. And so we wanted to guarantee have a sword that we could bring out with level 1 Lorraine, just in case we missed the trigger at the beginning of the game. But then we realized actually how good it was because of stuff like Cheshire Cats, because of stuff like Dream Fairies still, and even more importantly, it came up in this match, which is Innervate Agility. Seiryuu and Tristan are on Innervate Agility, and having the ability to use a Devastating Blow or Rending Flames, whatever, attack 2, even if they go for Innervate, they still will die because of the True Sight from Sword of Seeking. So we actually really like that tech. The Staggering Strike is in there. It can kill off Cheshire Cats. It can kill off Dream Fairies, but it is really in there for Tristan to stop them from getting counters, because if they lose their counters, they're doing really poor. It makes the game a lot harder for them and obviously a lot easier for us.
Yeah, definitely a much tougher matchup there. As you can see, you were the winner of the matchup against Mr. Tress there with the win, Tristan. So congratulations on your first round win here in Day 2 Swiss. Good luck on the rest, and we hope to see you in top 8. Guys, that was True Champion Isaac for the round 1 interview, and we will see you soon with round 2.
Hello, folks. Welcome back for round 10 of Ascent Niagara Falls, our second round here on day 2. I am Jim the Eternal, and I am being joined by Clem Hopkins. Clem, how you doing today?
I'm doing wonderfully. I've had a proper night's sleep finally after all the travel of getting here and the excitement of being in Niagara Falls. And I'm looking forward to seeing what else we have coming up today. That game was very tight.
Yeah.
It was wonderful to see someone new on stream because I don't think we've ever really had Garrett because he doesn't come to these events. So it was amazing to see him on stream. Unfortunately, Isaac bested him, but I was very nice watching the last round.
Yeah, it was well fought, right? It
Yes.
was pretty close. Yeah, it was a good fight.
It was kind of wild. What did you think about that? it was a lot closer than I expected it to be, honestly.
Yeah, it felt like both players were kind of trying to find, their edges, right, in the match. And, we saw a fairly quick game 1 with that slice and dice, and then game 2 went a little bit longer, but the devastating blow sort of sealed the deal. And then game 3, the devastating blow just out of nowhere, right? Like, I don't think me or Tress were expecting that end to that match.
It was very unfortunate, and the Enervate Agility, because it is, you're like, okay, I'm safe. And then the Sword of Sea King's true side actually coming in clutch for Isaac was...
Yeah, absolutely.
True. It's something that you can expect, but you often forget because it's not relevant that often. So it was tough, but, it was harder and still. And so it's very deserved. And
Yeah, absolutely.
now... we're going to be heading into round 10 here soon.
Yeah.
We already have our players here. Would you like to talk about these decks? One of them is a returning 3 times.
Absolutely. A 3-time attendee to this stream. We have Hyoka on Fortuitous Wind Rye, once again gracing our feature match area with all of the arcane cards. I've had a lot of fun with the previous Hyoka match.
Yes,
So
yes.
I'm 100% on board with seeing him on stream again. This was a very cool deck to cast.
Yes,
So-
and we are experts at the deck now,
Yeah,
basically.
absolutely.
This is... it's all 3 times it's been us, too.
I think so.
Watching Hyoka play. So, we've become experts, and hopefully this won't be his last time on stream, because it would be incredible to see Rai in a top 8 at a time where I think everyone's forgotten that Arcane even exists outside of Stormsnime.
Yeah, 100%. His opponent, on the other hand, a relative newcomer, I think. Not necessarily a new player, but I think new potentially to competitive events relatively
Yeah.
recently. This is his, again, first Ascent,
It's
right?
absolutely
Well, first Ascent playing.
Yeah.
But making it to day 2, that's really cool. We have Tepslor on Fire Ciel, which is another deck that's been fairly popular lately.
Yeah,
Although
yeah.
I think it's been kind of underperforming compared to what people might have expected from, the grand new champion in DTR.
Yeah, especially for Guardians. Like, Tonoris was kind of forgotten, and he had his decks. Jimmy Lee, obviously the expert on Tonoris, but then I think everyone was kind of excited to have the Guardian here and a new Guardian coming in with a new, really cool mechanic, actually.
Yeah, very cool mechanics, and also Umbra, right? I
Yes.
mean, everybody loves Umbra.
And then Carter, everyone's excited that, Carter finally getting a Guardian to go with. And Carter's been really, really good in CL decks. So I'm really excited to see how this deck does into Hyoka's Windrai. Now, Hyoka is he's Tech 4 and he has planned for Merlin mostly. So I'm interested in how it'll play into a different level 3 deck that can potentially mirror Hyoka's one-turn win style.
Yeah, I think especially like these 2 decks playing into each other is going to be pretty interesting, right? Both of them are sort of level 3 oriented decks. We don't have somebody trying to overpower Hyoka's defenses early on. We have the CL deck trying to build up its own set of really powerful tools, and I'm wondering how well that's going to play into the Rai deck, into the combo deck. Have you seen kind of any interactions like this? What do you think we're going to be seeing from this match?
Obviously I haven't seen any rise
Sure, yeah.
into these.
Maybe a loaded question.
but there's a lot of these like combo turn decks. I've seen those matchups, and it's gonna be who has, it's not even who has the better start, but who can set up better over the course of the game of like getting to level 3 without losing too much value, which is really interesting when you think about how Rai wants to banish arcane cards. So I'm looking forward to seeing it, definitely how this specific matchup plays out, because combo decks are usually like Spirit or level 1, level 2. Very few combo decks go up to level 3, except these two, I think. And Merlin is less of a combo deck, it's more of a Pendragon deck, you know? Right,
yeah, absolutely. Well, we have our Spirit of Fortuitous Wind out, and always the important decisions being made here. 2 cards being kept.
Yep, and then 4 randoms coming out. Hyoka once again not winning the die roll on stream. So 1 card in hand, 7 into his memory. So he basically has the influence that he wanted, except technically he's guaranteed, banishing 1 next turn. So do you think that is a disadvantage because he doesn't get to play something and go down and influence that way? Or because it's right, it doesn't matter, obviously. But, do you think that it's really holding him back a bit from having the 8 card starting hand that he could have?
I mean, it's a really tough question to answer. I think probably Rai values that extra influence more than being able to go first, because he does have a lot of interaction, right? He has a lot of ways to keep his opponent sort of off his back in order to build up to the place where he needs to build up to. But at the same time, speed is king. So it's really tough to say whether one is more valuable than the other, especially because like the card that he draws, he's not sure what he's going to be keeping in that situation.
Yeah, it's the gamble in this deck, and I know we talked about it, and it's like, oh well, his deck is built to win the gamble, but it's still an incredible gamble to be like, all right, I'm gonna go draw 7 random cards. Obviously, you get to glimpse a bit, but even then, now he put 5 back, so he got 5 random cards that he doesn't have any control over, and then still having to win the die roll of, or win the gamble of what is he going to banish for level up. That is a wild turn from Tepslor with the levels up into Ciel level 1, gets the ephemeral guide, the liminal guide back, and it becomes ephemeral, and then has this heavy swing to follow it up for 7 damage in a turn.
Wow, I mean, I was talking about, CL being this level 3 deck, and here we are on turn 2 with that heavy swing, 7 damage already on Hyoka. This is kind of a dangerous position, right? Are we going to see another heavy swing? The heavy swing dropping into the Omens immediately. We could potentially see an Armoire come out and immediately heavy swing again. Wow, this is a fascinating start, very aggressive from our CL player.
Yeah, this is kind of what you expect, but at the same time, it's still something that can easily catch you off guard. Like, obviously, you're like, yeah, they could have the insanely explosive start, but it's never to this extent. Like, you don't, actually expect to see it. And now he has the heavy swing under as an omen in banishment, so he's going to start seeing a lot of value off of this. Do you mind going through the deck list and seeing what exactly he could profit off of it? Because I'm just talking about it, but it is because it's usually very, very important to see and look at what attack cards are in the banishment as an omen. But how can he capitalize off of it, especially in a level 3 deck? Yeah,
so Monksome Armoire is the obvious thing. It is a regalia that can come out and just swap a card in your hand for a card in your omens. Normally you see that at level 3 in order to take extra advantage of the level 3 ability whenever an omen is created, dealing 2 damage to your opponent, or to any target. But if a heavy swing is going to win the game, then he can immediately just armoire out that heavy swing. Of course, we are seeing a fluffy shopkeep come down for Hyoka here, so that avenue of immediate win is removed. We are seeing, though, the dungeon guide here.
Oh, he is already level 3.
Yeah, we're going straight
there. So I don't think we've had this before, because Hyoka has so far met he has met the 28 damage health champions, but even then he usually won at 29 damage. So this 2 damage can be extremely influential, and I'm curious to see how he'll play around it.
Yeah, wow. So Tepslor's aggressive strategy seems to be paying off here. We have the Ephemeral Liminal Guide coming in, clearing out that fluffy shopkeep with some help from the Omen creation ability from Ciel. And of course, at Ciel level 3, whenever you create an Omen, deal 2 damage to any target, clearing out that fluffy shopkeep and clearing the way for more damage on the next turn. So Hyoka's in a potentially very dangerous position here. I don't think we've seen Hyoka kind of on the back foot as much as he is right now. Obviously, going up to level 1 now, Rai, we've seen kind of the Rai strategy, but he did take a turn off with that backup charger earlier on, and
yeah, it's if in this deck specifically, that is an incredible disadvantage, and in this in his Rai deck, and then in this matchup where his opponent is also looking to level up as quickly as possible and get to that level 3, and he's already there. He can already start dealing damage, getting those omens into his, getting those omens to start working for him. So it is going to be very, very scary trying to outrace someone who's already starting to build up their board, because Hyoka does have the dungeon guide, but it's just not enough to get him to that level 3 point. And there is the dungeon guide coming out. I'm not sure if he has any way of getting the dungeon guide back, because that's what we saw yesterday, right? With the wind elements, but the wind element playing into why this deck is so good.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. If he if he has access to those wind cards, right, the Summon Gale, the Disorienting Winds, he could, in fact, replay the Dungeon Guide exactly like you're talking about. In the meantime, Dungeon Guiding up to level 2, and a handful of options, but a lot of them are arcane, so still not anything he can do immediately. Banishing those arcane cards, which is, of course, his strategy here, trying to get as many arcane cards into the banish, moving in with that Dungeon Guide. And I'm really curious to see how our Canadian player here is going to capitalize on this situation. Already, his lead has diminished. A couple of 3 visits coming out from Hyoka, reducing kind of the amount of damage on his champion. Once at 8 health away from death, now all the way up to level 2. So another 19 damage needs to come out, which means we're moving into, I think, an appropriate level 3 kind of situation, an appropriate sort of mid-game moving into end game without, a couple of heavy swings just ending the game immediately.
Yeah. So now there's a lot more needs to come out than just a 1 or 2 heavy swings. Even with the omens and the Grand Sonnery and all the good things that Ciel can use and capitalize off of all of his omens and all this attack damage that he has is just not gonna be enough. There's another fluffy shopkeep coming out. The Terrafring gone. Why do you think he used the Terrafring? Because Ciel is comboing off and he will win with a big attack. So the Terrafring seems to be really, really good here.
Yeah, I think Hyoka is valuing the intercept from the fluffy shopkeep more than he's valuing the extra defense from the Terrafring. And in this situation, the extra cards as well from the fluffy shopkeep, very important. You could always just play the fluffy shopkeep without using the on-enter, not banishing the regalia. But I think just getting that presence onto the board is not quite enough. Needing the extra cards makes a lot of sense for Hyoka's position here. I think he's kind of feeling some of the pressure, and here we are.
All right, so the level 3 is coming, as we've seen before with the pre-planning of the Tome of Knowledge under the Quicksilver Grail to be able to tell and control what he's going to banish. So he's in a very comfortable spot. He does have quite a bit of arcane in banishment. And something interesting that you were talking about is that the fluffy shopkeep has intercept. Now, he intercepted the liminal guide immediately, basically knowing that the fluffy shopkeep would die, which makes the Terrafring even more interesting to me. But obviously, Hyoka is, 1, very experienced on this deck, 2, he can just win out of nowhere, even right now. We've seen it before, him on a very, very low influence, being able to recycle his cards, recycle his memory, and just have an extra turn with basically no influence to start with. But there is a Grim Pastiche coming out.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a sense of what he was taking advantage of. Looks like profane bindings.
All right.
Oh, wow.
So, are you Umbra Ciel player, Jim.
I am fascinated by Umbra Ciel. So Profane Bindings here is a very neat card. It is a all-purpose negate. There's no conditions to it. You can just negate anything. The downside of that is normally you then attach it to your champion as a curse and give yourself minus 5 health going through the rest of the game. Now, the interaction with Grim Pastiche is particularly interesting because Grim Pastiche essentially creates a copy of the card, and once that copy is done activating, it no longer exists. So you don't have anything left to attach to your champion, completely circumventing the downside of that curse.
Yeah, that is such a very cool such a cool interaction, and usually we see it in the sideboard mostly. And the fact that Tepslor has it in his main board, I think is super cool, and that is why he's here in day 2, because he knew that that will be a very important card. And seeing that the meta has been mostly Merlin for this event and Lorraine and Merlin, it's a really good decision and very cool to see it being. It paying off here. Hyoka being forced to banish all 3 cards from his memory, which, he probably doesn't mind too much, having already planned on doing so, but it makes it a lot harder to be able to control what he's going to banish here, but he does have the 1 card that can save him, with the Scry Disguise being a 1 cost. So before it resolves, he banishes the Quicksilver Grail and activates the Tome of Knowledge. That is a very cool part about Quicksilver Grail. That doesn't matter that you're basically materializing a card. The ability itself can be activated at fast speed, so you can get around things like this. And look at the grip of what he has. The Scry Disguise glimpsing 9? 9. That's kind of crazy. So we're back to looking at Hyoka just looking through his deck and be like, all right, this is what I need, this is what I don't need. 7 enlightenment counters already, so he's basically set for this game.
Yeah, I think Hyoka definitely had some trials and tribulations on the way to get to this point, right? Getting his dungeon guy negated, so he has to hard level to 3. The damage from the heavy swing kind of setting the tone of that early game. But now he's in his comfort point. Now he's, looking at the top 9 cards of his deck, setting up his next turn, setting up potentially his next couple of turns, looking to draw who knows how many cards. It looks like he has quite a few enlightened counters on his champion already. So this could be a massive turn for Hyoka, or it could just be a setup turn for the near future, under the hopes that he doesn't die on Tepslor's next turn, right? I mean, he has 18 health, which 18 health remaining, that could disappear pretty quickly with an appropriate beguiling coup or something like that.
Yeah, so I mean, I can see both. You're right, and I'm really curious on your opinion. I can see both the Summon Gale, the wind cards that put the Arcane Elemental back into hand, as well as Advents of the Stormcaller. And which do you think is going to be the more likely card to win the game? Because it looks like Hyoka's valuing Arcane Elemental more, but I think Advent could really be more of the deciding card here.
Yeah, Advent is always a very powerful card. But right now, the Arcane Elemental is already free. And, you can do, given the amount of level bonuses that Rai has right now, and the amount of arcane cards in the banish for the Arcane Elemental, he has 14 damage available to him instantly, right? Whenever he wants.
Yeah.
Between Arcane Elemental and Disorienting Winds. So that is a huge burst, and he's already filling his hand. He's ready to go off. He's not quite at the point where we can get like a free Advent, but
he's getting there with the 2 careful studies, each giving him 5 enlightenment counters, because he is level 10 right now, with the Tome of Sacred Lightning level 11, so he's 4 levels away from being able to play Advent. And see, this is why he's such an incredible Rai player. I didn't even realize that he has a way of drawing all of the cards. Like, I was asking if, which do you value more? He can just have all of them.
Yeah, why not both?
Yeah, so, but you're absolutely right that the Arcane Elemental is free, and the Disorienting Winds makes it even freer in a way of just replay it and the win is there. If Tepslor can throw anything in front of the Arcane Elemental, it's fine, because Hyoka effectively has 3 of them.
Yeah, and Tepslor might very well regret having that Tariff Ring unpopped on his board right now. But we are moving directly into the Advent first, and we will see what comes up.
All right, so we're going to see what 10 cards here, 11 cards, as it is level cards removed. Do you think he's going to banish every single arcane card he sees now? Because his hand is basically set.
So he knows he's going to know, once this is done, what is on top of his deck. And if he's in a situation where he can stack either another Arcane Elemental or another Disorienting Winds, then given what he has in his hand right now, which I believe is an Arcane Elemental and a Disorienting Winds already, he can have 21 damage just from the cards currently in his hand. So if he gets another 7 damage out of this banish, that looks like lethal to me. I'm not the one doing the math, right? It's dangerous for me to do math from where I'm sitting, but that looks really strong.
Yeah, I do believe that it is. Okay, so there is a Disorienting Winds there, but I think he has had Summon Gales in his hand, which is very important because Summon Gale does not draw a card while Disorienting Winds does. So this also speaks to how he values his cards more, because it is very important for him to know what digs even further and what is just for damage. And Summon Gales are just for damage, and it seems that, like you said, he's gonna reorder his hand most likely because Tepslor is looking at it. So and then Hyoka does not have to reveal what order he's putting them back in. So when looking at his hand here, Hyoka's organizing it, it seems that he does value the card draw more of Disorienting Winds. And that is exactly what he wanted to see here. But he's leaving the Arcane Blast on top. And what level is he now?
That looks like level 12 plus 3 is 15.
Plus the tome. We always forget. 16.
The tome.
So he is level 16 now.
That's definitely enough for a free Arcane Blast.
And it's enough now for a free Advent there. Okay, back down only 15.
Only 15.
But there is the Arcane Blast coming out. He does have the second Advent in hand and the Arcane Elemental, just in case, he needs both of those. So he is... The incredible part here is he's ready and can deal with any solution that Tep has. And he does have... Here is the Resolute Stand coming out, which would, which prevents 3 damage, but little does Tep know. Hyoka's level 15, which is exactly enough for that second Advent of the Storm.
Yeah, with the another Advent in hand, that seems like that's going to do it. We have a little bit of conversation about the life total. I think they want to make sure that everything is clear here. Things moved a little bit fast.
Yeah, but I do believe that is right because he had 7 in banishment, went up to 5 arcane. He banished 5, got 10. But I think they agreed that is enough. Yeah, the Shattering Discharge, dealing 2 unpreventable, so he didn't even have to reveal that I have a second Advent of the Third Color.
Yeah, Hyoka just can't hold all of these arcane cards. So much value building up in his deck. Just able to... I can't even get the words out. Just able to produce so much damage almost instantly. Right?
He can do whatever he wants, you know?
Absolutely.
He doesn't have to go overboard and be like, oh, actually, I could have killed you with even more. He's going for the for sure unpreventable damage, which is something that I think most people would be like, all right, I'll go for the overkill just in case they have something else. But if Tepslor has something that can prevent damage until the end of turn multiple times, then Hyoka's in a bit of a trouble because he will not have any cards in hand and the Shattering, he cannot play the Shattering Discharge. So that is a very smart play from Hyoka here. Now, we've seen his sideboard a million times, so I think that's going to be a bit quicker to go through. What do you think is coming in for Hyoka?
I mean, a Vanish from sight feels pretty good, I think, on Hyoka's side. He's going to be worried probably more about the big attacks than about the spell damage, since the spell damage from Ciel's level 3 ability is unpreventable. Yep. So something like a Safeguard or a Blanche doesn't really do anything there. We did see the Grim Pastiche come out for Tepslor, and I'm wondering if Hyoka kind of wants to react to that differently, depending on what type of Umbra Ciel he thinks he's facing. But more than likely, he's going to be worried about the big attacks rather than anything else.
Yeah, so the Crystallite Destiny Resolute Stand vanished. Do you think Resolute Stand is good enough? Because like you said, it's for the, he's more worried about the big swings, which Tep didn't have the chance to get there yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I personally don't value Resolute Stand too much in this matchup. If, my opponent is attacking for 14, then 3 damage prevention doesn't feel that particularly good. But against something like a Carter swing, or if he's attacking with, like the 3 of Hearts or something like that, then Resolute Stand has some potential value. But also, I don't know how much room Hyoka has in his deck for those sideboards.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because it works so perfectly. It's a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
So taking anything out will feel pretty clunky and bad for Hyoka here. So his sideboard is actually impeding him a tiny bit.
Potentially.
But we'll see how it plays out, because I believe he brought in 5 cards. So he might not have brought in the resolutions, like you said. And let's look at Tep's sideboard here, which is, he seems a lot more prepared for wind. However, not Hyoka's type of wind.
Yeah, no, he looks like he has some good sideboard here for, he's got the 3 disenchants potentially coming in for Fantasias. The 1 Regal Inquisition I expect to come in. I think Tepslor is going to look at this match and think about, kind of the key cards that he has to get rid of, the key threats that Hyoka's holding on to. I'm not sure how good it actually is in this matchup. That sounds like the kind of thing that I would want to test personally. But it seems on the surface of it that it could be okay here. Most of the other cards, I think, in Tepslor's side aren't going to be too impressive, although Spirel potentially comes in.
Yeah, because, well, Spirel will not stop those massive 7-cost or 11-cost Arcane Blast and Elementals, but it can very much hinder. He does have 5 and 6 cost cards in the deck.
Absolutely.
So he can stop the Disorienting Winds. He can stop the Summon Gale, which is 3 cost, but still very, very important for Hyoka's deck. So he can stop the engine that really utilizes and helps utilize the Arcane Elemental. Because something that does never come up with Hyoka's deck, Arcane Elementals on attack trigger, is that you have to sacrifice it at the end of your turn.
Right, yep, absolutely. So if an Arcane Elemental stays on the board until the end of the turn, then you have to sacrifice it in that situation, which is why the Disorienting Winds, why the Summon Gale is so important in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do agree with you, and the Staggering Strikes actually might come through as well, just for the damage, because that's what Tep was missing here last game.
Yeah, I mean, it really looked like Tep just didn't have the amount of time he needed in order to get that extra damage in. Ciel is a deck that builds up value over time, right? You can't really start getting a lot of value out of the Servile Possessions until you've started, hitting that 5-6 Omens position.
Yeah.
And that's how many turns into the game? That's at that point, how many turns has Hyoka already been level 3?
Yeah.
How many Arcane Elementals have you already taken directly to the face at that point?
Yeah, it's not good. Or how many Arcane Guards has he managed to build up in his banishment without any punishment of like, oh, I'm not playing many cards. Now, Tep's hand is looking really, really good on his turn 1. He has the Liminal Guide again. He has the Creative Shock. But that means that, he's going to go down an influence here just to level up and get that Liminal Guide up. Well, Liminal Guide is neutral influence, technically.
yeah,
but the
Liminal
floating is the problem, right?
Yeah, not a lot of float coming out here. The Liminal Guide kind of acts as pseudo-float. I kind of think of the Liminal Guide as overfloat, because you can take advantage of that in addition to float and draw the extra cards. And actually, with the Reckoning's Wake, he has the float that he needs in order to get to level 1.
Oh, he does have enough influence for it as well. And it's a fast speed card. See, it's just so good, and it's already a distortion, so you can play it with the Looking Glass. It already allows you to look at the top cards of your deck. And it's floating memory that I forget that it's also fast speed on top of all of that, which is incredibly good. Now, did you see what Tep has in his hand? It was something that you were talking about possibly coming in, and it seems that he did. It's amazing when you find that one-off sideboard card immediately here. Now, do you think he's going to keep it up for a bit later or immediately go for it right now?
Oh, I actually think the Regal Inquisition is going to get popped as soon as he has the ability to. Obviously not yet. He's not yet level 3. But The moment he hits level 3, I'm expecting to see that Regal Inquisition because I think he's going to value being able to make an Omen out of it and proc additional Regal Inquisitions with that Grim Pastiche that we saw earlier.
Yeah, that would be amazing, and that's why it is probably a one-off because the Grim Pastiches are already in the deck, so he can have as many of them as he really wants. It's like basically a 5 of once you find it.
Mm-hmm. Hyoka here not exactly turboing up, right? We have the backup charger coming out, so taking a turn off here, I think maybe in a position where he doesn't like the odds of banishing on turn 1.
Yeah, and he's also keeping after last game where he was, he had the dungeon guide out and the dungeon guide got negated. Now he's playing a bit more safely and having the backup charger out so he can pay 3 later in the game when he, if anything happens to the dungeon guide that he has in hand, he does still have the guaranteed ability to pay 3 and level up to level 3.
Yeah, and I think being able, again, to control that banish. That is the absolute name of the game for Hyoka here. Making sure that the appropriate cards get banished. Sometimes you're willing to roll the dice, sometimes you're willing to take the odds, but most of the time you really want to guarantee that an arcane card gets banished whenever you're banishing a card.
Yeah, and that's also why he's not leveling up immediately, because I believe that, looking at his hand as well, he just doesn't have enough arcane cards, so he needs to draw a bit more with the fluffy shopkeep, with actually however he can to just find those arcane cards, because right now there's none in his hand. I do see those 2 careful studies, I believe, and a dungeon guide as well. So he has the later game cards, but he doesn't have the setup just yet.
Mm-hmm. We're seeing Tepslor cycle through kind of a bunch of different cards here. Saw a Flamstroke Cell hit the yard, going up to level 2 here and getting an extra discard and replace from that. And Dungeon Guide turboing him directly up to 3.
Yeah, so do you think, are you betting on seeing that Regal Inquisition now that he's going up to level 3? I know that's what you were talking about, but now Hyoka doesn't really have many cards in his memory.
So actually this early on, I think Regal Inquisition is much better here than it would be later because you can strip out those arcane cards from the memory and make it harder for him to level up.
Is it actually exactly because he didn't yet level up, so you know that he probably has less arcane cards?
I think he's actually in a position right now to have more arcane cards, but if you can get rid of his memory, how is he going to level up? What's he going to do there? I mean, I guess he has the backup charger, so maybe he's waiting until the backup charger gets popped, so there's not a way to freely put more cards into his memory.
But then you're still forcing him to not have the backup charger for the level 3 turn where you're just going to negate him and negate his dungeon guide anyways.
Yeah, oh man. So this is the timing of the Regal Inquisition is really, really dangerous, right? Because if he decides to use it in a way that he just strips the memory away from Hyoka, then Hyoka's potentially has to take a turn off from leveling. He could also use it just to get rid of all of the arcane cards that Hyoka has. Arcane cards in the graveyard are much less valuable for Hyoka than they are in the banish. And all of those arcane cards are potentially valuable later on. We do see that Tepslor is valuing getting some extra damage and potentially some control with that Spirel coming out.
Yeah, and then, the 3 damage really is important. I'm not sure. I didn't quite catch what he put under the Spirel, but I'm really curious to see if we'll see Spirel's ability for anything other than the extra 3 damage, because very often nobody really uses it for the negate part because it's very tough, right? It's the same with the Arisanna that lets you reveal the top card of your deck. It's a gamble,
Yeah, it's somewhat you have to be able to predict what your opponent is doing in order to make it work. It's less of a gamble, I think, with Arisanna, since Arisanna is just pulling from the top of your deck. But if you can appropriately predict what your opponent is playing, you can kind of seed Spirel with cards of the appropriate cost. It is still expensive, and I believe that Tep only has the 1 card up in his hand. So I don't think he'll be able to activate Spirel here in order to stop the dungeon guide.
That would have been such a beautiful moment for the ages to see a Spirel negate a dungeon guide. That would be the maximum, that would be maximum value off of the Spirel, having, to be immediately capitalized off of it. But unfortunately for Tep, the dungeon guide does resolve. Now, do you think he's thinking, he must have another dungeon guide, seeing as he Has he already played his, or do you think he knows about the disorienting winds shenanigans that Hyoka's doing? Now he does.
Yeah, now he definitely does. Yeah, disorienting winds coming down, pulling back that dungeon guide, ready to go up to 3, potentially immediately. It's a little unclear to me whether or not Hyoka is in a position where he wants to banish all of the cards that he has in his memory. So he might actually spend a little bit more time here, not go up immediately again in order to be able to control that banish.
Oh, there, he just goes for a tell. I think a very big part of it is that he did draw an additional arcane card, so his odds are pretty good for it. Now, what are we going to see? Oh, Mnemonic Charm and a Careful Study. Those are not what you want to see gone. The Mnemonic Charm is acceptable in a way, but the Careful Study is definitely tough because you're losing out on potentially 6 Enlightenment counters, so 2 cards for 0 usually.
Yeah, and I wonder if this particular dungeon guide here, going up to level 3 so quickly, is a little bit informed by Hyoka worrying about Regal Inquisition being used in order to strip those cards away.
But now, isn't this the perfect time for Tep to just play the Regal Inquisition? Hyoka's all hands down.
Yeah, it's probably as good a time as any. Hyoka only has 5 cards in his memory, so not really a lot of cards to pick and choose from. But this
the Beguiling Coop coming out. I'm sorry to interrupt you there. I love this card because it is such an interesting card. Now, it's a 1-cost attack that lets you swap its attack. Swap the Beguiling Coop for another attack in your omen. Now, how does this really work with Intercept? Can I, because Intercept is a trigger, so you can get around this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It depends on how you time the ability of the Beguiling Coup. But the Beguiling Coup's ability can be used at any point during the attack. So you can swap for another attack that you have in your omens, and then change the target after the Intercept trigger has already resolved and the target's been changed.
So that's a really cool card in this matchup. And look at that. That is incredible. We do see the Spirel actually do some work and negate a card. For the first time on stream, I think, finally, Spirel is doing her work. Not only dealing damage, but negating the Scry Disguise. Do you think Tep planned that? Or was he like, oh, I didn't need this card anyways.
I think it's maybe a little bit of a target of opportunity. One of the cards that I was thinking about early on was Shattering Discharge, because that is a card that you can predict, right? You can see that going to the banish. You could be like, okay, I'm ready to counter that Shattering Discharge, ready to negate that Shattering Discharge whenever it comes out. But then Scry the Sky is also the same cost. So, seeding that 1 cost underneath is very, very powerful. And I am sure Tep saw the amount of value that Hyoka got from the Scry the Skies in the previous game.
Yeah.
So he knows exactly what he's up against. And that is the perfect card to negate here too, right? Because if Hyoka's not able to set up the top of his deck in that way, then he is at the mercy of just the luck of the draw, instead of knowing he's going to draw, the Summon Wind or whatever.
Yeah, but look at that. He does have the second Scry Disguise because he's him. It's just Hyoka. He is the main character of Niagara Falls on stream. He had his win in it on stream, and now he's here with a completely rogue deck. Obviously not a rogue deck for Hyoka,
right?
But a rogue deck at doing so well at a competition.
Yeah, this is an amazing showing. Fighting through these kinds of negates, right? Getting the dungeon guide negated in game 1, being able to power out the dungeon guides here in game 2. I think also kind of worried about the negating dungeon guide. Instead, eating that negate on the Scry the Skies, but having the backup, right? Being able to Careful Study and then being able to move straight into doing something a little bit more massive. Not quite the 9-card glimpse that we would have been looking for in the previous game. Unfortunately, with all of the norm banishes, Hyoka's level is only at 5 right now. So he's got a lot of work to do in order to develop the kind of value that he was getting in the previous game. But it might be enough.
Yeah, and he's also definitely playing a lot more careful now that he saw the Spirel. And like you said, he's a bit more afraid of all the negates that you wouldn't expect from a normal fire deck. You can see that he's playing a lot more carefully. He hasn't played his second Scry Disguise yet, which is very, very interesting to me because Tep has no cards in hand. What do you think he's really afraid of right now?
I think it's still part of the setup. Like, I think one of the things that he wants out of Scry the Skies is to set up a potentially lethal turn then. And in this case, he kind of had to expend a few more resources in order to get to the point where he had another Scry the Skies to play. So with all those cards already down in his memory, he might be like, oh, well, I don't have access to my win conditions right now. Maybe let's set up for another turn later on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's definitely it because he still passed with those cards in hand. I do believe the other card he kept in hand is a Shattering Discharge, which, it's easy to forget, especially because almost always Hyoka plays it from Banishment, but you can still play it. It's a 1 cost that you can still play from your hand as well, and it is 2 unpreventable damage.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, we have Tep materializing the Manxam Armoire, so getting ready to pull something out of his omens if he needs it. But otherwise, just passing the turn back to Hyoka. We do see the Terrafring on the board. I wonder if Tep is ready to banish the Terrafring kind of preemptively now in order to deal with... there it is.
He has a feeling that Hyoka's influence is really high, even though last turn I negated his Scry Disguise. So he's probably a bit afraid here, though his hand is also not looking very good. Tep's hand having 2 Dungeon Guides in there. This Beguiling Coup, and I don't quite catch, I couldn't quite catch the last card, but probably that is the most important card in there. But he could very well just be teasing Hyoka and be like, I do have it, trust me, and making him play around it. Now, do you think Hyoka's the kind of player that will make Tep just have it? Or really play around it and be more careful? What's in your experience?
I mean, it's Rai.
Yeah.
Rai is not known for playing around things. I think Hyoka in this position is definitely going to be concerned about getting spirelled again. So he wants to watch out for that. But at the same time, if he doesn't go for it, what's he doing?
Yeah.
Like, there's only so many turns that he can build up. Now he's very carefully doing math, pointing out the individual cards. We have an Arcane Sight already activated this turn. So a temporary level counter, bringing Hyoka up to level 6.
It just doesn't sound as scary as every other game he's played, but he also has a full grip, and he's banishing a Mnemonic Charm. Now, that is taking a massive risk, because like you said, the Spirel is still awake, and her ability can absolutely be used. So, do you think he's going to go for the Scry here and try and potentially bait out that Spirel negate?
I think there's decent odds here. Popping the charm for the first spell that he's casting this turn. Oh, well,
Yeah, it came last.
There's
Yep.
probably not an 11 underneath Spirel.
That is very, very likely, but it's still such an interesting, because we've only seen Hyoka really play it, unless if he's going for the kill. Do you see do you see the line here? And then he draws another one. Now, if this were any other champion except the warrior, that would be game over here.
Yep.
But Guardians have the 30 life. So do you think that with this second Arcane Blast and his current grip, do you think there's a way for him to take the game home?
It's really tough to say. Like, if Hyoka can potentially bank on being able to draw extra cards this turn, being able to look through that top of his deck, I would say that he absolutely has it here in a heartbeat. But with that threat of Spirel, it's a lot harder to tell whether or not Hyoka will be able to make it through. And we didn't see what card made it under Spirel, but decent odds that it is the 1 cost again, ready to negate yet another Scry the Skies.
Yeah, so I do believe he did have 2 Beguiling Coups in hand as well. So it could, it could very well be another one. So but Hyoka does have 2 Scry Disguise. Now, unfortunately, I don't see how he could draw another card, except the Tome of Sacred Lightning is still on board. So actually he can, as long as it's as long as he can resolve at least 1 Scry Disguise, he can easily start to snowball, because under that Tome of Sacred Lightning is the Tome of Knowledge. That's how you can draw the 1 card. Oh, Fluffy Shopkeep is in his hand too.
Whoa!
Oh, it was not a 1 cost, it was a 3 cost. That is... Tep just has this incredible, he's a psychic. He can predict exactly what Hyoka's gonna do. Do you think he studied Hyoka's games yesterday or something? Because he has been able to negate 2 of Hyoka's most essential cards to get to the win, and he's done it so effortlessly.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting the cards that he has chosen here, right? First negating a 1, now in a position to negate a 3, and now he's put another card underneath, and who knows what that card's going to be.
Yeah, we might see a 5-cost card come out for then the disorienting wins, and that's going to be, Hyoka's like, all right, I finally have what I need, and then bam, heavy swing coming out.
Well, Hyoka ready for the heavy swing, banishing that Tariff Ring here, not willing to be attacked. Hyoka's in a dangerous position. Let's be real here. For all that Hyoka could burst out, however much damage he can in whatever situation, Hyoka right now only 7 health away from death.
Yep, and there is the beguiling coup, so Tep has to go all hands down. Hyoka points it out like, yeah, I knew what you were going to do, so here you go. And then, he's just attacking for 3 now, and that means Tep doesn't have the ability to... Wait, is he going to take 8 damage to draw?
Couldn't
draw
quite tell
2
what
cards
he's-
because he only has 1 counter in Devouring Malice. Now, if he takes 8 unpreventable damage, that will give him enough cards to pay for the Beguiling Coup. Do you think that is what we're going to see here, or is he going for something else?
Well, if he has enough to pay for the Beguiling Coup, he can swap it out for the heavy swing, which is definitely lethal here.
True. Now, Hyoka only has the... Yeah, I believe he kept the Shattering Discharge and the Scry Disguise in hand, which... Oh, he's gambling? Is he going gambling, blindly drawing a card? Oh, no way!
Was it?
It was a spell shield. It's an arcade spell shield.
Wow!
That is crazy.
Off the top. What a
but
player,
he
Hyoka.
he has a Resolute. Going for a Resolute stand. Which is still enough here. But
Yeah.
that is crazy that he did have, sure, the Resolute stand is great. Now he's missing out on a card drop, but the Arcane Spell Shield would have been actually insane here as well. Why do you think he went for the Resolute stand over the Spell Shield?
I think that was actually not prepared. I think he was not prepared, right? So this was the extra damage here. I think he was worried about Spirel potentially negating the spell shield.
Another, but he wouldn't. But he didn't have the cards for it. Oh, so Hyoka is an incredible player, and he's looking for everything. I think this is the one thing he missed. Is the heavy swing was kind of, obviously. It's for sure not a malicious thing because it's hard to signify what your omens are. And I think he did just miss the heavy swing there, which is unfortunate because he top decked the card.
Right?
Oh, that is wow. At least we do get to see an amazing game 3 of this matchup. But
yeah, and what a finish to game 2, right? This is exactly Ciel's plan.
Yeah.
This is 100% what this deck is built to do, right? Getting that Beguiling Coup, swapping out for the heavy swing, dealing that large, massive attack, backed up by the extra chip damage from the Ciel level 3 ability. So this game plan essentially was exactly in line with what Tep wanted. And Spirel on the board, sufficiently slowing down Hyoka, the Tariff Ring, meaning that an Arcane Elemental's not going to be as good at that point. I think this game lined up exactly the way Tep wanted it to.
Yeah, it worked out perfectly because he did have the heavy swing. He did have the Beguiling Coup. So, and he did have enough turns, like you talked about, of having that the massive... massive grip of omens. But it's in banishment. So he had his ideal game happen here.
I think it's not unreasonable to talk of the omens as if it's a second hand.
Yeah.
Because with the Manxum Armoire, with stuff like
actually even Beguiling Coup, I think, because you have to pay extra, but at the same time, 3 costs paying 3 for a heavy swing is still pretty good.
Yeah, no, 3 for a heavy swing is a pretty good deal. I don't think anybody will argue that one.
Yeah, so it's it is essentially a second hand because there's so much interaction with those omens, and that's why it's such an interesting deck as well. I really love these two champions, both having very unique styles, but both having like a special way of playing Grand Archive.
Oh my God, Clem, do you know what this means? Hyoka's going first.
Oh my God, this is first. Finally, we get to see what Rai can do when he gets to go first in a game. I'm interested in seeing how this goes. Hopefully, we'll not see a Spirit into backup charger like we have for the past 2 games.
Yeah, honestly, the speed of this Rai deck has been impressive to me. It's really come out a little bit earlier than I expected. The tools that it has access to, the ways that it has to kind of dig deep have really kind of overperformed based on my expectations of what this deck was like.
Yeah, even after 3 rounds of seeing this deck on stream, I'm like, it's Rin Rai. What is happening? And I'm like, but then every time I realize Hyoka's happening, Wind Rai is happening. It's a really, really good deck, but it's been such a joke. It's been a joke for such a long time that it's like, ha ha ha, Wind Rai is good. Hyoka's proving to us that if you know the deck, it is really, really good in the current meta.
Yeah, it's been surprisingly powerful, and man, I am, I obviously as a caster, I can't play favorites here. Both of these players, excellent. Making it to day 2, even to begin with, is a great start. Yeah. But I I can't help but root for what we're seeing here.
Yeah, but look at that hand that Tep has. Last game, I feel like he lost the good graces of the Grand Archive because his hand was mostly, I believe it's 4 or 5 Umbra cards, which is not what you want to see right here.
No, it's a whole lot of purple, which is really a shame.
Oh, so Richt is hiding. The Volda came out, which is very, very interesting because Volda is something that you would think that to bring out against the Wind deck, but both of these players know the other's deck list now because deck lists are open. So why do you think the Volda came in? What is he really afraid of here?
Well, Volda is kind of a fast attacker, right? With how much... I think I may be actually getting Volda and Varukan Acolyte confused with each other. Volda is the one that allows you to get damage unprevented, right? So, okay. So... yeah, no, that's a really good question. It's a really good question. Because the damage prevention that Hyoka has shown so far has been... we've seen the Resolute stands. I guess also having seen Spell Shield Arcane is kind of a big deal. So when you're attacking with, that 9 damage heavy swing, the last thing you want in that situation is to get that Spell Shielded.
Yeah, and speaking of Spell Shield, there it is in the banishment now. Hyoka going up to level 1, right? There was a backup charger earlier, so we still saw that. But going first, it's not as big of a disadvantage, right? Because he still gets to have 1 materialization on his opponent, but he's behind on levels in a way that Tep got to level first. Do you think that's going to impact the game long term, or is he just like, because he went first, it's fine?
Tep doesn't really have the hand to turbo up the way that he did in previous games. So I doubt we're going to see a level 2 into dungeon guide here from Tep, which is really what he would need in order to keep that level advantage.
Yeah.
Because Hyoka's got the cards. Hyoka is in a pretty good position.
He always has the cards. There's the dungeon guide once again. I see I'm not sure if it's the Scry Disguise or an Arcane Blast. They are similarly colored. But I do believe that is the 2 Scry Disguise. So he is ready for the Spiral. He can get through 2 Beguiling Coups now. So he can get through the 1 Beguiling Coup under a Spiral. But little does Hyoka know, he'll probably be able to play those Scry Disguise before Tep even gets to play a Spiral.
Yeah, I mean, it really looks like Tep is digging for an answer. Tep is digging not only for an answer, but just for a next play, right? Still so much purple in his hand. The fast cure here is definitely going to help a little bit, being able to have that extra floating memory in order to potentially move up to level 2. But we may just see him continue to dig. I believe Hyoka is passing the turn into the Materialize of Tep now.
Yeah, and the very important part of the Flumsor cell is what it discarded, because the Fast Gear and the Rictus Tiding have the exact same amount of the exact same reserve cost. So he got to draw 2 cards off of the Flumsor cell.
Yeah. No, perfect. One of the great things about Flumsor Cell is just the extra boost you get, turning it into kind of a reduced cost creative shock using the omens from Ciel. So that's a very strong move here.
Yeah, it's really good, and Tep really needed to that Fast Gear on multiple levels for the floating, and because it's a 2 cost. So that was a perfect discard here. Now, what are we looking for? There's a dungeon guide as well.
Wow.
He did find all that he needs, but now that he's level 3, what do you think the plan is going forward, and what are we going to see from him? Because his hand is a full grip of Umbra cards, but he still hasn't done much. He has no omens. What's the plan going forward here for him?
I mean, I fully expect to see Tep follow up with the same plan as the previous game. I think he's going to be looking to try and make the same things happen. In this case, he's just kind of digging a little bit, but we'll see how stuff ends up getting into his omens, and whether or not we're going to see that Spirel follow up, just like we did in Game 2. Because I think Spirel was one of the more powerful cards he had access to.
Yeah, but I don't believe he has a Spirel this time. He does have a Carter, but in this matchup, would you go for the Carter here just for, just to negate the damage that you got from the Umbra side? Oh,
I mean, I think Carter makes a lot of sense here in order to clear that Fluffy, right? He needs the ability to get through, and having a Fluffy shopkeep up for defense is definitely not what Tep wants to see.
Yeah, and it's 4 damage to Hyoka as well, so he does start, getting all that damage in with the 2 from the DCL and 4 from the Carter, and he recovers back down to 0. It was a pretty good turn for him with that Dungeon Guide draw.
And an especially dangerous move, now the Profane Bindings is in the Omens. So that clears the way for Grim Pastiche to fully negate any card that Hyoka plays.
The question is, does Tep have the Grim Pastiche?
I mean, grip full of purple cards, right? He's got to have something.
Yeah, true. But, if their attacks, he's in a bit of a tough position right now, having no attack omens and only 2 omens currently. Only 2 omens currently, which means he got up to level 3 very, very quickly here. Now, Hyoka's deck is all about surprises and winning in 1 turn, but do you think he's a bit nervous now, seeing that, oh no, Tep is once again up to level 3. He does have the level advantage, and I really have to catch up to him now.
I mean, he does have to catch up, and Dungeon Guide is here for exactly that purpose. Not getting Profane Bindings, so that's pretty lucky for Hyoka. And a really good, an okay banish, right?
Yeah, he's losing 2 of his very important damage cards, valuing the arcane, the levels from that, over being able to play them. But last game, he got severely punished for it. Do you think it's, he's just once again making Tep have it, or no Spirel, only 1 card in hand, he's brave enough to just go for it?
I mean, I think the other difference between this game and Game 1 is the level counters, the bonus from Rai, because we only have 3 arcane spell cards in the banish. So Rai currently level 6, giving, a 6-card glimpse out of Scry the Skies is not bad, but it's not 9.
Definitely not even close to 9 right now. So that was, both of those cards would actually take quite a while to get out, because if instead of the Arcane Elemental, it was any other card that's not an arcane card, that would still mean that the Arcane Elemental would cost the there's 2 arcane Regalia in banishment. It would be 2 arcane cards, so it would still be a 3-cost elemental, so he cannot do his shenanigans. So I think you're absolutely right that it's just taking him some time to set up, so he's taking values, the levels, over anything else.
Yeah, I mean, right now he just doesn't have the same resources available to him. If you think of, the arcane cards banished as a resource, right, building up that power over time, he's definitely not at the power level that he was this early on in Game 1. And this is a lot closer to what we saw out of Game 2, kind of a slower approach, let alone, getting your cards negated. That's definitely going to slow you down. But just not having the same burst potential, right? If you're at level 6 instead of level 9 or level 15, the options that are available to you are a lot more reduced.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the Tome of Knowledge out either. Now, it's just very, very cute of Hyoka not exactly knowing how Carter works, taking the dungeon guide of it was like ready to be like, oh, my dungeon guide is gone, and then Tep had to be like, it's okay, the Carter's only a 2/3 with cleave now, you're fine. But Tep has a full grip of heart cards once again, which is incredibly scary because I do see that Grim Pastiche as well. So Hyoka has to play a lot more carefully, but he was able to at least set his deck up last turn.
Yeah. So we know a little bit about what's on top of the deck. We also saw 3 visits go off in order to stem a little bit of the bleeding from that Carter. So some nice recovery there.
Yeah. Ooh, that careful study in hand as well. I would love to see it come out. However, for 2, it feels like such a massive investment, which sounds funny when you consider that he could draw a lot of cards off of it, but that's still very tough. The Tome of Knowledge coming out using the Advent. So now we've seen all of Hyoka's damage cards or ways to win. At least one of them going to banishment. So now he only has 3 of them.
And he's at that critical 9, right?
Yeah, but sorry, look at that. He does immediately find them as well.
So this is where Hyoka wants to be. Tep obviously in a position to potentially deal with whatever Hyoka's doing. But with that extra banish, with the tome on the table, Hyoka now has a lot more of the resources that he needs in order to power out some threats. So we'll see how he ends up stacking this particular Scry the Skies. Once he decides kind of which cards he wants access to, which cards he's willing to put down, he is in a position where he can start playing Careful Studies for free and getting those extra cards. Already 5 Enlighten counters on his champion, so he has some gas in the tank for sure. It's just a question of the order in which he tries to play it out and whether or not he's taking into account the kind of interaction that Tep is presenting.
Yeah, because it seems like the issue with Hyoka playing so far ahead is that I think sometimes he forgets that other people have interaction. He might not really have anything, but other decks, and especially here, seeing the omens that Tep has, it is very likely. And there's the Tome of Sacred Lightning immediately banishing. So he is on level 9 now. With the Mnemonic Charm, which is 11. 12 now from the Arcane side. Do you think we're going to see the combo turn?
That's a really good question. We have level, what's the level? 10 now, I think?
It is
5, 3, 1, and 1?
5, 3... That's 8, 9, 10 from the Arcane side, and the Mnemonic Charm is always a potential too.
The Mnemonic Charm as well, yeah. So potentially as much as 12 for an Advent or a Arcane Blast.
Yeah. Oh, do you think that was a bait for the Grim Pastiche onto the Profane Bindings with the Careful Study? Or
no, I think he legitimately wanted that Careful Study. I think he legitimately wanted the extra cards.
Obviously, you always want it, but because it costs 0, it feels like such an effective bait for something like that, and he still has the Scry the Skies.
I mean, it's a little bit dangerous to call it a bait, I think. I think it is kind of important to Hyoka's strategy this turn. So I think that was absolutely the correct negate from Tep, because that slows down the additional card draw from Hyoka. So Hyoka won't have as many threats available to him this turn. He's going to have to dig a little bit deeper. And here he goes, now needing to Scry the Skies again and kind of not reload, but reassess a little bit and making sure that the top of his deck is set up for a future turn because he's no longer in a position to get the value that he needs this turn.
Yeah, and he definitely also needs to remember that he's going to draw a card for turn and how to exactly order that, because he really plans his deck mostly around what he's going to draw in the turn. Like that he's incredibly good at setting it up to combo off of each other very well, but right now he's in a position where he has to plan a lot further ahead. Now, we saw a bunch of those critical win cards, win conditions on top of his deck. Do you think he's in a spot where it's likely for him to survive until next turn to be able to combo and win off of those cards?
Well, he has 19 health remaining at this point, right? 6 damage counters marked on Rai, 25 health total. So the real question is, can Tep find 19 damage on this turn? That seems like It seems like a lot to ask. Of course, Grande Sonnerie is going to make that potentially more doable. And here comes the Beguiling Coup. Do we have a heavy swing in the Omens? I think we do.
Oh, but he does the armoire, and now we will have it because he's swapping into the. This is such a cool interaction that he has here, and it's not something that I think you think about until you get to these day 2 players who are incredibly good and knowledgeable about their deck. Now, how much damage will that be?
So the heavy swings coming in for 6. The Grande Sonnerie, I think, is at once the you're not going to get the extra bonus from the Omen count on the Grande Sonnerie, but you are still getting the bonus from Servile Possessions, which is going to be an additional 2. So that sounds like 6.
All right, yeah. So there's going to be 2 from Grande Sonnerie. There's going to be 6 from Heavy
2
Swing.
from here. 6 from here.
And then the Beguiling
Coup is going to be 1 extra because it's from the Omens. And then we'll have another 2 from the Servile Possessions. That looks like 11?
Yes, that looks like 11 damage plus 2 from the Carter. 13 damage this turn.
13 damage. Also not quite enough. We were looking for that 19 from before. A little bit of a conversation between the players. I guess they're trying to clear up the ordering of effects here.
Yeah. So, and then the armoire swapping Omens. So that's 2 more damage from Ciel. And then the Beguiling Coup also becoming an Omen. So that's another 4 damage. So that is 17 damage this turn. We were on 13.
Yeah, wow, that's really close.
Sorry, we were on 11, right? And then 2 from the Carter, 13. 2 from the Coup, 15, 17, yeah.
Yeah, and we're also seeing 3 visits come out from Hyoka's Banish, so a little bit more recovery for Hyoka. So still not quite there. A lot of resources going into this attack, though. Can Tep find an extra 4 damage on top of what we're already seeing? I don't think he has the influence in order to burst out any more.
And there's a Resolute stand as well. So, they're resolving, showing that, okay, he did pay the 2 to swap out for the Heavy Swing. So the Resolute is going to prevent another 3. So that is not quite enough with the recovery as well. And then there's another Ciel is doing Ciel things. There's so much damage happening in just 1 turn from Ciel existing, actually. So obviously, we see a lot of swapping, but what is Ciel's ability exactly? Why is Hyoka taking so much damage?
So, at the end of every turn, Ciel gets an Omen put under Servile Possessions. At Ciel level 3, every time you put an Omen, you mark an Omen, you get to deal 2 damage unpreventable to any target. And the Manxum Armoire swapping cards in and out of the Omens, that deals 2 damage. The Beguiling Coup swapping cards in and out of the Omens, that deals 2 damage. And what we saw at the end of the turn, the Heavy Swing being taken from the graveyard into the Omens, that 2 damage actually went onto the Dungeon Guide instead of onto Hyoka. Tepslor realizing that he's in danger and valuing that damage reduction as well as the recovery from Carter in order to kind of make the difference there.
Yeah, and now something very, very important to note here is that we are in overtime now. The turn, it went into overtime on Tep's turn, and it's Hyoka's turn number 1. I dare doubt that we're gonna get to the 3rd total turn, but Hyoka has less than 2 minutes to finish out his game. Now, do you think that someone as experienced as Hyoka on the right deck has is capable of finishing out such a complex game in a minute and a half?
I legitimately think that he can. If he realizes that he has to rush, I think he can rush like that. But he has to remember what he has on top of his deck. He did previously stack it in the previous turn, so he knows exactly what he has access to. And the question is, can he put it together in that amount of time?
Yeah, it seems so. He is going up to level 12 now because he has 6 arcane cards in banishment, plus 1 level from the Tome of Sacred Lightning. That means 7 plus this level 3, that is 10. So he's putting it all on the advent of the Stormcaller here to be able to deal enough damage, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. That is because, sure, he can order his deck, but all of his cards are slow. So he only has now less than a minute left, so he's going to deal 10 damage here. At most, 8 damage, it seems, by banishing 4 arcane cards, which means he does get 4 extra levels, but it's not quite enough, right?
Yeah, I mean, he does have the extra card draw off of the tome, so he could potentially immediately grab an Arcane Blast or something like that. And that might be what he is planning for, but he really has to rush here. Only 20 seconds left on the clock now.
Yeah, he's drawing. Careful study. He's really rushing.
Yeah, he is.
He's being like, okay, I know what I'm doing exactly, but let me do it. So let me do it properly, because we have seen it on stream before. If you skip steps, it's not where you want to be at all. Oh, the dungeon guide is very unfortunate there. He does have the levels, but he did not find it. Ran out of time, and I believe he wouldn't have been able to get there anyways, because he had 1 Arcane Blast down in his memory already. He had 2 Advent of the Stormcallers in banishment already as well, so it's not, he didn't quite have it. He had to have dig through all of his deck and had to have the time, but he still ordered it properly and played the game properly. So it was amazing to see, but unfortunate that it didn't quite go anywhere. So we're on day 2, second round of day 2, so this is not where you want to tie. That game
really
has to have a winner.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate. Getting that draw, both of these players already have a draw under their belts. So this draw, I'm not sure if this draw is going to put them out of the running. I haven't kind of looked at the list. I haven't done the math. I think there's a decent shot if they win out from here that they could potentially be at that point, maybe relying on tiebreakers in order to make it into top 8. But yeah, not getting that clean win is real dangerous.
It is very, very tough. I do believe that both of these players still have a shot of making it to day 2, because there were a lot of players that just barely made day 2 yesterday. So nobody is out of the running yet. I would love to see both of these decks at the top, because we see a lot of Merlin today.
For sure.
So it would be amazing to have both of them back later. But I was sad not seeing a winner, because Hyoka both of these players played so beautifully, knowing their decks so well, and both of them had to have this setup, right? One of them is a lot more obvious than the other one, but
yeah, I just like thinking back to the game, imagine if this game was untimed, right? Imagine if we got this game in the quarterfinals. How would that have ended? Hyoka not in a rush at that very end, kind of being able to dig through the cards and seeing what he got. He did need some very specific cards in order to close the game out at that point. So I think it still wasn't exactly in Hyoka's favor, but it was by no means a guarantee one way or the other. If he had pulled an Arcane Elemental anywhere in that top mess of cards, he had the he had the
Arcane Blast,
yeah,
and
he had
the
Arcane Blast.
Elemental.
He had the disorienting winds or the summon gale, like I saw the wind cards coming up also in that pile. So he could very well have found an extra 14, maybe even 25 damage at that very end, but a lot of it just depended on what was on top of his deck, and he was past the stacked cards already, so it was luck of the draw.
Yeah, that was a very, very tough game. It did go on for quite a bit, so no interview, unfortunately, after this. We're going to be sending it to a quick break and be right back with you with round 11 of day 2 of Welcome back, everyone, to round 11 of Ascent Niagara Falls. I'm Clement. I'm here with Bonnie. How are you doing?
Doing great. Was the last round. It was such a fun round.
Yeah, it was so fun, and it ended kind of disappointingly, but it was still, like, I was on the edge of my seat watching that. But something even more fun and interesting is coming up here. Two teammates, ex-True Champion members, now at main deck, Lineage Breaker or SBP, if you ask yesterday's interview. It's going to be Perfy and Guruos going up against each other. Are you excited? I'm very excited.
Yeah, it's always fun, especially because as a team, and we've had a bit of discussion about this earlier, in part with the Isaac interview about teammates playing or not the same list. We have a perfect mirror match, card for card. Actually, one little small exception. Guruos is on Spirit of Fire. Perfy is on Vira Spirit of Fire. Gotta get the bling in there.
Yeah, but this time, Guruos will win this beautiful Ithni here. So he will have his Ithni for the next event. But so this is a very interesting game. I had a chance to talk to both of these players a bit before the game. Perfy is 1-7 against Guruos at events. However, Guruos has never won against Perfy in testing because Perfy was, according to Guruos, Perfy was the mastermind of this deck. So, which will prevail here? Do you think the event score or the testing score will be the more important one?
Well, that record is also on mostly different decks. You know,
True.
Them being on Merlin is a recent development because, well, it has been decided that it's a great thing in this current meta. But mirror match always very interesting for me because there's two ways of looking at it, and it really depends how the games are going to pan out, because at the same time, it's both a really good showcase of how different people can play the same game, the same deck differently, and the great skill expression. And at the same time, sometimes the mirror match makes it that there's not a difference in like deck building and player interpretation. Sometimes one player just draws better than the other. And
Yes.
that's very sad to see.
Yeah, and especially here because both of these players are incredibly good, and they're incredibly good friends, where Guruos' wedding was this Friday, actually the day before Niagara Falls, so him and his wife are both here playing, and Perfy was at the wedding, so they came here together directly from the wedding. Guruos was playing in his wedding suit yesterday, so these players are, super close friends. They play together, they test together, they went to Worlds together. So if we're gonna see a similar play, like a basically mirrored play style of two players, it's gonna be these two as well. So I think it is really gonna come down to what you said of who draws better and who just has it. But I'm incredibly excited to see. There is one tiny difference between these decks as well. Guruos is playing Reclaim while Perfy is playing Swift Recruit, which
Yes.
in a prismatic edge Merlin deck, it really, unless you're afraid of Shadow Reaver, that is really just a personal preference of what card do you prefer looking at. And, it seems Guruos just likes Reclaim a bit more than Swift Recruit.
Yeah, the new Reclaim that's been announced for
Yeah.
Ascent might change a lot of people's opinion on what the prettiest card to put as that wind floating memory is.
Yeah, and look at that. Both of these players even having dark sleeves on their main deck and the main deck sleeve on their material deck, which is a bit confusing to say. Now, Perfy has a great start here. Has the wind card. He has a Swift Recruit there in hand. Has a Pendragon, a Cremation Ritual, a Dungeon Guide, but he doesn't have the Creative Shock, which is exactly what you would want to see here, right?
Yeah, that is kind of a little bricky for an opening. There's no good initial play here. Those giant dies to say hand size. We also have the wind in Guruos' hand, so those essentially eventually will be very scary.
Yeah, it is very funny that they add the very similar hands. Guruos also has that late game play with, I believe he also has the Dungeon Guide, 2 Fireballs. So, there's the Dungeon Guide as well. Essentially, the same thing. Fluffy Shopkeep being amazing in this. Like, what do you think you're going to see? Obviously banished every single time, but I know we talked about this yesterday, but would you remind the viewers who are at home and maybe missed day one why the Majestic Spirit and the Prismatic Edge are being banished when those are essential to the deck?
They're cards that you essentially never materialize. You do sometimes, especially with Elephant. Once I materialized the Majestic Spirit by paying the full 12 because I had nothing else in hand.
Nothing else is wild.
There are cards that you don't actually materialize. You have cards in your deck that pull them out either from material deck or from banishment. So it's essentially free to put them in banish because you can get them back anyway.
So it's very comfortable for Guruos to lose them for that free card draw then. And he has the Interceptor, but he knows exactly what he's up against, which I think this is going to be very fun to see what happens when you know your opponent's deck card to card. Because even with open deck list, that doesn't happen often, right?
Yeah, definitely. So it'll be a big time trying to read what's in the opponent's hand since you know everything. Now it's a guessing game, less of what's in their deck and more what's in their hand. The fireballs in Guruos' hands will be very big. Essentially, the Merlin mirror match, it boils down to who draws the three big important cards. You have the fireballs, the Ghost of Pendragons, and the Incarnate Majesty.
And both of these players having one of that each, and Guruos having banishing the Undying Dreams. He's just lucky, but at the same time, we saw Perfy cremation ritualing that Flame Rune Swordsman. So far, there's a third variable for Guruos, I believe. So far, it's looking pretty even. Do you even think anyone has the upper hand here? Oh, yeah, now I believe Guruos does, but do you agree with that? That, you know,
definitely, especially with the float already in the graveyard but not usable. Flame Rune Swordsman is last bonus, so the second that Perfy goes to level 1, right?
Preemptively going
That's
for the
interesting.
banishment here. I think Guruos may have forgotten that, he's a spirit.
Yeah,
But
pointing it out.
He'd be
Yeah,
like, oh
it is
no,
last bonus.
it's floating memory. He was too excited to be like, all right, I can get ahead of Perfy here.
Yeah, sometimes you just forget that your opponent played a bit slower. Perfy took a turn to backup charger, and that's a
It saved him.
pause. Yeah, exactly. It's a pause that threw Guruos off there.
Yeah, and the weird part is that it saved him this time. So I actually am surprised, but there is the Lorraine coming out. Now, it is the exact mirror. Both of these players doing the exact same thing of Lorraine with the Inert Sword going into level 3. Now, I think that's a very interesting card to see, especially in the fire deck. Why do you think Perfy and why do you think both of these players actually include the Ignite the Soul in the deck?
I feel like there's a lot of damage prevention effect in the meta that player want to play around between the Crystallized Destiny that a lot of deck can play. We saw Hyoka running Spell Shield Astra. Definitely not a common pick, but it's a type of effect that is very played in meta. So having both a floating memory if you don't need it, and a way to deal 1 damage just to pop those Spell Shield type effects is very important. We will see a backup charger. We can take our time here in this matchup. Staying on Merlin level 2 in the Merlin mirror match is actually good value because since your opponent also wants to level up, they'll need to put float down to the rear at some point. So you're really cutting their option by staying on that level 2 and just threatening to eat the float.
Yeah, and you're right, because now Guruos also lost out on the value of eating up that Flame Rune Swordsman, which isn't necessarily true, I think, because at the first glance, that is what you think, but at the same time, he still denied the floating memory from Perfy. Do you think it's, he probably still feels bad, but do you think it's really as devastating as you think at first glance?
It's not devastating, but sometimes Grand Archive is a game of small details, of inches. So we'll see if at the end of the game Perfy lives with 1 life remaining, if that costs Guruos the game. We'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, it's going to be devastating if that is what does it in. And Perfy losing a Resolute Sin and a Stalwart Shieldmate. Obviously, the Stalwart Shieldmate is not as terrible, but do you think he's miffed about the Resolute Sin? Is that a bad banish here?
The Resolute Stand is interesting because it can be useful and it cannot be. So the end game for Merlin matchups, you have to kill the Majestic Spirit because that gives Spell Shot to your champion. So you need to kill it to be able to fireball your opponent's face. So depending on how your hand pans out and how you go at killing the Majestic Spirit. Sometimes you have a lot of fireballs, so you can spend one fireball on the Majestic and the rest can go at face. But sometimes you have to find enough allies and maybe like playing a couple of Ghost of Pendragons and a Sudden Steel to kill the Majestic Spirit.
Speaking of Ghost of Pendragon, it is right there. But yeah, no, you're right that it's how you go around killing it because it's very, very tough. It's a 4/10 ally. It's not easy to get through, but
a 4/10 protected by a Resolute stand is basically unkillable.
Yeah, because most allies only attack for 3. Now, another interesting question I have, and I want your opinion on it, is Perfy saw that Guruos banished the Reclaim for one of his levels, but he already has the Swift Recruit in hand. Do you think he's going to risk having it in his memory for longer than just the level up here, or will we see it be back in hand and, kind of saving himself as well from Guruos being able to abuse his wind card too?
You definitely want to try to keep it in memory as little as you want. Again, both losing influence and losing those potential fireballs or whatever it is. And we see the
exact same play from both of these players is actually crazy, but Guruos leveling up to level 3 second is it has been to his advantage because of the Ghost of Pendragon. But do you think that's always the case? Like if you go up to level 3 second, you can clear the board easier, but you're behind a bit, aren't you?
Yeah, in general, given how centric Fireball is to winning the matchup, it tends to be that the person that levels up first has a slight advantage because you have more level counters. But here, the Guruos already has the level counter here, so it's a small advantage because they're both on the similar life total. So sometimes that one more damage on Fireball means that you can go for that kill turn just before your opponent can.
You're absolutely right. And looking at Perfy's hand, he's kind of out of gas for now. The Liminal Guide is great, but not now. It would have been a lot better earlier. And it seems slow and steady wins the game in Guruos' case because he's up a level counter. He denied 2 floating memory from Perfy already, and he's slightly up on damage currently as well. He's been having dealt 7 to Perfy, while Perfy only having dealt 6 to Guruos.
Yeah, we see the Hasty Messenger, and honestly, I think the right play here will be to discard the Swift Recruit because...
Yeah, because, it guarantees, but it seems that
No.
Perfy still wants I think he still wants to get the value off of the on-enter of the Prismatic Edge, because as long as he can play around and guarantee, if he plays for the Ascension with that card before Recollection, then he can use it and without being punished by Guruos. However, if Guruos also has the Ascension, it can really, really backfire here. But look at the exact mirror play from both of these players. Terrafring onto Terrafring, leveling up in unison. You see how both of them are, have tested a lot together and know their game plan.
Yeah, they've tested the matchup a lot. They know what the best line is in. I've made a comparison with Jim earlier about these being, like in chess, just predefined line that you just play. You're comfortable in them. You don't even really think about them. Just the best line, and you play that. Yeah,
and look at that. Guruos on 2-level counters. Attacking with the Inner Sword. Having dealt 11 to Perfy and in this game so far. But I think this might be what decides the game here, because Perfy having that drawn blade for free essentially with the Undying Dreams is going to be really, really impactful. But you know what he's missing? The Ascension. You know what he has? The Creative Shock. Do you think he'll have it? Do you think he's going to gamble for it here, or is he going to play it safe?
I think, he might find another float. And he did in the Undying Dream there. But you can't risk putting the Swift Recruit down with cards open on the opponent's side.
Yep, and unless he has the Ascension. And you see the Master of the deck. There it is!
So it paid off.
Yeah, and now he has the Ghost of Pendragon. He has the Ascension. He has a Swift Recruit, so he is set for this turn. Is this enough to turn the tide of the game? Ascension, Pendragon, and having both of those elements available for him for the Prismatic Prismatic Edge here.
It will help a little, and we did find the first Fireball. We found the Turbocharge too to draw some more cards. One thing that's interesting to me is the item priority. Guruos does have more Fireballs, so that face damage is worth a lot more when he swung face on the previous turn, but also meant leaving the Hasty Messenger alive, and obviously he doesn't fully know how mostly useless Perfy's hand was, but leaving the Cycler on the board can also make a difference because you're just digging for those Fireballs to try and find the win.
Yeah, and he has found one Fireball so far, and look at that. There's the Ascension coming out. Did you see if does Guruos have an Ascension himself as well? Now that the memory's been revealed, yeah, he's seeing that, okay, Perfy also has the win card, but he kept it in hand until now.
I don't remember seeing an Ascension in his hand, but he also doesn't have a sword for now.
Yeah, you're right. That is the more important part. Even if he had the Ascension, he could not activate it. But damn, that is absolutely terrifying. Well, Perfy using the Prismatic Ash to edge the attack here. Do you think, it's been a little, it's been very back and forth here. Both of these players taking a bit of chip damage, here and there, and slowly building up their damage, but Guruos has 3 Fireballs in hand. Do you think, though that's enough to close out the game next turn? Or is he, I know his influence is low, but, there is always a way to win.
It's interesting. Oh, did he just draw an Ascension?
1, 2, 4, 5. He did draw the Ascension, but there is
He's going for
Fireball, which is going to deal 7 damage here, and that is still not going to be just quite enough.
Showing 2 more Fireballs, and Perfy, with only 3 cards in hand, he had a Crystallized Destiny, but didn't keep enough cards to play it up. He wanted to get that Merlin even number of level counters extra damage in, and I don't think that matters, because the Guruos had enough damage. He had the Ascension to pop the Crystallized Destiny.
And then he had 2 Fireballs in hand, and which, no, he did. I don't believe he had enough cards to play a Fireball and then an Ascension as well, because he only had 3 cards in hand. So it would have cost 2 to play the Fireball, and then he had to attack with the Drawn Blade too to finish out the game. However, he saw that Perfy has no cards in hand. Well, he doesn't have enough cards in hand, so he just passed the turn. Now, the sideboards for these players are the exact same, so we only have to talk about one. What are each of them bringing in, you think?
Well, that's the interesting thing, because, odds are good that the sideboard will be the same because they've practiced so much, so they probably settled on the same idea, but they could be sideboarding differently, possibly.
But it could be the truth, but I think, us as casters can't really tell the mentality of the players, even though we know both of these players personally. We've talked to them. We've seen them at events so much. I believe you've probably even played against at least one of them at an event. But it's, there are always these best cards in here, and I believe, we're most likely going to see the same things coming in for both of them, which is basically everything. They thought that everyone's going to be playing Merlin, so let's just build a sideboard for Merlin. What are the sideboard cards in these decks?
So we have Regalas for some matchup. Nullifying Lantern has some utility in the Merlin matchup because it turns off the Crux side. But probably not worth putting in.
It turns off your own Crux side as well, so the reality of...
Side. So there's probably some mind games here between the 2 players. Safeguard Amulet is kind of interesting. It prevents those many Fireballs turn, but Merlin can play around, but it can make some for some interesting mental games, in addition with the Blanche that's also on the sideboard, because you can... So one player goes for a Fireball, you pop Safeguard in response, prompting the second Fireball before the Safeguard resolves, and then you drop the Blanche.
Yeah, so all of these are all mind game cards, and what each of them brings in is also a mind. So because they know each other's decks so intricately, because they're playing the exact same deck, I think in any, this is the most visible case of mind games that we will ever see. Playing the same deck card for card, being such good friends and testing partners that you're basically preparing for everything always together, having the exact same score as well, which is incredibly funny. So everything is the same, and it will come down to the mental game here. Whoever wins is probably still going to feel bad because it's never fun defeating a good friend of yours. But they're already having fun. Now, the mental game is still very scary, even when you're having fun, because you're like, well, I have this and I'm doing this, but what if I'm not, you know?
And there's a last card that will also prompt those mind games. There is a one of duplicitous replication in the sideboard, which is also a card I've been advocating for with my teammates. We were talking last minute sideboard cards just before the event in the Airbnb. It is a new Crux card from DTR that says that when a Regalia would next enter the field under your opponent's control, you make a copy of it. And there's a couple of fun utility with it, but the main big reason to play this in this matchup is because it copies the Majestic Spirit.
Oh, it's a
So
Regalia, you're right.
when your opponent tries to get the Majestic Spirit, you can get that one. But also, there's mind games around that, because if you play Incarnate Majesty, your opponent plays Duplicitous. Duplicitous says the next time a Regalia will enter. So you can Ascension in response and give a sword to your opponent instead of the Majestic
Oh, so you can outplay the other person, but then it's if you might out of habit bring in the Prismatic Edge and then be like, oh, I get a Prismatic Edge too. Don't mind if I do.
It's still not as good as the Majestic Spirit. And then the other thing to note is Majestic Spirit does not say unique on its type line. So if you copy the opponent's Majestic Spirit, you can still get your own out.
Now this is why you play 4 Duplicitous, so you can have 5 Majestic Spirits.
And they protect each other. They have the damage to every
Because-
other Crux
Because
unit.
it's oh
So
my god.
410 is hard to kill. 420 is impossible.
And then multiple, if you have multiple Duplicitous.
Also of note, you can Duplicitous a Duplicitous, because that will make a Regalia under your opponent's control, so then you can also make your own copy.
That is crazy. So you know, this is both of these players already started the game. 3 of Hearts coming out. I'm excited to see what this game is gonna be like. Once again, these players are really, really good friends. Guruos had his wedding. Perfy was a guest at his wedding on Friday, right before the Ascent. So he's immediately into a Grand Archive Ascent, and he's already on day 2 as well.
Ooh, losing the Dungeon Guide on level up. Hopefully we have more than one. The Liminal Guide is good, but very different starting hands here from both players again. So we have a much more aggressive side on Perfy, who already has a lot of damage potential on the board. Meanwhile, Guruos playing nothing. I didn't see if he has a Creative Shock in hand, but he seems to have a couple of resources, but no big punch in there compared to what Perfy has.
Yeah, but last game, Guruos was also a bit on the back foot, especially with that level 2 Merlin banishing a non-floating Flame Rune Swordsman. So that doesn't mean anything so far, especially him going second, you know. But the Dungeon Guide, is going to be incredibly painful here, because now Guruos can't even get any floating into the graveyard with that Creative Shock, except in there's no real way, because even if he does it in response, the Merlin will just eat it at the end of its turn.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a big lock on Guruos. And notice the Duplicitous Replication just got banished here.
Very unfortunate. We're not going to see an extra Majestic Spirit on Perfy's side. Now, do you think we're going to see a floating into the graveyard from Guruos, or just cycling something?
Just cycling something. You do not want to give a free level counter to your opponent like this. And yeah, it's not too bad losing the replication here, because you know you are so far ahead. You're locking your opponent out of so many cards with that early DG to Merlin 2 that you probably won't get into that kind of Majestic Spirit grind out war. So you can afford to play your own game instead of reacting that. So the replication is not that useful here. It doesn't hurt too much to banish it for the level.
Yeah, and knowing that both of these players have the same sideboard, they will probably expect it. So now Guruos can freely keep that Incarnate Majesty in hand, playing a Cheshire Cat right now, which is really good with that Inert Sword, being able to take care of the 3 of Hearts on its own. So that is going to be an incredibly painful ally to have for now, having Spell Shroud and Stealth. There not being many solutions to it, because people nowadays play Inner Sword and Sword of Shadows over
Sort of seeking.
Sword
yeah.
of Seeking. Yeah.
So the Majestic Spirit can clear Cheshire Cat. Technically, Creative Shock does not target, so you could play 2 Creative Shock, discard 2 fire to deal 4 damage to the Majestic Spirit.
That's a lot of work
It's
for
not.
a
It's not
Cheshire Cat.
optimal. Spirit Blade Ascension does not target. Well, the Prismatic Edge itself is not a spell, so it can deal with the Cheshire Cat. So there are options, mostly in the late game. It's a great play. It definitely evens out the board a bit, but it does show a big difference in tempo that the Cheshire Cat probably will be used to clear allies for the next couple of turns compared to Perfy that can just go face.
Yeah, for example, that Stalwart Shieldmate is going to go away. However, that gives Guruos the opportunity to level up with a Dungeon Guide. I don't believe he has right now, but he will in just a second here, banishing the... Oh, that's an Ascension, not quite. The backup charger banishment did not grant him the Dungeon Guide he so needs right now. That's also not it, unfortunately. So he cannot take care of the Stalwart and deny the utility of it from Perfy just yet.
Yeah, and so we won't yet see those Merlin standoff, but even if he leveled to Merlin 2, there's always the problem that if you try to eat a float, the other Merlin can use it in response. But if you don't, they can use it to level up. So you're just like locked in this face.
Yeah, it's a who rests their Merlin first. Perfy reminding Guruos to remove a durability counter from Inner Sword. So what is... Looking at Guruos' hand, he doesn't have the Dungeon Guide. He doesn't have a way to discard his floating memory. What is the best route he can take here to fight against Perfy?
Your best bet, and that's what happens here. Perfy leveling up means that Guruos now has access again to his floating memory, so he has good lines to level up. He can just play an Undying Dreams on the Cheshire Cat for no value and find a way to level up that way.
So he can just use the Undying Dreams for some damage here, right? And start pushing it. Do you think that is worth it to clear this Ghost of Pendragon here? I think so, but how do you feel?
Definitely is. The problem, again, is a question of tempo. Guruos is clearing allies while Perfy is going face. We see that, too, in him banishing the Incarnate Majesty to level up. Perfy is saying that I'm so far ahead, I don't need to play that long, grindy game. I will be able to kill you before you manage to come back.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a rough situation for Guruos because now he's actually on the back foot. Unlike one last game when it looked like he was, but he was actually able to come out ahead. He has the fireballs, which is amazing, but it's just not gonna be enough. Perfy joking that, oh, you're playing that Undying Dreams onto my ephemeral liminal guide, right?
That is my favorite type of GA banter. Just continuously during the game, both pointing the worst possible play to each other.
Yeah, being like, hey, we're good enough friends. You're gonna help me out. I scratch your back, you scratch my back, kind of deal. Except Perfy can't really scratch Guruos' back without breaking it right now.
Also hard to lean over the table.
yeah, getting up. So, Guruos leveling up to Merlin level 2 here. Why is he thinking about whether he should use? Why is he banishing both of those cards right now?
So, is he?
Why isn't he using the floating memory
He
instead
probably
of just,
probably wants to keep it to get that level counter. It's always a question of, do you want to keep more cards, or if your hand's not good enough, if you can spare the extra card to level up, you can get the little kickstart on those level counters, and you get the card back by drawing because you have that draw on every even level counter turns. So you get that card back as soon as you hit level 3.
Yeah, and then both of the cards that he had in his memory were floating memory as well, right? They should have gone away anyways. They served their purpose without having to be played because there is no efficient way of getting them out there. And the Stalwart Shieldmate is not going to do much in the face of a Pendragon, Liminal Guide, and Merlin herself.
Yeah, but there's a lot of late game. We had the Liminal Guide, so we can still... I think we have a Creative Shock too. So the level up play for Guruos here will probably just be Creative Shock, discard Liminal.
And then he has... Now he does have the Pendragon. He has a Fireball. Do you think he has the chance of coming back now that he's so close to level 3 and has the guaranteed level counter.
He'll get a lot of value as soon as he hits level 3. The big question is, will that be enough to come back as fast? The Terraforming is a great clear here because that means the Ghost of Pendragon will be mostly safe next turn. All of Guruos' resources will be used to leveling, so you can't... Like, you can play a Pendragon, but then you can probably... Will you be swinging with Merlin? That costs you your Inert Sword. So I'm not sure if that's a good plan, given that there's the Cheshire Cat on board that still benefits from this. So we'll see how that pans out. But again, it's that big question that Guruos in tempo is so far behind. Perfy has some pretty good ways of finding that lethal. I do see one Fireball in hand at least.
He has a Fireball. He has already dealt 10 damage. He has a Cheshire Cat in hand. Merlin has an even amount of level counters.
He has 2 Fireballs.
He has 2 Fireballs
Okay, so
in hand, so even more. So he is basically on the up now. Now, that is a very, very cool play from Guruos, going for the Fireball onto the Ghost of Pendragon to deny Perfy even more damage counters. Now, what can Perfy do here to kind of save his Ghost?
I'm not sure if he actually even wants to. I'm looking at the lines, the damage numbers in hand, and if Guruos just overextends even a little bit here, he's just dead next turn to the double Fireball and the Merlin swinging with Inert Sword.
Yeah, you're right, but it seems that he put all of the Fireballs down into his memory using a Creative Shock. So what do you think is... So the Fireball is 100% targeting the Ghost of Pendragon because it's 1 plus 3 levels of damage. The Creative Shock discarding a Flame Rune Source and dealing 2 damage to Guruos' place. What is the line here? Because I don't quite see it yet. Oh,
that's an Undying Green that was hiding at the back of the hand. So the Fireball here was only 4 damage. We had to use the Merlin to get the extra level counter for it. But we still save the Ghost of Pendragon there.
Yeah, and then Guruos still saves himself playing the Crystallized Destiny. But unfortunately, Merlin is coming in with the Inert Sword. So even if Guruos goes up to level 3, is there a way that he can survive this next turn with Perfy's Fireballs, Ghost of Pendragon, and another swing from Merlin?
The 2 Fireballs are lethal by themselves, and we already are down to 1 Crystallized Destiny, so I'm not sure how... We don't have much left in the hand for Guruos here, so I think this will be over for this game too very soon.
Yeah, the Liminal Guide Banishment is not that bad because he had no way of getting it into Graveyard, but the Ghost of Pendragon and Sudden Steel both leaving Guruos' hand is incredibly painful. So we might get to see a very fun Game 3D. So both of these games have gone very clearly, once they hit that level 3 point, went very, very clearly towards one person or the other. Yeah, there's nothing Guruos can do at this point, right? He's just kind of dead to the Fireball.
Yeah, he's just outdecked the Blanche, but he does not have the cards in hand, the influence for it to actually matter against those Fireballs.
Yeah, and he's putting 2 down.
What's that in hand? That's an Ascension.
To attack
oh, no,
with
a
a Cheshire Cat, but he doesn't have access to the Blanche, and I think he's just swinging to take care of the board, and then Perfy showing, hey, you're dead next turn. So they're going into game 3. This is as close as we're gonna get, because it's really been come down to what you were saying of who draws better, who gets to utilize their value into level 3 better. And right now, this game, it was Perfy. First game, it was Guruos. I don't see many differences between their play patterns. Do you recognize anything that's distinctly Perfy or Guruos in how they play the deck, or is it
similar? I think style-wise, they're very close, and also as we've seen, the Dungeon Guide to Level 2 Common Merlin play, a big part of knowing a deck and playing the mirror is that you also know all the weaknesses of the deck and how to best exploit them. So when you can get that small advantage in, it can make a big difference.
Yeah, and it's on one hand, it is what you say, but on the other hand, you also know how to play around all of the things in the mirror, because you know how to play the mirror, and right, and you know your deck, you know what your opponent is doing exactly. So it comes down to, do you know what's in their hand? Do you have the psychic ability to predict what they're doing and know the other person better? And
Oh, we're doing a little last-minute sideboard change for Guruos. He's
yeah,
thinking a little bit.
Perfy's looking at the cards. He's like, I trust me. I'm putting in and out cards. I am also changing something. 100%. Look.
Yeah.
Trust
So
me on
those material deck cards going into my deck are clearly me changing real cards.
Yeah, and imagine if he like pinched another card with it and he actually swapped at something. That would be incredible mind games, but I don't think Perfy is like that. Now, something, I hope it probably won't happen. Both of these players are very experienced, but the Looking Glass is a pre-game action that has to be, you have to put it on the field and be like, hey, I have a Looking Glass, look at it. Knowing these players, Guruos is, if he notices, probably he's going to remind Perfy that, hey, you can get it out before your game. But Perfy also, knowing being an experienced Pendragon player, it's already out. Is there, so the Cheshire Cat obviously is the main use of the Looking Glass, and the Pendragon is also really good, but is there any other utility other than just, oh, it's a free regalia I can put back, and oh, I can play my Cheshire Cat a turn earlier if you had the dungeon guide.
Well, yeah, obviously there's the two swords that come with it, the Inert and the Sword of Shadows, and they're not the most important element of the deck. You'd probably still play the Looking Glass Cheshire Cat package, in part because the Looking Glass is an extra target for Pendragon. That's the main reason. But it still changes your mat in small ways. Like I said, the 2/2 sword is very important. Merlin has always considered other swords. Obviously, Sword of Seeking is useful because it's free and because it has true sight. But especially in Halai-heavy metas, having that extra point of damage to clear some things can be very useful. I know at some point people were considering, the Forge Light Blade that does damage to you.
Yeah.
But it is a 2/2. So
Anything.
those options, that one extra point of damage matters a lot in some matchup.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those matchups, the mirror, where it can be really, really impactful. Now, I'm very interested in seeing how this game will go, because Guruos has a really good later game hand, but Perfy has all the utility he needs early game. He has the Creative Shock, he has the Undying Dreams for floating memory. He does have the Three of Hearts as well down here, so he has a lot of ways to discard. Guruos obviously also having the Three of Hearts. Is there any clear advantage in having either a better late game hand or a better early game hand in the mirror?
Well, it's always that push and pull game of, you're a late game focused deck, so technically if you have the later game hand, you tend to win out. But like we've seen in the previous game, sometimes if you have a big enough advantage, you can just kill them before the late game starts mattering.
That's very true, but it also you have to get to the late game, right? Because Perfy, late game, level 3 is what I mean, because Perfy had the Pendragons, and that is really what decided this matchup. And the Blanche is a very bold play here, especially looking at the Three of Hearts on the other side of the board. Do you think Guruos is kind of like threatening that, hey, I have ways to protect this Blanche, throw anything you want at it? Or is he just, what really is the advantage of playing the Blanche here right now?
I do really like that play. I think it's fully a sacrificial play. He wants to get tempo by killing that Three of Hearts. I think he's fully okay with the idea of this Blanche dying. I don't think he's ever using any resource to protect it. I don't think he'll point a Resolute Stand at it to try and protect it from some attacks. I think it's purely there to say, I want to kill the ally, and I don't think I'm getting a value of this Blanche late game for it to be worth more than what I'm getting now.
Yeah, but at the same time, it feels so odd to see a sideboard card sacrificed so boldly here. So I do agree with you, but it still feels weird. Probably he has another Blanche in hand, or it's like, yeah, I'm just going to win. But Perfy has 2 Stud and Steals in hand, so that is terrifying as well.
Yeah, that can be a lot of damage if he can get to there fast enough. I think I also see the replication at the back
Your
of the hand.
favorite card.
A Dungeon Guy, the Blanche. He's got the Chilling Touch as the water card for his Ascensions.
Yeah.
And what's that at the back of the
It's
hand?
a Creative Shock CPR.
Oh, yes.
That is the only fire card in his hand currently. So even when he gets to level 3, right now he doesn't have a way to deal extra damage to Guruos, which is a very weird situation to be in this fire deck. Or am I completely just misseeing it, and does this happen more often than you think?
Well, the quality of the hand will really depend on the 2 extra cards he draws with that Creative Shock, right? Clearly, the line of play here is Creative Shock, you discard the Undying Dreams, but what happens after that will vary a lot depending on what he draws.
So it is just going to be a gambling scheme, just going for the top deck of the Creative Shock, but he also does have the Dungeon Guide, so he can just comfortably level up to level 2 and then go for level 3. It's an Ascension and another Creative Shock, so the Undying Dream's coming out here. He's back to Creative Shock being the only fire card in his hand, so that Ascension, even if it sticks around, is not going to be at... Oh, Dungeon Guide. So are we going to see the Dungeon Guide just banishing his own Undying Dreams, or is it going to be a Merlin face-off once again?
It's clearly for face-off. The Gyarados is still on Spirit at level 0. Has the unused 3 of Hearts on board, so clearly was planning to discard a float that way. Merlin 2 here locks that option out.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. So he is forced to lose a card and an influence for the level up here. But so my view of using Lorraine is that I'm sure even if I level up from my influence, it's gonna be fine because I get an extra materialization. Do you think that's a correct way of justifying losing an influence here?
I think it's less about the free materialization of the sword. It's just that you have to further your game plan at some point, right? You can't just stay at level 0 and hope you get another window to use a float, because you'll be dead by then.
That is absolutely true. And look at that. The Blanche is putting in a lot of work this game, but not in the way you think. She's just dealing that critical 1 damage that you need to take care of 2-3 allies.
Yeah, the big downside, if you could say that, of going to the level 2 with Dungeon Guide and keeping Merlin up to lock the possibility of a float out is that you did not deal with the Blanche in any way, and she survives another turn.
Yeah, the Blanche lives to see another day, which is fascinating because Perfy seems kind of unbothered by the Blanche. It is also true that Guruos has basically no cards in his memory right now, and Perfy doesn't have a Fireball, so he's not too pressed for it, and he's leveling up here. So why do you think Perfy is so quick to level up? Is it just because of the level counters, or is it because of the Ascension's value here?
I think the level counters are probably the main thing. Both his Ascensions are down, so I think there's a big chance of him losing those. But also, there's probably the idea that maybe Guruos does not have actually any float in hand, and you get much more value progressing your own game plan than just trying to lock it out. There's always that dynamic if you're playing a more control-y line of, am I actually slowing myself down more than I'm slowing my opponent?
Well, the thing is, we saw both of those mentalities win a game right now in this round. So it really is situational on what your opponent has and what you have. And there's the Ascension in Perfy's hand. Unfortunately, he does not have the Pendragon to capitalize off of going into level 3. But obviously, even though it's Crux, they can't always have it.
No, but you can find it pretty fast with the
You can find it pretty fast. Unfortunately, Perfy did lose a Chilling Touch, so he's back down to just a Creative Shock being the only fire card in his hand. So unless Guruos has cards in his memory, even using Ascension is going to be kind of useless. And losing the Chilling Touch was very devastating for Perfy's level 3 game plan there, I feel, because he cannot draw a card off of the on-enter of the Prismatic Edge, and he cannot really do anything because Guruos also didn't have cards in memory. So it feels really smart from Guruos. Do you think it was more to protect himself, or is he just they just plan on going for what he just did now of discarding a card with 3 of Hearts, and that's why he kept up his influence?
I think the discard was always the plan. You need to find the most efficient ways to level up. You're already behind on tempo. So if you go behind on influence as well, you're losing the game that way. So the most efficient line was probably the idea from the start. I don't think there's much protection that you really needed at this stage of the game. The big threats are still a fair bit away.
Yeah. So, something interesting that happened here is Guruos was thinking for so long that he even forgot that he already put the Merlin, materialized the Merlin 2 there, because he was, trying to decide how he wants to pay for the cost. Does he want the level counter, or is he going for the level 3, the level up more? Now, another interesting thing, this is why I think the game is anybody's still, is that Guruos doesn't have the dungeon guide, but Perfy doesn't have the value now that he's on level 3. So do you think the value from just being Merlin level 3 for longer is enough to get Perfy to the finish line, or does Guruos have a really good chance of catching up still?
In this situation, Guruos definitely has a chance to catch up because his hand is much better. He has Creative Shock, so he has good ways of leveling next turn. It will really depend what Perfy draws here. And the Fireball is a good start. The Creative Shock is also very reasonable to try and find more stuff. It's always that fear you have when you're in top deck mode of there's always the possibility of just drawing bad card after bad card after bad card.
Yeah, and this deck doesn't have much guns. We've seen Hyoka go through his whole deck, which is the exact opposite of what Merlin does. Merlin just draws a million cards, You will have the cards, but you don't get to decide in what order you get them. So it is very unfortunate, like you said, gambling on drawing a good card. Now, Guruos does have the Creative Shock here, so are we going to see a level 3 Pendragon Ascension incredible turn from Guruos here? Is there a possibility that he's going to win next turn?
Oh, and we find the Garnet Majesty. Definitely not winning next turn. The question is how good his position will be and how well he can catch up, because I don't think he's losing next turn either. Unless... So he probably needs to not overextend, but play most of his hand right here, right? And not leave many defensive options. If Perfy draws another Fireball, we have 6, 7, 14, 16 damage. It's not quite enough to win the game. So I know there's a Sudden Steal in hand for Perfy still.
There's 2 Sudden Steals, I believe, in hand still, because he hasn't discarded or banished any of them, right? Oh, no, you're right. It's only 1. But there's 2 Fireballs, 1 Sudden Steal, 1 Ascension.
Showing up the liminal guide.
Hey, if you want this liminal guide, you could have that.
You always draw your guides as soon as you're done leveling up.
What's literally the moment you hit level 3, you get the liminal guide because they know that you don't need me anymore. Bye bye.
But yeah, I think there's a very real chance that if Guruos goes hands down here, he's just dead.
It's a very scary thought that. Such a simple thing, quote unquote, it could lose you the game because he is also Crux level 3. And Perfy, we have seen Perfy go like all hands down here before. But yeah, for Guruos, it would be devastating having already 9 damage counters on himself. But he does have the Blanche. So as long as he keeps 3 cards in hand, one of them being the Blanche, it's going to be fine. Now the question is he smart enough? Which I believe the answer is absolutely. He knows this matchup like the back of his hand.
Yeah, and it'll be really close because if you play the Blanche there, you're safe for 1 turn, but you're probably left with, I think, 2 life left, if my math is correct, in the optimal situation. So if you can't yourself win on the crackback, you're in a very precarious position.
Yeah, and it's still very tough. But Guruos also has the Fireball in hand and the Incarnate Majesty. He will be level 6 next turn, so he can't quite play it as, can't quite play the Majestic Spirit as well as something else. Do you think the play next turn, the best bet, if he survives, is to just go for a Majestic Spirit?
The Majestic Spirit is interesting, but how many Fireball did he have in hand?
He has only 1.
Yeah, so is there a way? He's got a second Pendragon, right? So...
Does he? I don't think I caught a
19.
second Pendragon.
There is a chance that he is able to win by surviving here. I think. I'm not sure on those. I need to have a better look at his hand.
Yeah, it depends on if he has a second Ghost of Pendragon, that's going to be the additional 3 damage coming through from that, plus 3 from the Ghost of Pendragon, 2 from Cardistry. So that would be 8 damage next turn from the allies on board.
So the interesting thing here is that Blanche is actually very vulnerable in the Merlin Mirror because with Fireball here, Guruos pretty much has to try and Blanche here in response to prevent some damage, but then Perfy can just play Spirit Blade Ascension and use a Prismatic Edge to kill the Blanche.
He could also just play another Fireball on top, right? Which is, I wouldn't be as bad, but the preventing only 4 damage from the Fireball is still not, not quite good if 2 Fireballs are coming at you.
I think because you're still in a recollection here, and you can play the Fireball afterwards, killing the Blanche here is more value. Oh no, we're going for the...
No, there is exactly
He
the
says
play that
we let the Blanche response, and then we kill it with his end.
Yeah. Obviously, you have to... So, opportunity in this game is a very, very funny thing. Would you like to walk through together with me on how it works here real quick?
So the way the game works is everything will resolve one by one, and you can always play something else between each of those steps. So you play the Fireball, it doesn't resolve yet. You play the Blanche, you can let it resolve, and then just play 5 more things on top.
Yeah, and it seems that is going to be enough damage here. Because Perfy,
and we get the handshake here. We show a second Fireball.
Very tough matchup. And so it seems that in the end, the thing that triumphed is Perfy's matchup knowledge over the bad luck of his game, of his games to Guruos at events so far. So he has 2-7 now at events against Guruos. Unfortunately, that was one of the day 2 wins that he got against someone, but neither of them are out yet, right? Well, Perfy is very, very close to guaranteeing his,
yes,
I think he might even have a guaranteed spot in top 8.
I'm pretty sure he can ID his last round and
yeah, because
I'm not sure about all the numbers, but
he was 8. He's 8-1-2 now.
8-1-2.
So
yeah.
Guruos is 7-2-2, which is also not out of contention because so many people started on the same score. So many people started with 6 wins today that means that everybody has a pretty much a fair shot at going into top 8. So, it's not that this loss is devastating or that Perfy, knocked Guruos out of contention. But it's always sad to see teammates go up against each other.
Yeah, it always feels bad as a player to meet your teammate at any stage of the competition, either day 2, last round, having to knock them out, or even just playing early and always having the question of, well, it doesn't matter, let's play it out because you can make it in any way, or do we ID to give each other an even shot at it? There's a fun part to playing your friends just because you can have a little bit of friendly rivalry in competition and see who's better. But it always feels bad to have to inflict that defeat on your opponent.
It always feels terrible, except if you have a 0x record into your friends at events, in which case it's like, well, I'm matched up into them. It's a win for them, but at least I'm having a fun time. But yeah, it's definitely pretty painful. Now, some mathematicians have whispered in our ear that Perfy probably needs to win the next game to get into top 8, which means Guruos is out of contention. If that is true, Guruos is most likely out of contention for top 8. But, it's still not that terrible. Having gotten so far in the game, and like in day 2 even at an Ascent is amazing. Even though, you expect these players to do very, very well, but it's not always guaranteed, especially with the meta today, right? The conversion rates are very interesting.
Yeah, we have some stats to show you everyone here. So this is pretty much the same, right? That graph of sorry, that is day 1.
This is
my bad. So we had
fire.
50% fire almost going into day 1. Looking at day 2, great conversion rate on wind. Fire lost a little bit of it, but that is also kind of normal, right? The most popular decks also will have more losses in a way. So
yeah, it's a very odd thing to figure out. But like the wind decks have really good ways of countering all of the Merlins that we're seeing, which was the majority of the fire decks. It was either fire aggro or fire Merlin, and I believe fire Merlin will probably have a higher conversion into day 2, but wind just has really good ways of dealing with aggro and dealing with level 3. As we've seen, Tristan is amazing. Hyoka's Rindrai is a special one, but it is still 1 in the 17 that we have. So wind is just amazing in this meta, I think. So let's look at a bit of the champions as well. We see that it's Lorraine for the most part, but I think that is very much boosted by the Merlins here for day 1 as well. So, what I was saying about Merlin conversion is still possible to be true. And it seems that it
Lorraine in there.
Something very, very cool, I think, is that we do have a Nico player here on day 2, and I believe he is a fellow Canadian player representing Nico.
I know the player well. It's a very fun deck. He's playing Water Allies. It's a deck very close to the list I've been playing before. If someone has followed my deck list from Boston, I know a couple of other content creators have talked about my list a little bit. So he's playing Nico. He has confirmed me this morning that it is
Water.
a suboptimal choice.
But
He plays Nico because he has the CSR and he wants it to look nice.
Clearly not the suboptimal choice because he made day 2 at his first ever Ascent. Like he's only really played locals and
that just shows the skill of the player of being able to win with a deck that is.
It shows that as long as you're loyal to your wife, you can easily win with a suboptimal deck as well. And it's really, really cool to see all of these. There's a lot of unique one-off decks, and there's these two, which are to me are very, very interesting. There's 2 wind Mad Hatter deck lists.
Yes.
That neither of them have a Ranger champion in there. Both of them are. One of them is a Tristan, and the other one's a Lorraine. Obviously, we saw the Tristan yesterday.
Yes.
RNG being on the 1-turn kill, like wake up Tristan, which Tristan was there for the agility, but it's still interesting that there's no Diana inside, no Rangers anywhere.
Yeah, but there's very little value to be gotten with having your Ranger class bonus in those decks. There's a couple of points here or there, but not enough to fully justify having the Ranger champion in there. So yeah, the Lorraine, the Tristan are very minor differences to the deck. I know RNG that we've seen has been doing very well. Just this round, he was at table 1.
Oh, so we might see him in final.
There's very good
in the
odds
top
seeing
8 at least.
in the top 8. Excited for that. We had a lot of other interesting decks, right?
Yeah, but mostly, obviously, it's Fire Merlin that's most represented here. Speaking of Fire Merlin, though, one of the representatives is Perfy, who just won this game. So let's head into the interview with him.
Hello and welcome back. I am here with the round 11 Ascent Niagara Falls winner, the ex-true champion, ex-main deck, ex-everything, Lineage Break Perfy on the Fire Merlin Looking Glass deck. You are a legend with this. You have done amazing things in this game. First of all, you're the nicest person in the entire community. Everybody knows that. But the big thing is, you've become the Dream Crusher.
Rest in peace. Gotta do it, you know. I mean, it's me or them. It's rough out there, but I want to make sure that clean matches are played. I do my best to remind them of all their triggers so that I feel confident that I'm winning against competent opponents, and we're out here crushing dreams, winning the best way possible.
Yeah, so the tough part is here, it's main deck Guruos, right? You just came from his wedding. You guys are like really close friends. He's playing your deck. You guys have the exact same list, minus 1 card that doesn't really matter because it's just there for floating.
Yep.
But so looking at that matchup, I've looked into your stats. You know, I remember you guys top 8 worlds. Big congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Worlds
Thank
2025. But you are actually 1-6-1, and now 2-6-1 against Guruos.
Yep.
So how does it feel to take that take the backswing. You know, you're going for the reverse sweep here.
Yep, it feels really good and really bad at the same time. So bittersweet is the way I'll call it, because number one, I beat him at a regional, and now I've beat him at an Ascent, like when it matters the most, especially right after his wedding. I feel so awful winning, like potentially killing his dreams after his wedding. But you know, he wouldn't have felt good with a win if I gave it to him. So you know, we gotta crush dreams. Sad that it's for him.
Yeah, I feel that. So you're on this Looking Glass Merlin list. You've been on it for a while. Merlin is your favorite champion. Talk to me about the duplicitous replication. Talk to me about why that's in the list and why it's a one-of.
Duplicitous replication's really good in the Crux mirrors. For example, when you're playing against Onsol, you just get a ton of swords. If you go up against Majestic Spirit, you get to get a copy of Majestic Spirit as well. It's primarily for the Crux mirrors. It's also really good if you're just paying 2 to get another Prismatic Edge. So yeah, overall, I'm just saying it's like copy number 5 of Spirit Blade Ascension most of the time, and you get a free sword, which feels nice.
Yeah, it's definitely a big one. So looking at, you know, how Merlin has developed over time, I guess the last question I want to go over, a big one though. How do you feel about where Merlin sits now in the meta and with the way that you choose to deck build it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that right now, Merlin in the meta is in a lot more of a linear game plan because of Cheshire Cat and because of the incredible, powerful distortion weapons. We have the ability to just go face and just start beating over and over again with Cheshire Cat, swords, plus like 3 of Hearts, and pressure them so that we don't really need big fireballs to close out the game. And it also gives you the ability to play the long game in those grindy matchups to where you get little bits of chip damage here and there and then make it so that you're always presenting lethal with Creative Shock or Fireball, whatnot.
Yeah, definitely. So big congratulations again. Good luck on your final round. Guys, that was ex-true champion, ex-main deck, Lineage Break Perfy here as the winner of round 11 at Ascent Niagara Falls. We'll be back shortly with round 12, the final round of Day 2 Swiss.
Hello, welcome back. We are here for round 12, the last round of the Swiss stage of Ascent Day 2, the deciding factor for so many of our players to see who will finally make top 8.
Yeah, I am super excited here. I can't wait to see what the end results are. I think we had a lot of really interesting decks kind of leading up to this point. We definitely saw some of them on stream. You know, we got we got Hyoka on stream quite a number of times, showing off that Windrai. We had at least one Aetherwing Diana on stream. You know, there's just been such a huge variety of decks, and I'm really, really excited to see kind of who ends up in that top 8.
Yeah, and a couple that we will not have had the chance to show you. We need to show you the matchups that not only matter but showcase the right deck. So we can't show everything. There was a Luxem in day 2 that we didn't show off. The Water Allies I mentioned earlier. Umbra Ciel. That's always a fun deck to watch and see play. But for this last round, what we have for you is Wind Ari versus Wind Tristan again.
Yeah, so yet another Wind Mirror. I'm okay with that. I think we've moved far enough away from the fire meta that we can come back to Wind Mirrors. I think that's fine. And I'm always thrilled to see another Arisanna on stream.
Yeah, definitely.
So
it's a fun deck that has fallen out of favor a bit. The Polaris nerf, while kind of required, I do not want to see a meta where you can Excalibur Polaris. That was a perfectly reasonable change to make.
Yeah.
But, so yeah, the deck has fallen out of favor. Obviously, such an important game piece to your plan. Being nerfed by 1 cost makes a big difference in how the deck plays out and the number of influence it can keep up. So we'll see how the deck does. I have not looked at this deck list yet, so let's see what's interesting in it. I see an Art of War in the sideboard. That's always very interesting.
Yeah, and that is, I think, fairly standard for Astra Arisanna. You know, they're not really relying on the attack game plan so much.
Yeah.
I think most of the time they'd rather have the Grand Crusader's Ring. They'd rather have that instant draw. But being able to slow down your opponent is pretty valuable, depending on the matchup that you're in.
Yeah, and forcing your opponent into overextending into their Polaris is very good value.
Absolutely.
Lunar Conduit in the main board to get reach over, especially those higher life total decks like the Ciel and the... Well, we're not seeing Jin as much anymore, but oftentimes that card's on the sideboard, main board here, because we're probably expecting even just Merlin 28 damage can be a bit hard to reach. So those extra points of damage from the Lunar Conduit can matter. What is in the main board? Obviously, a lot of floating memory. Fertile Grounds is a staple.
Absolutely.
A lot of glimpse cards. 2 Tendalands, the new card from MRC Alter that has seen a lot of play.
We're seeing some Nascent Barriers in this deck. I don't think we saw Nascent Barriers in Fruitcake's deck, the Astra Arisanna that was on stream yesterday.
I think that's correct. So yeah, very defensive measures for Arisanna players. Lunar Seer is not in every Arisanna deck, but it's a very interesting ally.
Absolutely.
It's an ally with Starkle, and you can rest it to glimpse some more.
We're also seeing Stellaria Shower in this deck.
Yes, great new Astro card. It's fun to see Arisanna dipping into the new DTR Astro pool. Meanwhile, Asuna, I think, has been on stream before.
Not
Has he?
today.
No, I think I just watched one of his round walking around. So again, it's a Tristan. No Shadow Reaver.
Right.
Otherwise, a very standard material deck. You have the Blinding Orb that takes kind of the same place as the Shadow Reaver, goes into more deck. Then you have the weapons, Terrafring, Windwalker Boots, Sensor, all the classic stuff.
Yeah, all the stuff you need to have in a
Exactly.
deck.
And then a lot of one-of in the main board.
Yeah, there's a lot of variety in this main deck, right? There's a one of Penumbra Waltz, which is fairly typical. We're seeing a one of Zephyr, a one of Innervate Agility. Only one Black Market Broker, so going even lower on those prep counter producing allies, and a one of Spirel Schwartz Queen, which is not something we typically see in Tristan.
I think the one of Spirel is getting fairly popular. And not just from Dan that we saw earlier yesterday. But yeah, all the one-offs is not too bad, especially in Tristan, because not only you go fairly late game, the rule tends to be the more you're playing a fast game, an aggro deck or combo deck, you want a lot of 4-ofs because you need to see those cards absolutely. Control decks, because they see more cards, tend to be more okay with smaller numbers. That way you can have more variety in your tech pieces.
Yeah, and once you're, glimpsing 4, 8, 10, 12 cards deep, you have much more of a chance of seeing the one card that you specifically need in that situation.
Yeah.
So running a 1 of or a 2 of is a lot safer in a deck that not only goes late, but also looks as deeply as Tristan does.
Definitely. I think the 3 Shadow Strike is also a little unusual. People have been going down and down on the number of Shadow Strikes, I think, in the way they build the decks, because you only ever really need to see one, and it's going to be very late game, so you can afford to play fewer than them. In some way, I think the extra Shadow Strike might be some insulation, some protection against people playing Regal Inquisition. Because if you get your Shadow Strike Regal and you have only another one as 40 cards down in your deck, you're probably losing that game. So having an extra one could be useful in those cases.
Yeah, I think 3 is probably the right number of Shadow Strikes. You know, it's a deck that wants to see exactly 1 Shadow Strike most of the time, and 3 seems to be the right number in order to make sure that you get it. That provides enough consistency while not flooding you with them.
Yeah. I think 2 Ensnaring Fume is also the number people tend to settle on these days.
That's
from the
fairly
other lists I've
standard,
seen. Because the various Guo Jia decks are, while in the meta and well represented and doing well, they're not overwhelming there. It's not like those Gambu metas of a couple of months ago where everyone is probably running 4 Ensnaring Fumes.
Yeah. No, I think 2 Ensnaring Fumes is the correct number, and in fact the standard number. So this is not a way in which Asuna is kind of varying from the masses. There is 1 Crystallized Destiny in the main. So once again, leaning into that sort of pre-sideboarding. But in this case, there's no extra Crystallized Destinies in the board, so it's really just the 1 of.
Yeah, it's really just the 1 of. You do have the Regal Inquisition as like that Merlin tech in the sideboard. So, again, it's just if you remove the fireballs from their hand, there's no need to protect against them.
Absolutely true. Yeah, and Merlin particularly vulnerable to having those important threats removed via Regal Inquisition.
Yeah.
Very dangerous in that matchup.
We also have Heavenly Guide, which is getting... In this meta full of level 3 decks, Heavenly Guide is very useful. Being able to level up for 2 cards cheaper than Dungeon Guide can make a real difference. And
yeah, I Heavenly Guide is such a fascinating card because it's really polarizing.
Yeah.
Right? You know, you find some people who swear by it and it's like, oh, well, against every level 3 deck, I'm bringing in, 2 Heavenly Guides or whatever. And you find some other people, I mean, personally, my camp is, I don't think it's worth it ever. Like, I just don't think the odds are in your favor when you're running it. It seems really dangerous to me to reserve that slot in your deck for something that the guarantees are so low. But I definitely people like it.
Quest, World's Competitor, one of my teammates that made day 2 today, sadly out of competition for top 8, but also was on Tristan this weekend. And he mainboarded 1 Heavenly Guide, the second one in the sideboard, and he tells me he's been very happy about it in this current meta.
That's great. Honestly, if it's good for this meta, I can respect that. I can imagine, especially coming back from the Ryle ban, that maybe things are a little bit less level 3 focused, but that's not how it's played out, is it? A lot of these decks really focused on that level 3 aspect, and even the aggro decks are still, there's about as many aggro decks as opposed to leaning more into the aggro or the mid-range, kind of coming back from how Ryle has changed the meta.
Yeah, so have you played Arisanna before?
I have, in fact. I'm pretty familiar with Arisanna. One of my friends was also a kind of Arisanna ride or die for a while, so very familiar with the Astra Casino.
I have a lot of people around me that have played Arisanna. It's not a deck I've played a lot of myself, but I've seen it a lot in action. It's interesting to see how it plays out in House Gamble and how much people differ in how much they push their Polaris between like cracking it early to kill a couple of allies, get some Cosmic Bolts and try to dig for them really hard, or just trying to wait and stack a huge number of Cosmic Bolts into your deck.
Absolutely. I think that is actually one of the bigger skill tests in the deck. And it's some amount of it is based on your current strategy, right? Some amount of it is going to be based on kind of your play style, how quickly you're rushing to 3, how much time you want to spend fiddling around with stuff like Fertile Grounds and kind of leveling up a little bit slower. But also the Polaris is one of the more important cards against any ally matchup. Ideally, you want your opponent to overextend into a Polaris. You want your opponent to kind of use their resources so that you can use that Polaris to counter what they've invested onto the board. But the longer you keep that Polaris around, the longer your opponent can't invest into the board.
Yeah.
So it ends up being this push-pull of like, oh, can I let this ride another turn? And I think that's also a very, very important skill testing aspect of the deck.
Another thing that I just noticed that's very unusual is the full 4 3 visits
Mhm.
in the Arisanna deck.
Yeah, that is kind of unusual. Most of the time people run three visits.
Or
So,
even
you know,
2,
only
I
9
think.
visits.
Yeah.
And 4, I think the Aura Bomb here is valuing the consistency because you're definitely not going to be able to get full value out of multiple 3 visits.
Yeah, definitely. At
right?
some point, because the rest is a cost now, thankfully, no more repeat of Razorgale Vanitas. It's a card that's very hard to make use of in multiple copies.
Absolutely. If you think about how late these games go, even the longer games, the longer timed games, still only go to turn 6 or 7 most often. You know, like kind of the back and forth between level 3. Once you hit level 3, there's a certain amount of inevitability there.
Yeah.
People have access to their most powerful tools. People aren't going to be waiting around for too much longer. So getting 2-3 visits and trying to get full value out of those is very difficult. But it looks like we are moving straight into the game. We have Aura Bomb, our Astra Arisanna player, on the Spirit of Serene Wind on the right side. And, of course, Asuna, our Tristan player, on the left side.
It's been a while since I've seen the Spirit of Serene Wind in play.
I think a lot of the time we also see Fragmented Wind, but having a Glimpse Spirit is very, very important. And in fact, I think for a while people were talking about maybe Fortuitous Wind is good for Astra Arisanna.
For
But I
Arisanna,
think,
I can say it.
yeah, I think people have mostly settled on either Serene or Fragmented. I think Serene is slightly more popular, if I was going to guess. But Fragmented also very useful in this
I
matchup.
think Fragmented was by far the most popular one, but then a lot of people started taking more Fantasia hate because of Fractal a couple of metas back. And so losing that Spirit Shard to a Scatter Essence hurts a lot, so they probably shifted back to Spirit of Serene Wind.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Speaking of Fantasias, we have Aura Bomb starting off with that ever-powerful Fertile Ground. So once the herbs start rolling, the Fertile Ground definitely going to make sure that Aura Bomb has access to the sacrifice ability from Arisanna level 2. Getting those doubled herbs is pretty important. Meanwhile, Asuna starting off with a Windmill Engineer, getting that extra, not getting that extra card into memory. Oh no, that's a Lookout. My
Yeah,
mistake. But Windblessed Lookout starting off with, I think he got the prep counter. It's a little hard to tell underneath his hand, but
Yeah, it's right there.
good.
I want to point out, we have an extra Merlin in the tournament. Fertile Ground, so since Arisanna level 2 can sacrifice 2 herbs with the same name to draw a card, Fertile Ground essentially reads, draw a card every 2 turns. That's Merlin, so we have another Merlin in play.
Yes. Arisanna level 2, essentially Merlin. I love pseudo-Merlins. So digging a little deeper here, we have a Scout the Land coming out from Aura Bomb. Trying to find some early plays, I think. But in the meantime, just setting up for bringing out the Polaris. Making sure that he has the cards in the memory in order to bring out the Polaris. So we have a rested Polaris on the field. And once again, this is kind of a safe maneuver against a Wind deck. Wind doesn't really have the ability to interact with Polaris in a permanent way. Sometimes they have Zephyrs in order to suppress it, but you're not as worried about it getting fracturized or getting reduced. Not that you can reduce it anymore. Spurn to Ash, I suppose.
Exactly, yeah. And no one's running Spurn to Ash anymore
Yeah.
either. It's also because Tristan is not playing that big into the ally package, there's no real reason to start cracking the Polaris early. So there really would be a huge possibility, a huge value in using the Zephyr there to protect your Brainstorming. And there's only a single Zephyr in Asuna's list.
Yeah, probably not something that Aura Bomb is worried about, because this is, of course, day 2. We have open deck lists. Aura Bomb knows exactly what he's playing into here. We have the Windblessed Lookout coming in, and the follow-up here, the Windmill Engineer, coming in for another point of damage. So a little bit of damage, a little bit of pressure from Asuna, from the Tristan player. Is this a good board for Tristan? Is this a good start, or is he looking for something else here?
You're all right because you have all that influence, but you're not stacking a lot of prep counters early. You can afford against an Arisanna to go Windwalker Boots early and start getting your prep counters that way, but you don't have the Sadie for that little point of value. I did see the Stifling Trap in hand, so that'll be useful because Arisanna loves using Dungeon Guide for level 3.
Yeah, Arisanna definitely loves those Dungeon Guides.
The board also, the 2 damage a turn from those little 1/1/1/3s. Not that threatening, actually, because we have those 2 visits.
Yeah, that's another thing that Arisanna is kind of famous for, is sort of the incidental recovery that you have access to. 3 visits, you also have recovery off of herbs. We saw Fruitcake's deck was running Regenerate. I don't think we have that here from Orabomb. Orabomb instead opting for the Nascent Barrier as a defensive trick, more prevention. We do have a Fast Cure for Orabomb, so potentially using that as additional recover, depending on where Asuna's influence ends up. But a lot of potential tricks.
Yeah, and we're even going for backup charger before the boots, before the level up. We're in full, this game will take 15 turns anyway, I'll greed as much as I can mode.
Yeah, absolutely. Asuna absolutely valuing all of that influence above velocity, not intending to go particularly fast here, and looks like not particularly worried about getting the extra prep counters sooner rather than later. Deciding that, I can build up to that over time, not something that I need to prioritize in the immediate future.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see another lookout. So we will be able to find, using that Limps one, maybe get a good draw next turn. We don't have any other draw in hand, though, so a lot of late game pieces, but I feel like Essen is probably not too happy about his hand. Happy to be able to fix it with those slow turns, but not too happy about the hand itself overall.
Yeah, I think all of this card draw is probably indicative of trying to dig for something useful to do, right? Wants to get a few more of those prep counters, so we're seeing the lookouts on the board, but we haven't seen, a Surveil, and we haven't seen a Black Market Broker. We haven't seen a Sadie. So there's definitely some better options for Asuna to draw once it gets dug out of his deck.
Yeah. Arisanna rolling double on the Gather for level up always feels good.
Yeah, just a fantastic position, setting up for the card draws off of the level 2. Unfortunately, not exactly the herbs that Orabomb would be looking for. I think he'd be more interested in the flowers, the 3 and 4s, versus the roots that he's got in the 5s and 6s.
I'm not sure. Well, the many 2 he's rolled are not that useful in the matchup. Although he does have Nascent Barrier, so that could be a very big Nascent Barrier to block a Shadow Strike for lethal. So that's probably good. But honestly, I think in this matchup in particular, you don't value the recovery that much, and the ability of the 5 and 6 herbs to cycle for more useful cards in the matchup are probably more valued here.
Yeah, that's an interesting take on it, especially with this being a slower match. I think you might have the right of it. Not as worried about damage being pushed through, and in fact, his recovery is just completely keeping pace, right? We've seen a 3 visits now and a fast cure just completely zeroing out his damage counters. So we are still at 0-0, despite all of the pressure that Austin has been putting onto Orabomb.
And we have a Dungeon Guide in hand. Probably will be stifled. Honestly, with a Tristan with that many cards in his hand, I'm curious to see if Orabomb will maybe just decide to find another way of leveling up, just put that Dungeon Guide down and not risk the Stifling Trap.
Yeah, it's an interesting trade-off, right? If you're expecting the Dungeon Guide to get stifled, what you're essentially doing is trading 1 card in your hand for 1 card in your opponent's hand.
Yeah.
Is that a worthwhile trade?
At the number of cards that Orabomb and Ascent have in their respective hand, it would not be a good trade for Orabomb. So I think you try to find another leveling up option if you can.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. We have an Ascent Protector coming out for Asuna. So now this board is starting to look a little bit more threatening. Now Asuna is pushing 5 damage on the board already. And with that recovery bringing the Windmill Engineer back, looking at drawing a few more cards, although not replaying the Windmill Engineer this turn. Instead, valuing having options available. Look at that. There's like 7, 8 cards in his hand right now, ready to interact with his opponent if necessary.
Yeah, not unless he has a reclaim that there's an Ensnaring Fumes. That would be great if Orabomb decides to pop the Polaris.
Yeah, that would be huge. Orabomb would still gain, obviously, the Cosmic Bolts from the Polaris.
Yeah.
But all of Asuna's allies would be saved and retained for extra influence, which would be very, very powerful. That would be quite the swing.
Yeah, and because Orabomb obviously is playing Wind, the only real interaction pieces he has are at level 3, so there's no way of interacting with that Ensnaring Fumes.
Right, yeah. All of Orabomb's negates are at that top level, so mostly kind of protecting himself, but not interacting with his opponent in a lot of ways. So Orabomb going for that Dungeon Guide, maybe not reading the Stifling Trap, maybe willing to play into it, and maybe this is just sort of testing his opponent. But of course, if he manages to go to level 3 here, that's perfect for him.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. And in fact, there's not a lot in his hand, right? I see 2 Esther cards. No, that's the second. Is that a second Dungeon Guide I see?
Ooh, okay. So
That's
maybe
interesting.
he's willing to test it with the one dungeon guide because he has the second as a follow-up. I think a lot of the times people are in this situation, they're willing to play the dungeon guide like this because that gives them 3 cards in their memory that they can use to naturally level up
Yes.
afterwards.
But then, if that was the plan, he probably would have put the second dungeon guide down, right?
Yeah, probably. So I think in this case, reading that the Stifling Trap is coming, fishing it out by playing the first dungeon guide, and then being ready to use another dungeon guide on a later turn.
I think I know what it is about. He maybe has read the ensnaring fumes, and so by putting the dungeon guide down, he's saying, if you ensnaring fume in response to my Polaris, I'm getting my DG back.
Ah, okay. Oh, I like that. I like that. Yeah, and then he manages to keep the card.
Yeah.
That's a really smart play if that's what he's angling for. That's really cool. In the meantime, we have Asuna committing more to the board. Ah, now we have a Sadie. Sadie's never a real commitment, of course. Sadie can always come back whenever you need it to. So working on clearing that dungeon guide.
So we're not popping the Polaris here. Interesting.
Yeah, this would have been a
I'm
good
curious
point
to see
pop it.
what kind of line he's going for. Clearly, he has a plan. I just want to see it.
Yeah, so many cards coming down here. Windmill Engineer, of course, not a particularly big investment either. All automatically replaces itself because of the on-enter ability. And the allies just coming in, and Orobom's like, okay, deal me your damage. Yeah, it's fascinating that he hasn't popped the Polaris yet, but we also saw this kind of play from Fruitcake the other day, right? Holding off on that Polaris, letting his opponent build up, being in a position to say, okay, you're not killing me yet, so my life total doesn't matter. I don't have enough damage counters on me in order to respect your board yet. So I'm just going to wait and build up more counters and seal the inevitability once I get to level 3, as opposed to popping the Polaris ahead of time and giving you an opening to play more things when I can't defend myself.
Yeah, and because Tristan is running a fair amount of answers to Cosmic Bolt between Capacitate, between Innervate, Agility, even just Veiling Breeze. So you need those extra Cosmic Bolts if you can get them.
One other fascinating twist here is Asuna can't level to 3 until that Polaris leaves the field. Because if the Polaris destroys the Ominous Shadows, Asuna is in a much, much harder place in order to try and get that extra damage through.
Yeah, it does cost about 4 damage a turn from the Shadow's Claws and the various interactions. So yes, definitely would like to wait. The Astrocyte of the 3-visit libs is huge here for Orobomb, helping to shore up that influence a bit.
Yeah, and seeing an Astrocyte off a Glimpse feels so powerful. This is absolutely the kind of thing that any Astra Arisanna player is looking for. Still in a good position here. I do see a lot of purple in Orobomb's hand, though. And I'm wondering whether or not he's been holding off on that Polaris just to make sure he has the ability to shuffle back in the cards he no longer wants.
Perhaps. That's an interesting decision. So he's glimpsing some here. He drew a Cosmic Bolt, which is always a little sad to see as an Arisanna player. You prefer to hit them off of glimpses.
Definitely. In the meantime, Wisdom's Reprise seeing no Astra cards, unfortunately, so that's a glimpse kind of gone to waste. But
we're still keeping a card on top, though. I don't know. I saw a Scout the Land, and I think that's what goes at the bottom. I'm not sure what the other card was.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, although we are seeing some herbs get popped.
Oh, that was another Wisdom Surprise. All right. That works. That works. I can see why you keep that.
And once again, no Astra cards. Yet another Wisdom's Reprise in this pile, though.
I think he's keeping it. I think that's the one he put into memory.
I think you're right. So this might be the time to kind of go through the rest of his hand. Not keeping anything on top. I think he was looking for more Astra cards. Ended up drawing it. Was that Dungeon Guide already there?
The Dungeon Guide is already there. So it's the Indolent Leisure that he put into memory, I think.
Finally being able to Star Call into something. The third Wisdom's Reprise of the turn. We'll see what decisions Orobomb makes here.
That's a hardy counter, and then is that Stellar Shower?
I think it was a Comet Fall, but I might.
It might have been a Comet Fall.
Comet Fall would absolutely just get played here. So if he's not revealing it, probably not a Comet Fall.
Let's
Yep,
see.
just holding back, waiting to Polaris when Asuna presents something that's more threatening.
So we do get the level 2 from Asuna.
Mm-hmm.
I might stave off the level 3, like we said, to make sure the Polaris gets buffed first. But at the same time... Oh, are we popping the... Okay, no, just making room to look at the banishes before we place the board back. Just a little bit of visual clarity for the matchup.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you think he could level to 3 just to bait that Polaris? Like saying, I don't care that much about my shadows, I just want you to pop it now and not get more Cosmic Bolts?
That would be an incredibly aggressive play. Already the Polaris is up to 6. At this point, any more counters on the Polaris for the purposes of Cosmic Bolts is gravy, right? I think most Astra Arisanna players are comfortable at 4. 3 is workable but not ideal. Once you get up to this point, 6, 7, anything else, it's almost guaranteed that any glimpse is going to find a Cosmic.
But remember, too, that Aura Bomb is currently hands down, so you have clear space to play that Ensnaring Fumes and save your whole board at the cost of just your Ominous Shadows. So maybe that would be worth it.
Yeah, he looks like he's letting it ride, you know, a bunch of damage coming in. Arabam kind of counting out the numbers and deciding, yeah, you're not going to kill me with this. Why should I use my resources if I'm not going to die? And I love seeing that. I love seeing that sort of, that mental fortitude, being able to resist popping the Polaris at a moment's notice.
So we need to find 16, because there's those healing herbs there, the number 3, damage because of the Serene Spirit as Asuna to find the win here. So the Slice and Dice is not enough by itself.
We'll see if he's willing to commit even more to this board. This is already a lot of allies that he's potentially losing once that Polaris pops.
Again, because of the Ensnaring Fumes in hand, I think it's fairly safe to overcommit here because you have that defensive option. And in fact, I think we take the opportunity while it's hand out. I think you Ensnaring Fumes here at the end of turn no matter what you do. That would be my take on it.
So do you... okay, so personally, if I'm sitting in Aurabomb's shoes and I see an Ensnaring Fumes come out, I'm absolutely popping Polaris.
Oh, wait, no, right. There's the Polaris. Yeah. You know, you don't do that.
That's
You don't
pretty
do that.
dangerous. But we'll see what he's willing to commit to.
Okay, so
And-
he is going for Dungeon Guides.
Ooh, all right. So that I wonder. I gotta wonder how Aurabomb feels about this. Right, seeing that Dungeon Guide come down, seeing that Asuna is willing to bring out those ominous shadows, even with the Polaris still on the board. Does Aurabomb feel like this is a win? Is Aurabomb concerned? I mean, given Aurabomb's remaining health, I would potentially be concerned. Like maybe the Shadow Strike is enough here.
The Slice and Dice is definitely enough. Doing the math, so we were looking at 14 damage, so 13 now because of the Dungeon Guides. So Slice and Dice is 9, 1 from Shadow's Claw, 4 from the Shadows. We have the win, right? I don't think with 1 card in hand, and that's a Dungeon Guide in Aurabomb's hand, I think. So
Yeah,
I don't think
not a
there's
lot of
anything to be done here, except pop the... No, the Polaris doesn't even kill the Ominous Shadow. Yes, it can.
there's
You can pop the herbs.
Yeah,
right?
there's enough herbs to pop the Polaris and kill the Ominous Shadows. So Slice and Dice with the extra 1 from the Shadow's Claw, we're looking at 4 plus 7, so 11 damage.
Yeah, we are 2 damage short.
Not quite enough.
Oh, but we Ensnaring Fumes in response to Polaris, and we have that full hand of ally we can play again. And that is enough.
That's true. He just needs to make sure that he's still capable of playing that Ensnaring Fumes at that point. So either willing to burn the prep counters on it, or keeping enough cards in hand to make sure the Ensnaring Fumes is available.
Doing a lot of math here, considering the options, thinking what defensive options Aurabomb could be hiding. Aurabomb not on Resolute stand, so no need to care about that.
Yep. And with the 8 recovery, another 15 damage needs to be dealt here in order to actually close the game out from Asuna. Thinking very hard. What do you think Asuna is looking for here? Like, what kind of line are we expecting? You've already talked about Ensnaring Fumes. Without the Ensnaring Fumes, what are his options?
There's a Mastermind Scheme, right? Does he have enough? Yeah, with the boots, he can pop to draw a card. I think he has enough cards to go Mastermind Scheme, Shadow Strike for 14 damage. So that would be enough.
Yeah, a 14 damage Shadow Strike. Yeah, 14 damage Shadow Strike with the claw is exactly enough. And he's just going in for 1 with the Claw.
Ooh, that's interesting. So deciding to not greed it out, thinking, I'm curious to think, I think he's scared of Hearty counter.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, if that one card remaining is Horticounter, and it could even have been a situation where you could draw into Horticounter under that situation. But using one of those routes as well as recovering 2 off of the flowers in order to bring his Polaris up to 9 counters and blowing it up here, spilling that soup in order to make sure that he doesn't take any extra damage from those shadows. However, this does leave Asuna with a lot of cards in hand, and if he's willing to Ensnaring Fumes here, which seems like a really good choice, would give him a lot of remaining influence and a lot of options to continue dealing damage here. Not enough to close out the game, I don't think. Still needs to go through an extra 14 damage in order to clear Arabomb's total health pool with a Serene Recovery, but definitely going to make a dent in it.
We're cracking the boots here. It is the in-game, so that's a very fair... You're not getting a lot more value out of those Windwalker boots, so might as well see what you draw before deciding on a play here.
Yeah, I think at this point, Asuna's champion is going to be rested pretty much every turn.
I think the big question is whether he wants to spend the prep counters for Ensnaring Fumes to have more cards in hand to make sure he can get Dorothy countered, or if he just pays for it. And he chews on the free cast with 3 prep counters.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. This does mean that his options for Shadow Strike are a lot worse, but he will have that full grip of allies. He will have a lot of fuel in order to flood the board again with a veritable army of units here and put forth a lot of pressure that way. It is still potentially dangerous. There is the chance that, Arabomb flips a Comet Fall, or Arabomb flips some other really dangerous Astra card.
Is there any... I don't think he can glimpse for 0 here, right? He's got a single card in hand, and he's already rested, so he can't revisit. So
he is already rested. Yeah,
he can't Comet Fall in response. I think Asuna is considering the idea of maybe using Sadie in response to the Ensnaring Fumes just to get the extra prep counter.
Yeah, and I think those extra prep counters are potentially important. Down to 2 prep counters right now, which is very low. A Mastermind Scheme at this point probably doesn't produce a lot of value and definitely doesn't get you into that Shadow Strike range that you're looking for.
Yeah, but we're already high enough in damage that the Shadow Strike is not that interesting anymore. The Slice and Dice is probably enough.
Yeah, Slice and Dice at this point, probably good enough. And again, with that huge amount of influence as a result of the cards that are returned because of the Ensnaring Vapors, Asuna has a lot of options. So we'll see what direction it goes from here. Plenty of allies that could be replayed here in order to deal a little bit more damage.
So do you keep that whole handful of answers, or do you just re-extend a little bit here, you think?
Oh, I definitely think you need to put that pressure forward. You can't let Arabomb recover.
So what, like Windmill Engineer into Ascent Protector again?
I think, yeah, Windmill into Ascent feels really good. Maybe Lookout if you're trying to value those prep counters as well. He might be trying to build up enough to feel like he can Mastermind Scheme into a Shadow Strike on the next turn. But yeah, I don't think you can just let Arabomb sit back. You need to keep that pressure on and make sure that Arabomb is reacting rather than pursuing his own game plan, especially given that now he has 13 Cosmic Bolts in his deck.
Yeah, that is a lot to find. You could hit a lot of them, and you have a fairly big influence, right? It's not like Arbomb is leveled up fast and is on 2 cards. He is able to pay for 4 Cosmic Bolts next turn.
Yeah, and if we see a Astroscope coming out next turn, then those free glimpses will probably turn into some amount of Cosmic Bolts. So I think that Asuna, even with the 24 health that he's sitting on, is potentially in a dangerous place depending on what Arabomb flips and whether or not Arabomb feels like he needs to respond to the board.
So we played... Oh, that's interesting. So he played the Windmill Engineer. And that's it, because he knows that there's a Chalice of Blood in Arbomb's deck, and he does not want to put him at 20.
Yeah, the benefits of having those open deck lists, knowing exactly what your opponents have available. So I wonder if we see Chalice of Blood here anyway, or if Asuna... Yeah, there it is. Chalice of Blood coming out anyway, saying, all right, well, at some point you're going to have to put me above 20 damage.
No, not really. I think I think
The
Ascent
Shadow
can
Strike
just
might just do it, yeah.
go for the full kill. Probably not going for the it's popular in Luxem to aim one of those light weavers on revealed proc at yourself just to put yourself at 20. I don't think the first Cosmic Bolt is going at face just to get that Chalice of Blood draw too. It's only 4 damage. It might be worth.
Well, if you look at the amount of damage that he can deal to Asuna, right? If it's 4, then 6, then 8, then 10.
Yeah.
So he's looking at 18 for 3 and 28 for 4. Without that first 4 damage, that's 24 damage. That would be exactly lethal. He can point the first one at himself and still have exactly enough damage off of 4 Cosmic Bolts.
Yeah, that's an idea, but you have to
I don't know.
expect at least one answer in that hand. There is so many cards in Asuna's hand right
Yeah,
now.
100%. Personally, I think it would be extremely greedy to point a Cosmic Bolt at yourself at this point.
Yeah, but you're such in a losing position that sometimes you take those big gambles for a chance at winning.
I think more than anything else, Arabam was looking for a way to potentially discard or banish a Cosmic Bolt out of his hand.
That's
like
also
I
very
think he would love to see his Comic Bolt counter increased without having to spend the resources to actually activate it.
Blinding Orb is also great. The other good point about the Ensnaring Stream for last turn is that it has floating memory. So you can even get the Blinding Orb for free here.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So Arabam passing the turn, actually, leading into this this Blinding Orb materialize from Asuna. Arabam sitting on a open grip of, looks like 8, 9 something cards in hand. So a lot of potential defense here. Although looking through the cards that he's shown us, it's mostly not a lot of action.
Ooh, Spiral is good. Spiral is good.
Oh, yeah, Spiral's really good here.
Because you're really scared of the Astral Seals heal mostly. That's the main answers that Orabam can put out. So you have your choice of 3-cost cards to put under Spiral and just negate that.
Yeah, yeah, he's got a lot of options for Spiral. Definitely could potentially break this game wide open by negating exactly the right card in the right situation.
And also, the other important part of Astral Seal is the fact that it's free if it targets a card that is already in a banishment zone. And there's nothing relevant in Asuna's Banish, I think.
Yeah, we haven't gotten a lot of cards banished from Asuna yet. So Astral Seal is probably going to stay expensive here. But it is definitely an option to try and work with whatever Asuna's playing. You know, Orabam is definitely looking at the very least, Astral Seal, we probably have a Nascent Barrier in hand. Orabam, you know, is sitting on a lot of options here.
The other possibility about Spiral is you're just using it for 6 phase damage. You don't have to care about negating something. You can just play it out, deal the 3 damage on enter, and then immediately activate it and do another 3 damage.
That's true, and that, you know, that 6 damage is also potentially very scary in this situation. Orabam does still have his Serene Recovery, so taking 1 hit up to 22 and then another hit up to 25 isn't lethal as long as he releases the Serene in between. But it does give him a Chalice pop if that's how Asuna wants to play it out.
Also, you have to be careful about the not to misplay here, not with very high level players, but for everyone at home, if you're in a similar situation, because the Spiral, the rest ability, like most abilities, can be used at fast speed. You have to release the spirit pretty much in response to the first on enter, because after that, if you try to release your spirit, the release is instant, but the recover goes on a stack, so you can always die in response to that.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to give your opponent that kind of window. And this is exactly that kind of situation where I'm sure Orabam is aware of how that timing would work and isn't going to allow Asuna that kind of free win. So Asuna still thinking really hard about his options
Yeah,
here.
carefully considering your lines. Again, Arisanna can possibly put out a huge amount of damage, so if you miscalculate here, you overextend, you somehow don't find lethal because there's a lot of answers in Orabam's hand. Speaking about the Astral Seal from earlier, the synergy between them is important because it's a negate that banishes on resolution. So your first Astral Seal might cost 3, but then the second thing you negate with it, if it's the same card, is free.
Well, we are seeing that Spiral come down and a card immediately coming under it. Aura Bomb just letting it happen. Oh, he also has herbs for recovery, so it's not instant. It's not instant death.
We draw 2 and we see 3 visits, which is helpful here.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of options for Aura Bomb's recovery here. He is by no means in as much danger as it looks.
There's a Penumbral Waltz in Ascenna's deck, so you can use Spiral to negate a 3 visit.
Ooh, yeah, wow, that kind of foresight. I guess we really don't know what might have gone under the Spiral here.
Yeah, the hand is so big, we can't even begin to guess. But I would, just blind like that is probably a 3 cost to negate an Astral Seal. That's the reasonable play to make.
Yeah,
I
that makes a
think.
lot of sense. So we have a Sadie coming in and starting off that recovery train. Aura Bomb, at this point, 23 damage markers out of the 25 health on his champion, needs to recover in order to survive this Sadie hit. So we're starting with the 3 visits, and we're going to see how the responses shake out.
All right, we're letting the recover happen. I think as interesting as the fast gear is there, and knowing that Ascent has so many cards in hand, it's always recovering 4. I think those both have to be bottom because you need to find your Astra here.
Yeah, I think Aura Bomb is looking for a glimpse into something big as opposed to trying to find that recovery on top of the deck. But thinking very hard about how he wants to stack it, looking at those 2 cards, looking at his hand. I think I'm with you. I think both of those cards, and Aura Bomb agrees as well, both of those cards going on the bottom of the deck and opening the way to maybe a more powerful glimpse coming up later this turn.
Oh, and we have a Nascent Barrier in hand that we drew very recently, right?
Yeah, that Nascent Barrier pulled to the front. I think that is a fairly recent draw.
We're probably popping the herbs in response here, right? For the extra 2 levels, so protecting. No, we're keeping the level
4.
And here we see 3 Astra cards. So that's interesting because you have your Cosmic Bolt, and you kind of need to use them to start actually doing damage to your opponent, right? You can't just skip on all your Cosmic Bolts. But there's also a Hearty counter in there. That's very important if you want to actually survive a Shadow Strike.
So resolving this glimpse, I love this. This is the sign of somebody who has played Arisanna a lot. Resolving this glimpse by putting all 3 Astra cards back on top, not star calling any of them, because star calling one of them means that the other 2 would have to be put on the bottom of the deck. This way, he leaves himself open to play something like an Astrocyte and glimpse one of them at a time and gain his value incidentally, rather than removing 2 cards that he knows are going to be important for him later on.
Oh, and we just passed the turn here from Ascent.
Yeah, playing into that Nascent Barrier, doesn't want to waste any of his damage, so letting the Nascent Barrier expire before moving on. Banishing a Fertile Ground in order to bring up, this is a neat promo card. I believe that is the Cosmic Astroscope.
Yes, that is the new Judge promo Cosmic Astroscope.
Beautiful. Cosmic Astroscope, something that you can use to glimpse 3 whenever you want, so pretty powerful card. And following it up with a Tend the Land. So a little bit more gather, a little bit more card draw, which I think is really interesting, kind of pulling that next Astra card directly into hand instead of star calling it. I didn't see the order that he drew his cards or the order that he stacked the cards.
So the first one he just drew is the Spell Shield Astra. So probably the second card on top there is the Horty counter that he'll draw for turn here, and then after that he'll limp straight into the Cosmic Bolt to start doing some damage.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. So pulling that next card into his hand. And I'm expecting to see the 3 visits from before immediately come out here in order to start things off. Yeah, pulling that 3 visits to the top.
A lot of dead cards in Norbomb's hand though, right? There's a lot of dungeon guides. There's, I think there's still, what is it? A Gentle Respite in there that I saw?
I think so, yeah. Ooh, so sees a Nascent Barrier as the second card. Is this valuable enough for Aura Bomb to keep it and not trigger the Star Call? I kind of feel like he needs to get the damage flowing.
Yeah, I
here,
think
so
you need the damage flowing, and even then, 5 damage protection is because there's a board, right? All your you can maybe deal with a Shadow Strike, but those one allies, 2/2 Sadies, are starting to be very threatening because 3 visits not keeping up, and you can't deal with that with just one big card. So that Nascent Barrier is interesting in some way. But slowing down those Cosmic Bolts is such a losing proposition, right? You can't just keep stalling forever. You have to win at some point.
And Orabomb eventually deciding, yes, it is time. Star call that Cosmic Bolt. How much damage is coming out here? I don't believe we have seen any other Cosmic Bolts in the discard, or in the graveyard, or in the banish.
No, none have been discarded or banished yet. There's a single one hiding in hand, so this one is coming.
Oh, no, this one it's for 6.
Oh.
So I guess this is the second Cosmic Bolt we've seen. Maybe one got banished earlier on. I'm not exactly
Maybe
sure.
one got banished earlier on and I didn't notice.
Yeah, I think so. So that's actually a pretty dangerous source of damage. So the next one is 8 after this. The one after that is 10. And 18 damage would be exactly lethal.
Yeah, we'll see what he has, but there has to be an incapacitate in Asana's hand.
I would think so. Yeah, there's no way Asana's just sitting and shields down at this point.
Or
right?
or just Spiral. We mentioned Spiral on 3 being good for Astro Seals, but
good for Cosmic Bolt.
it's
too.
also for Cosmic Bolt. Cosmic Bolt is 3 cost, even though you always pay 2 or 0 with Arisanna.
Well, Astro Bomb getting a glimpse off of that Cosmic Astroscope, not revealing any additional star calls, but seeing another Nascent Barrier, and being able to pull that to the top and draw that card at the end of his turn using Arisanna's level 2 ability, sacrificing some herbs and getting that card in hand.
So we're going end of turn Spiral just for additional damage. It's an interesting proposition. I like it.
Did we see the card that he revealed off
That
of
was a Windblast Lookout, so he was on 3 as we
he
as
was
we
ready.
guessed.
Okay.
Let's see. So thinking about a response from Orbombs here. So okay, no, so it fully resolves. Did the 3 damage go at face?
Yeah, it went to face.
Okay, yeah.
So Orabomb now 3 damage away from death. There are still 3 recovery herbs in addition to the lineage release, but of course Orabomb is gaining lots of value out of that 3 visits. He wants to stave off that lineage release as long as possible, and the Nascent Barrier in hand looks pretty good for that purpose.
Yeah, that helps a lot with dealing with those allies currently on the board.
Yeah, we have, 4 damage of allies on the board. Spiral is also here.
There's the Shadow slot that lost a lot of value from the Ominous Shadows dying, but it's still 1 damage.
Yep,
and
extra damage to the Shadows.
At that end stage of the game, 1 damage still matters.
And here we are sacrificing some herbs in order to get some additional value. So 2 additional temporary levels on Arisanna means level 5 gives a what is it? It's 1+ level. So
it's 1+ level.
So
So 6 protection.
6 damage prevention from this Nascent Barrier, assuming it goes through.
There's a de-incapacitate in hand. I'm not sure if it's worth it as Asuna here.
It's bait. It's bait. This
It
is
might be
happening in
bait.
Recollection before Asuna has the ability to pick up his cards. If he incapacitates, he's dead.
Is he? Is there enough
Oh,
damage?
no. The Cosmic Bolts cost 3 each. So he does. Arabomb doesn't have the cards in hand to cast both Cosmic Bolts.
Important Cosmic Bolt. Cosmic Bolt is slow. The only way
Oh.
to cast it fast speed is
Oh,
if
you
you
have to
Star
Star
Call.
Call it. Okay.
So again, I think it might still be good to incapacitate here. Even I think you're happy if your incapacitate gets negated, because then you can probably push for lethal with a big Shadow Strike in your turn, knowing you remove one negate from your opponent's hand.
Yeah, potentially. I guess in this situation, just
But we let it.
going for allowing it to resolve, going for the glimpse, and revealing a
Comet's Fall is huge here, because that means you don't have to care about those allies anymore. We're probably bringing back Sadie here from Asuna.
The question is, does he bring back Sadie or does he activate the Spiral?
Oh yeah, there's a Spiral. Yeah, so you're probably activating the Spiral, right?
Yeah, you want to get that extra damage in if you can. Although this being immediately after the Nascent Barrier resolves is a little bit concerning for Asuna.
So we'll start with the Blinding Orb to limit Orbomb's option, then see what we draw, see if there's anything of interest in there. We can do both, right? We
yeah,
have
now
4
we have
cards,
4
so now
cards.
you
Yep,
can bring
I can
Sadie,
do both.
and you can activate the Spiral.
And that gets the card back from Spiral, so it's not a card lost. Choosing not to put any new cards underneath Spiral now that Spiral is dying.
So obviously that's the kind of long play that you can't do. But again, like, you could have negated the 3 visits with putting a Penumbral rolls on the Spiral. You could have put an Ensnaring Fume under Spiral to negate the Comet Fall.
Yep, also true. In this case, I think we had the lookout again. So
We had a Dream Fairy.
Dream Fairy.
Same 3
Still
cost.
another 3 though. So can't interact with a Nascent Barrier, unfortunately. Can't interact with a Comet Fall. So looking to probably negate a Cosmic Bolt, I think. And not a
Cosmic
lot
Bolt
of
and
other
Astral
options.
Seal. Astral Seal being
right, Astral Seal's the big deal.
the main. The Penumbral rolls is also very interesting because it negates not only 3 visit, it negates Hardy Counter. No, it's X. Yeah, so on this stack you would have whatever you pay for X. So
you can. Yeah,
you
it's
can
very
always
cool.
guess it, but it's probably not good.
Yeah, that seems real rough, especially with all of the herbs. Like if you're Horde countering for 7, it's still 7.
No.
It's X plus Y, right?
Herbs is Y. It's X plus Y. So
Okay.
yes, so Orti counter would often have 0 cost because you pay it with only herbs.
Mhm.
So it's possible with a 0 or a 1 or depending. It's big mind games. It's not worth going for it probably, but there is a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. Although with Asuna's influence up in the double digits, Horde counter is going to have to do a lot of work to actually do anything.
Yeah. Clearly not the best negate hiding in Orbomb's hand.
Well, let's see what Asuna goes for here. Definitely has a lot of options.
I think
5
his first
prep
play is
counters.
Mastermind Scheme.
Yeah, this could easily be Mastermind Scheme into Shadow Strike, and still leaving back enough to incapacitate any Aura Seal, or Astral Seal rather, since Astral Seal is going to have to get paid for. I don't think there's a Shadow Strike in the yard or in the banish.
So we need to find, including the Serene Spirit, including the 3 herbs, we need 15 damage from Asuna here to win.
That sounds correct. Yeah, the champion's already rested, so no more 3 visits this turn. Oh, here we go. So on 6 right now, going up to 12 counters. Burning all 12 prep counters would be a Shadow Strike for 17, including the Shadow's Claw.
Yeah. And that is more than enough. It just left to see how many answers Orbomb has in hand, how much Asuna can pay, how much cards still be left in hand with to deal with whatever answer Orbomb has.
Or a bomb, maybe tipping his hand a little, going through Asuna's banish pile.
Yeah, you have to expect it as
Yeah,
Tristan.
you have to.
But
expect it.
again, as we mentioned, nothing really of note in the banish. No Shadow Strike, no Incapacitate, so all those Astral Seals will be paid for in full.
Well, Astral Seal is a potential way out of this if he negates the Shadow Strike. However, we know there's an Incapacitate waiting in
There's
Asuna's hand.
2 Incapacitates waiting Asuna's hand.
So a lot of insurance for Asuna here.
So there's a special Astra coming out. Obviously being incapacitated.
And then just waiting on the responses. If this Shadow Strike goes through, it's lethal. So Orobomb has to find something else to do. But even another reaction here isn't going to seal the deal. With another Incapacitate waiting in the wings in Asuna's hand, Orobomb has to find multiple pieces of interaction in order to clear out of here.
Yeah, we'll see if he has anything. So he's looking at Horticounter would be for 5. So even that's not enough. Even without an extra Incapacitate, it's not enough to negate the card. Asuna can just pay for it in full.
There is also still the 3 damage prevention from the Nascent Barrier. Orobomb pointing it out right now. That is a lot of damage to get through.
I think I counted that in my 15 required.
I would believe that.
I think I did.
I think you did as well. Yeah, the 3 from Nascent Barrier, 3 real health right now, and then an additional 9 recovery available.
So let's see what response Orobomb decides to go for. Making sure all his math is correct.
Yep, both of them looking it up, totaling the numbers. I think asking some questions of each other, trying to figure out exactly how much is going through and exactly how much recovery Orobomb has.
But yeah,
But it's not looking good.
Yeah, no, very limited options for Orobombs here. I don't see a way in which even if we didn't know his hand and that he could have stuff hiding in there, I don't think there's any way for this to work out for him. I think this will be game over.
Yeah, and right now we are still sitting with the Spell Shield Astra on the stack. So that has to resolve one way or another. And then Orobomb still has the chance to respond, but we'll see what that response going to be.
So that's going to be a Horty counter.
This fascinating. So this is responding to the spell shield.
What are we trying to do here?
So I'm not exactly sure where he's going for this, but he's trying to negate. Oh, because you get the glimpse if the negate happens.
Oh, so he's trying to glimpse. Yeah, so he's negating his own spell shield to get the glimpse. What can he find from this? Because spell shield Astra does not have Star Call. So what can you find?
That's very good question. I mean, looking through his deck in terms of things that can be Star Called, there's what? Comet Fall? Stellaria Shower?
The Cosmic Bolt, but
Yeah, but
Lunar Seer, but none of those save him here.
yeah, none of those save him unless he has. Yeah, he can't play another Cosmic Bolt out of his hand because it's slow.
He can find an Astrocyte and draw into an Astral Seal.
That's true. Oh my gosh.
No, he's already seen 3 Astrocytes, I think, so that's not even...
That's yeah, that's a long shot.
Yeah, I don't see any way in this. Like, I see the idea of trying out, but at the same time, an important part of control matchups is that the clock is as much of an opponent as the player in front of you is. And sometimes, instead of going for those far-reaching ideas, sometimes you just go, okay, right, this is game, let's go for game 2, and maybe I'll have the time to finish that one.
I suspect that Orabomb has already looked at the clock and knows that there is no shot of him winning a game 2. So he is last ditch. This is the only game that matters. Game 2 is going to end in a draw at best.
And there's the handshake. So they'll try for game 2, obviously, but those are some very, very slow matchups. So it's very possible that this will end as a 1-0. As
Yeah, Asuna asking the question that is on all of our minds. What are you glimpsing for? Orabomb saying Astral Seal. Or not Astrocyte.
Yeah.
There is a world in which I draw 2 cards off of this glimpse. And didn't quite get there.
Yeah. So let's look at those sideboards.
Absolutely. Yeah, Orabomb has some interesting cards. I think we're probably going to see more responses come in from Orabomb's sideboard. So there's another Spell Shield Astra. There's another Horta counter. I don't think we're going to see Zephyrs come in, although that would be very good in terms of trying to play against a Slice and Dice, which maybe is going to be a concern.
Yeah,
for him.
Zephyr on the Assassin's Ripper can be very useful. It's a way of removing essentially 6 damage from the turn. You can always, a very funny play is Zephyring an Ascent Protector when there's no other ally on board, so it's forced back to hand.
That's true.
It's a good dealing play, probably not good enough for this matchup, but if you're playing against more allies and you just need to buy a turn, it's worth it. Do you put in the Stifling Trap as Orabomb here to negate the Dungeon
I
Guide?
don't think so. I don't think you're that worried about your opponent's board.
I would agree on this. I don't think the speed of the Dungeon Guide is required by Tristan here.
Yeah. I think Dungeon Guide alone is not enough for the Astra Arisanna deck to be particularly worried about that. I mean, the great part about what Astra Arisanna is doing is Cosmic Bolts can scale really high, really fast. So your opponent rushing to 3 isn't necessarily a deal breaker for you. Meanwhile, from Asuna's side, I see 2 Scatter Essences that might come in. Those seem pretty powerful against the Phantasias that Orabomb is representing.
Yeah, Fertile Ground is the main source of advantage for early game Arisanna, so that definitely is something they can put in. Regal Inquisition, definitely worth it, right? You want to strip those negates from the Arisanna's hand.
Yeah, Regal Inquisition seems like a good choice. You can't really target Orabomb's threats with it because there's always another Cosmic Bolt waiting in the wings. But you're right, if you get rid of those defensive options, if you get rid of those negates, then Orabomb doesn't have any way to stop you from progressing your own game plan. And those Shadow Strikes are definitely difficult to deal with.
Yeah. There's the Heavenly Guide. That's probably
that
coming
one
in.
of Heavenly Guide.
Yeah, it's nice. As we've said, Arisanna loves its Dungeon Guides, so it's clearly worth running. And Tristan is pretty much always fine with being second to go to level 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blanche is great against Cosmic Bolts.
Yeah, Blanche seems like a very easy include here.
And then there's a Tempest Downfall. Well, there's 2 Tempest Downfall, which, while they're mostly for other matchups, right? Especially probably when Wake Up, it's useful to have a fast speed way of killing an ally. Do you think they're worth putting here just as surprise phase damage? like in these situations where we were, and like, okay, so I go for Lineage, release the Serene Spirit to recover 6, shoot you 3.
Yep. Tempest Downfall also being fast allows you to break a Spell Shield Astra
That is a very good
if
point.
you have a Shadow Strike coming in. So I can definitely see the utility of it. I don't know if it's worth siding it in. One of those cards is like, if it was already in your deck, then yeah, hold on to it. But in terms of bringing it in from the sideboard, like, what are you taking out for it?
Yeah, exactly. Is there anything that we really not care about? I mean, there's a 1 of Black Market Broker. That's not necessarily worth keeping. The Stealth on Black Market Broker loses a lot of utility when there's just a Polaris on the other side.
There's also the 1 of Zephyr in Asuna's deck, which I feel like probably doesn't do a whole lot in this matchup.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things you can remove. It might even be worth to remove the Ensnaring Fumes, right? They've been useful this match, but I often find myself deciding to still sideboard a card that's not too great in the matchup, even if it was actually very useful in game 1.
Yeah, you have to make that calculation, right? There's a lot of cards that have niche usefulness, and sometimes you find that niche, but if it's niche, more often than not, you're not going to get that value. So probably worth it just to side it out, even if that last game was, you know, the 1 in 8, the 1 in 16, where you get, you know, +5 off of your Ensnaring Fumes.
When that's a turbocharge in the starting hand, that'll be a lot of influence for Asuna.
Ooh, that's a really nice start. Yeah,
Tristan loves to go turn 1 backup charge, well, turn 2 backup charge or turbocharge.
Yeah, and very easy to do in this matchup, right? There's not a lot of pressure that Oribomb is going to be putting forth.
Exactly.
So you definitely have the time to go backup charger early and get your advantage that way.
Was that, let's go away from the board state for a second, was that a foil mastermind scheme with a Sylvie stamp on it from Path of Silver? That is a flex.
I hope so. I want to see more Sylvie stamps on cards on stream. This is a challenge to all of you. Bring your Sylvie stamps to Ascent. Show off that Sylvie stamp on
showing the scatter essence. That is rough for a bomb if you have a Fertile Ground in hand.
Absolutely. The smirk on Orobomb's face, they're like, oh, yes, of course you would. He realizes what he's in for, and I don't think he's necessarily going to give Asuna the opportunity to use it.
Definitely not. Let's see what he has in hand. I didn't see 2 Astrocytes is not the best. You prefer to glimpse into those, definitely. Oh, but the Gentle Respite is great here.
Yep, and does have the dungeon guide ready and waiting once he hits level 2.
And Gentle Respite is especially great in Arisanna because you have that Polaris, right? Gentle Respite is the kind of card that really, really attracts the Censor's Restful Peace. But if you can use it immediately after for the Polaris, it's great value.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think we're even going to, like, I don't think Asuna even, Asuna does have the Censor.
Yes.
Okay. But, yeah, generally there's not a lot of float coming out from Oribomb, although we did see in the previous Astra Arisanna matchup, the opponent brought out that Censor almost immediately in order to prevent the 3 visits from providing additional
Yes,
value.
that's also very interesting proposition.
So far, we haven't seen Asuna really value that. I don't think we saw the Censor last game.
Yeah, I don't think, like, I see the point in preventing some recovery, but again, Tristan will probably win with an overwhelming amount of damage and does not actually care that much about any recovery.
Yeah, that is a fair point. When you're Shadow Striking for 15, then 2 damage here and there doesn't really make that much of a difference. Well, we are seeing the backup charger into turbocharge, exactly like you said, Bunny. And now we are getting the Windblast Lookout, so the Tristan game plan is on the loose. We're ready, we're charging forward, getting prep counters, getting some allies onto the board. What do you think he's looking for in the next couple of plays? He doesn't really need to turbo out anything, but he definitely wants some pressure on the board. He wants Oribomb to feel like he has to respond.
The big problem, from what I see, is that he doesn't have much in hand. We see an Incap, a Shadow Strike. They're great cards to have, but they don't really affect the board right now. There's the Scatter Essence that's great as a threat, but it's not actually doing anything either. So you're probably just fine playing the little Durdle game, kind of. You just stay there. If you find a Sadie, you'd be doing great because you can bring it back every turn for a prep counter, but a second Shadow Strike, so you're fine with banishing that for level up.
That does enable the Astral Seal from Oribomb, though.
That is a very fair point.
So getting that agility counter off of Tristan and Arbomb already on Arisanna level 2, really making some moves here. None of the intermediate materializes that we saw in the previous game. So just level 1, level 2, and he has the dungeon guide, so we probably see like an ingredient pouch into level 3 this turn.
That's a very reasonable position. We're getting fairly low on cards in hand, though, for our bomb. Not having that fertile ground, rolling all disparate herbs means you can't get any draws from those. So he's in a precarious position right now.
Yeah, it's unfortunately a little hard for him to double up on herbs in order to get that level 2 draw ability. We've already seen one sacrifice. I think he had two, I don't remember if it was Freysia or the
It was
2 herbs.
It was the Bitterroot, I think.
I think you're right. But yeah, only 1 and 1 now, so in not the best of position for trying to get those extra draws. And meanwhile, Asuna still debating what he wants to commit to the board here.
And the answer is nothing.
The answer is nothing. Yeah, passes the turn and seeing the GCR from Orabomb. So Orabomb valuing that influence here more than valuing the extra herbs, the extra rolls. Going for a Tend the Land in Recollect still.
Still no copies of any herb.
1, 1, and 1. A 3, a 4, and a 6.
So I'm thinking Asuna probably just wants to reclaim his Windless Lookout.
Could very well be, yeah. I do see that Reclaim in hand pulled to the front, so that's probably his next move. In the meantime, we have Aura Bomb leveling up to 3 with that Dungeon Guide. Going down on influence, down to, I think, 5 influence now, 4 cards in hand.
5 sounds right, yes. We do have 2 Astrocytes from there, so we might be able to get some value. But also, the Polaris is still very low.
Yeah, Polaris only at 2 counters right now. Maximum of 5 counters with the herbs he has on the board. And no visible way to gain more herbs. He might fire off another Tend the Land or something like that.
Yeah.
But
I think seeing the 3rd Astrocyte from that glimpse is great.
Yeah, absolutely. Astrocyte is one of those cards that you hate having in hand and love glimpsing into. I mean, you don't hate having it in hand. It's still a card draw. But glimpsing into it is so much better.
Yes. I love the full, just as card design, I love the full sight cycle. They're all +1s with a condition.
Yep. And most of the time that condition is, if you do this right, you can get a +2. And I think that's great.
Meanwhile, my favorite Terracite is like a +10 in the right deck, but...
Yeah, I mean, having your card preserved, you could just keep doing that over and over and over. That's great. I love being able to materialize a +1 for the rest of the game.
Yeah. So we did see the reclaim on the Lookout, but during Recollect, because we chose to go for the Windwalker boost, there's nothing that would use that floating memory.
Yep, and just moving on forward. So here comes that Lookout back. Another prep counter dropped on the board. And I think he's valuing the prep counters here. I think this is what this is for. His hand does seem to be light on action. So getting those prep counters as quick as possible means he can get up to level 2. He can burn some of his extra cards for additional draws. And hopefully move into a Shadow Strike or a Slice and Dice game plan before Aura Bomb can get his defenses online.
Yeah, Cosmic Bolt off of that Astrocyte. But yes, the level 2 is definitely game plan, so he is planning on banishing the 2 cards he put down for the Windbless, which is interesting to me because there's this Scatter Essence in there, which is very fair because we've already seen the Fertile Ground being banished for level up.
Right.
But there's a Mastermind Scheme at the 2nd card, so he's not valuing those extra prep counters that much.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Meanwhile, we are moving forward into Aura Bomb's turn. Got a nice glimpse off of an Auracite into a Cosmic Bolt. So a little bit of damage pointed at Asuna's head. That is 1 Cosmic Bolt now in the yard. And moving into the Cosmic Astroscope Materialize. So burning yet another piece of influence in order to start getting that glimpse train rolling.
Yeah, Cosmic Astroscope that didn't do much last game. It got materialized pretty late, and it didn't see a lot of value. But it's the main piece of the Arisanna engine, right? That's your most reliable source of glimpsing. So that's how you'll hit most of your Astroscopes. Most of your Cosmic Bolts.
So Aura Bomb getting ready for a much more aggressive game plan than he had in the previous game. Using those recovery herbs immediately and popping his Polaris, not for a lot of value on the board, but just to get the extra Cosmic Bolts into his deck. So he's really hoping to turn this into a win as soon as possible, rather than taking it as slowly as he took game 1.
Yeah, there's a minimum, but having that tempo advantage, since Tristan is only a level 1, you don't have a super high damage cap in your deck, but that's why we have the Lunar Conduit in the Material deck, so we'll be able to get that advantage we have in Materialization, the fact that we're already level 3, we're already Astroscope, so we can get the Lunar Conduit next turn. A card that has no real answer in Ascenna's deck, right? There's the one of Zephyr if he kept it, but apart from that, no way in Ascenna's deck of dealing with the Conduit.
Right. In the meantime, Orabom's still glimpsing, so now having gotten those extra Cosmic Bolts in his deck, and looking at
Nascent Barrier, Stellaria Shower, and Horticounter.
Stellaria Shower. That was the card I wasn't sure of. Okay. And not Star Calling here. Just choosing to put... I didn't quite see which one he put into his hand. Most likely it's the Horticounter.
I didn't see his choices.
Yeah, I didn't see. But now, moving forward, no Materialize? Oh, no, still in his main. Still in his main. Yeah.
Ascent just clarifying here, asking if he used the free Star Color ability. The answer was no. We see a Wisdom Reprise in there, which is maybe okay. Do you just prefer digging yeah, everything on the bottom? He just wants to dig a little more.
He really just wants the damage right now. We see him also fingering a Cosmic Bolt in his own hand, so potentially ready to fire that off. And in fact, if he had found the Cosmic Bolt in that glimpse, that would be 6 damage and then 8 damage from his hand, 14 damage, exactly lethal onto the Tristan player if there hadn't been a response.
Yeah, but there are 7 cards in Asana's hand right now, so you probably don't risk that.
Yeah, almost assuredly Asana has a way out at that point, but time has been called. So this is our turn 0 here for Orabom. Not a lot of time left to try and make that difference.
Oh, we see the last Astrocyte in that look for from the Scout the Land, so we can guarantee it to be glimpsed.
Unfortunately, Scout the Land isn't a glimpse itself, but does let you order things to set up for a glimpse in the future. Drawing, I think that was the Astrocyte. Yeah, drawing the Astrocyte in order to glimpse into another card that he's showing off. Getting the extra... Oh, wow, what a change.
That Scout the Land was the perfect sequence for Orabom.
And now he's pointing this Cosmic Bolt at Asuna's head. 6 damage coming in. And he's got another Cosmic Bolt. Is he going to fire it off? Is he going to go for it here? Again, there's only so much time left. He's probably hoping to turn this into a draw here.
Yeah, he'll certainly try. He doesn't have a lot of... He has a Horticounter in hand, but very few herbs, so it's not getting a lot of value. I'm not sure it'll be able to deal
if he hard activates this Cosmic Bolt from his hand, right, that's down to 1 card left in hand, and if that's the Horticounter, then he can only pay 1 herb for the Horticounter, won't be able to pay any cards for the Horticounter.
Yeah, and with the influence size of Asuna, it's not enough.
Definitely not enough. It does look like he's going to have to pass the turn here. It's up to him if he goes for it. No, he's going for it.
Yeah.
Are we going to see the incapacitate from Asuna? Almost assuredly.
Being in time, it's a question of make them have it. There's always a possibility that they don't.
Right.
Asuna does here.
Yeah,
of course.
In this case, Asuna does. So, unfortunately, not the situation that Orabom was hoping for.
Bathing the Astral Seal, asking about the banishment. So we see Crystallized Destiny instead, keeping the incapacitate.
And that's fine from Orabom.
There's more Cosmic Bolt hiding in the deck.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He just needs to find them in time. And we're definitely seeing the level up here, which actually does put Asuna out of that danger range. That extra heat, 3 health from the level up, means that Orabom is going to need to find a second card in order to deal enough damage. Now, that doesn't need to be another Cosmic Bolt. That can also be a Comet Fall. That's going to be enough damage. We might even get enough damage out of a Lunar Conduit, depending on what else he sees from his hand and from the top of his deck.
Yeah.
But the Cosmic Bolt alone is not going to do it.
The other good point about Horticounter is you can activate it for 0 just to get the extra counter on Lunar Conduit.
And if you have something cheap enough, then you can, like we saw in Game 1, to counter your own card just to get that extra glimpse and just to get an extra Astra card played for Lunar Conduit.
Playing 4 from Ascent? Or okay, no, it's 1 card he's considering playing. Looking at the 3.
Yeah, definitely. Asuna has this habit of kind of laying out the cards he intends to play and sort of mathing it out visually.
So interesting here. He just passes the turn, keeps his full hand up. He doesn't need to level up here. He knows he's in time. He's up 1-0. He knows if he just like negates a Cosmic Bolt, he's probably safe.
Yeah, and I think he's also read that he's not in a good position to win the game within the next 2 turns on his own. So if he's not going to push any relevant amount of damage, he can definitely just sit back. Oh, here comes that Cosmic Bolt. So we've got to have some answers coming forward. And there is
that
Incapacitate.
Were there 3 negates in hand? Sadly, no. With 3 negates in hand, there's no chance for Urbomb to win here.
He's kind of shuffling his hands fast enough that I can't quite tell if there's another Incapacitate. I
Yeah,
think there is,
two more Incapacitates in hand.
Going for the Nascent Barrier here for another glimpse. Obviously not concerned about the damage he's taking, but definitely wants to look a little
And
bit
we
deeper.
do find the Cosmic Bolt.
Oh, yep, there it is.
Some very lucky glimpses for Urbomb here, but there's the 3 Incapacitates, so it doesn't matter in the end.
And paying for that that Star Call because he's already used his free one. And another Incapacitate. Yeah, not enough. It does mean that the next Cosmic Bolt is lethal if it finds its mark.
The next
but
Cosmic Bolt is lethal, but
nope,
that's
not
I
enough.
think that was the last turn anyway. We both hit time and hit the turn limit.
Yeah,
So
Orabomb was on turn 2 out of 3, so Asuna had the next turn, but he wasn't going to complete. He wasn't going to seal it there. But that he didn't need to, right? He was already up a game, so that is the match in Asuna's favor.
yeah, and that is the last round of Swiss.
Yeah. Oh, boy. All right, so looking forward to the top 8.
Yeah, I think we're still getting some good diversity in top 8. Of course, none of the results are finalized. I have no clue who is going to be in it. I haven't even looked at the bracket all that much. But
I think with Asuna's win here, I believe he is.
I think that should
guaranteed a
make it,
slot.
yes.
That would make a lot of sense to me. Again, having not looked at the numbers, I'm not exactly sure, but that would make sense to me. Poor Orabomb probably not going to make it with that loss.
No, I don't. I
feel
think
like
so.
the contention is tight enough that he's not going to make it there. But what do you want to see in the top 8? What are you hoping for?
Well, of course, being that I know so many people that were in contention, of course, I'm hoping to see my friends being in the top 8.
Naturally.
But otherwise, from the decks, I do still like Merlin as a deck, so I hope some of them will be in top 8. The Wind Wake Up deck is a deck that personally I don't like that much. It's a type of like aggro combo deck that is less towards my tastes, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be in top 8 because some of the very high tables were on it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What else was in there that we know? So we were guaranteed the Tristan. So with Tristan and Wind Wake Up, clearly there's a Merlin in there somewhere. Well, Perfy, I think, no, he was not guaranteed, we said, so we'll have to see how that goes. What else was in contention in the high brackets that we have seen?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I haven't looked at the numbers. I haven't looked at any of the
I'm not sure if
positions,
Hyoka made it. The Wind Ride, that would be great to have in top
I
8.
believe Hyoka was winning the last round that I looked at. So not this round, but the round previous.
We've not seen one today on stream, but I'm pretty sure at least one of the Gamboos is making it.
That seems likely.
So yeah, a good spread of decks. It's not 5 of the same decks like we've seen in previous metas.
My prediction going into this tournament was that we would see at least 6 unique decks in top 8.
That is looking very likely.
I'm wondering if we're going to hit that.
That is looking very likely.
Yeah, it's that kind of meta.
And it's great. It's great for game. It's great for everyone except competitive players that have to prepare for that field.
Yeah, unfortunate for people who are taking this seriously and trying to find every edge they can. Not a lot of edges to be found when the field is that open.
Yeah, and sometimes you just get all the bad matchups. You prepare for the
That's
good
true.
decks, and you face everything else.
Yeah, I mean, it's really easy for your preparations to kind of fall flat in exactly the way you describe. You know, your path up, even in a more stratified meta, even in a meta that's a little bit more rigid, there's still a lot of people playing a lot of different decks. So very easy to kind of not hit the decks that you were planning to meet. But in this meta, it's even worse. Like,
Yeah.
it's just so wide open.
And I'm honestly really bad with that. I'm the guy that always not faces the meta deck in competitive events. At Ascent Chicago, I saw 2 slimes in the field that was like 30% slime.
Oh boy.
At Nats this year, I faced 1 fractal deck, I think, and I was teched for it. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, you had to be, right?
you had to be.
You had to be. Yeah, in my own preparations, the only Ascent that I really took seriously was Ascent Seattle.
Yep.
And that was, kind of the Wild West, the
Yeah,
frontier of the meta. And I think a lot of people were expecting fractals. I was on fractals at the time, although not the refined list that people know and love today. So it was really difficult to figure out, how am I going to tech this list? How am I going to choose my sideboard?
Yeah,
what even am I going to face?
That's the thing that didn't make day 2, right? We didn't have a single fractal.
Nope. I don't think there were that many fractals in the tournament, though.
No,
Maybe
I know.
one. I think there was like a 1 Arisanna fractals.
I know a lot of the fractals players are not on the deck. Like, Perfy was on Merlin when he's been on fractal for a lot of the couple of past events. Steve-O, I think. I faced him at Boston and he was on fractal, but he switched today.
Yeah, I don't think he was on fractals today.
So a lot of the fractal players seem to have abandoned the deck.
I think people were on fractals because it was the best, and now that it's okay, people are not that interested.
I mean, the people playing at Boston kind of been playing it because it's the best, right?
That's true at that point. Yeah.
It had some interesting matchups into the RAL decks, but obviously RAL was RAL. It is banned for a reason.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't know. I'm kind of... If you are expecting to play into fire decks, I feel like fractals is not a bad choice at that point. Because fire decks aren't really going to be interacting with you. Yeah, they can push some extra damage, but you have a mostly free field to play against.
Fractal does fairly good against Merlin, but I think Fractal struggles, correct me if you have that matchup experience more, I think Fractal struggles a lot against the Fire Crux version of the deck.
That's right. Well, the Fire Crux version of the deck, I think, is a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
Because it can not only goes up to high health pools, but also pumps out that damage really fast.
Yeah, and in ways that Fractal can't really deal with, right? You don't have a way of protecting... Like, you can negate a Rending Flames, maybe, but you don't have a way of protecting yourself efficiently against just Lorraine going sword swings for 6 every turn.
Right. No, at that point, the way that you protect yourself is by killing your opponent before they kill you. And that's a little harder to do these days.
Yeah, especially since Fire Crux runs Tlaha.
Yeah, it's true. Well, I am still hoping to see some of the outlier decks into the top 8. I don't know. I don't think it'll happen at this point.
I'm fairly sure the Xander, the Luxem is out, the Water Allies is out. A lot of those. Is the Fire Ciel might make it in.
The Fire Ciel, yeah. I think
I
the Fire
haven't seen
Ciel
how
was
the
doing
run
well.
was going.
I know that one of the Razorgale players was seeded fairly high after day 1 Swiss, but I don't know what their success rate was today.
I know because he's also the higher placing of the two, I think, was on my tasting team.
Yeah,
so
okay.
I think he had to win his last round to make it in.
Ooh, okay.
So I don't know. I don't know how that went. So there's a possibility that 3 guys on my team are making it in, which would feel really good.
Yeah, incredible.
It's the other pro team's level of success at top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the idea that the Canadian Pro Tour or Canadian Ascent is going to be mostly taken up by Canadian locals, right?
That would be great.
Yeah,
that would be great.
Yeah, that's super cool. The other outlier deck that I would really love to see is the Aetherwing deck, but I think the odds are not good. I don't think the odds were good even to begin with.
Yeah, no. And yeah, the only Aetherwing we had were it weren't level 3, right? The
2 Aetherwing decks, I think.
Yeah, but
in the top.
Was one of them on the Carp Sankoda build, or were
they might have been. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure which of the 2 they were. I think because it's Enfi, right? Neutral, and I think he's on the Carp Sankoda build.
Okay. So yeah, we definitely saw one of the Astra builds on stream yesterday.
Yeah.
And Neutral End, I guess, was on the Carp Sankoda build.
Yeah.
All right, that makes sense.
Talking about great matchups, I had a chance of glimpsing coming back to the caster booth between rounds in the scrubbed out, because for everyone at home, the format for Ascent is everyone that doesn't make day 2, so you're capped at number of points depending on how many people around, how many rounds there are. And so everyone that doesn't make it, a lot of them go play into the I scrubbed out a Fat of Steel event. So there's a second competitive tournament at day 2. The first prize, I think, is a jumbo card, or
Yep,
is it
I
still
think that's
that?
correct.
Yeah. So like the one that was showcased on stream yesterday. So there's the second event, the scrubbed out event. And I saw a matchup of, well, Kilidis from Chess Club, who was, I think we've seen on stream on the Astro Diana, who was playing a Fire Umbra Diana in face of him. So you had the two versions of Diana facing up
Wow,
at
Fire Umbra,
a
yeah.
fairly high table, I think.
Yeah, all right. I know I had a couple of friends who were looking forward to playing in the scrub out because then all of the Merlin players wouldn't be in the field anymore. Definitely sort of a tradition to play your serious deck in the Ascent and
Yeah.
take your fun deck over to the scrub out tournament.
The other tradition I've seen of the Scrub Out tournament is people, especially if you were playing a kind of slower deck, a lot of people just bring like Fire Xander to Scrubbed Out because they want to play, they want to compete, but also they're kind of tired and just let's get this done.
Yeah, I don't want to think anymore. Let's have some 15-minute rounds and get out.
Famously at Chicago, all the 2 of the 3 champion gaming's player scrubbed out on Slimes. And obviously, Slime was a very strong deck, but a lot of players disliked playing the deck. So, like, yeah, no, we're done with the deck. Let's just jump Faiza a bit.
And Faiza is the perfect choice for the scrub out,
Yeah.
right? You know, you have a lot of people playing their fun decks. You have a lot of people taking it not as seriously. Faiza just comes in and is like, okay, yeah, 5-minute game, 10-minute game, one and done, we're gone.
Are you a Faiza enjoyer? Or you said you like combo?
I do
It's
like
aggro,
combo.
but aggro, like the poison dagger kind of scratches that itch a bit.
A little bit. Yeah, I haven't played quite enough Faiza to really get a feel for it. I think my my ordering for Faiza isn't quite there.
Yeah.
I've played a little bit of Fire Lorraine,
Mhm.
and that's also felt a little bit of like, oh, can I assemble the pieces in order to get the amount of damage I'm looking for
Yeah.
in time? But I think on the whole, if I was going to play something aggressive, it would be the wake up combo.
Very fair.
That's definitely more my style.
Any spice you'd add to the deck that's not necessarily the best card in the deck, but you'd like to run in that deck?
For wake up combo?
Yeah? Anything comes to mind?
There's nothing specifically that comes to mind, I think. I was running a Fire Diana, like an aggressive Fire Diana before, and I've played around with Mad Hatter in that deck. I think it was pretty good. I played around with Ignis Deus in that deck, and that was sometimes okay. But the deck was absolutely fascinating. It's one of those decks that can reliably get 15 damage on turn 2 as long as your opponent doesn't interact.
Yeah, and the same way, another of my teammates only plays Fire Polcock aggro, runs Ignis Deus. It's the 19 damage on turn 2 type of deck.
Yeah. It's the same kind of feel. The only problem is it's so fragile.
It is
if
so
your
fragile,
opponent so much as looks at you funny, everything just falls apart.
But it was great. It was great for the 3v3 event.
Oh yeah,
The meta is so different because you're so limited in the defensive options you can bring, right? The format is wide enough. The card pool is much bigger than last year. Last year, the format was very restrictive in that you had to share a lot of the cards, so that really limits deck building. This year, 3v3 was... You had a lot more options, so the main decks were fairly equal to the more competitive versions, the normal 1v1 version. But then your material deck and your defensive options were still very limited, right? You could only have one person running Resolute Stand.
Yep, you could only have one person running a Safeguard or a Tariff Ring.
And so in that format, the Polcock one-shot combo was really good.
Yep.
Just scamming players out of the game.
Absolutely. I heard a lot of talk about people playing Fractals in that event as well.
Yeah.
You only 1 out of 3 in order to run into a Safeguard Ring.
And obviously Gambu. I was on Gambu myself because 1 out of 3 of the opponent having a nullifying lantern. So
Right. Yeah, pretty good. You know, there's some really interesting stats about how people wanted to play the 3v3.
Yeah.
And there was something, the first 3v3 from Worlds 2024, you found that Seat C had fire.
Yeah.
Overwhelmingly.
Okay.
Something like 70% of the Seat C decks were the fire deck. And a similar trend held true for the more recent one in 2025. I think it was a little bit more flattened. Instead of being like 70% was 50%, something like that. But still overwhelmingly fire in that Seat C deck.
I think that matches with my experience. It doesn't match it with what other people have been telling me. What I've been hearing is that all the Gambus were in Seat C.
Ooh, okay. I know for my team, the Genbu was in Seat B, or Seat A, rather.
Yeah.
But yeah, it could very well be.
But yeah, we had a very non-standard team. with the full the Gambu was the only meta pick in that, and then we had Quest on the middle seat on Win Crux Lorraine.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, that seems like a good choice for that.
It's a favorite deck of his. It's also he just did not want to play the Tristan that he'd been playing at the World. He was a world competitor.
Okay.
So just burned out of that deck and wanted to play something a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I understand that completely.
Also, funnily enough, the only world competitor on the team ended up being the worst performing because he was so tired from being at Worlds.
Oh, yeah, that's so hard to come
Yeah.
out of the gauntlet or come out of day 2 in World or day 1 of Worlds and be like, okay, well, I'm not making it, so I guess let's jump into the 3v3. And that is so much.
It's a rough weekend.
Very packed. Oh, good memories, good times.
Worlds is such a fun event.
Absolutely. You know, I think out of any of the possible Grand Archive events you could attend, I think Nationals might be the highest competitive level event that anybody can freely attend, but Worlds is definitely one of the funnest. Even if you're going only for the 3v3, even if you're not in, Worlds proper in the Gauntlet, the 3v3 is probably one of the more fun competitive events. Maybe not that competitive, but probably one of the more fun events, especially with the deck building restrictions. And all of the stuff they do surrounding Grand Archive, like they had the Sylvie Casino, they had a bunch of just extra activities, and they really went all out for Worlds this year. So if you have the opportunity to go to Worlds next year, I can highly recommend
Which
that
will
for
be
you.
it's already been announced, it will be in Singapore, right?
That's right. Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a travel for me.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'll be able to make it this year, but man, I had a really good time.
I'm banking really hard and trying to win one of those invites.
Yeah. All right, cool. I'll see you there.
Close second to best type of Grand Archive event, and we have one coming soon. It's those blind sealed. When the recollection decks come out, they like to preview them. They don't spoil anything. There's an event, and they just hand you the reco, and you open it and discover the deck and try to play a tournament with it. Great events.
Yeah, I think at the last Worlds we got to sort of preview the Ciel and Diana starter decks, which was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and then we're getting the Merlin recollection at Ascent Akihabara.
Ooh, yeah. That's another good reason. As if you didn't already have enough reasons to go to the Ascent in Akihabara. That's another big one.
Yeah, and so it's coming out 2 weeks before PTM comes out. So we'll get all the preview. There's the other fun part of that event is not just playing the unknown sealed recollection, is that, well, the recollection box has 3 boosters in it. So everyone is there just cracking their paths and going to the front and trying to fill out the board of the full set and spoiling the set that way.
That's really cool. Just being able to get access to the cards that early is so much fun. Like it's also kind of community building is one thing that I think Grand Archive actually really excels at compared to some other games, is making the players work together in that kind of way. You know, there's a lot of emphasis, especially in Path of Silver, of the players working together in order to reveal all the different categories. And I think I'm just very impressed at what Weebs has done in terms of trying to organize the community.
I have some respect, some condolences for the Path of Silver player that will have to drag their whole collection to Japan to make the event.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Can you imagine trying to drag all those like CSRs and CURs through customs? That's like, oh, I have to declare this?
And all the random foils that you bring just in case that you need it for a set. And
such a massive pile of cards to take with you. Luckily enough, the previous Worlds was in Los Angeles. So for me, that was a relatively easy drive.
Yeah.
I didn't need to fly anywhere. And so I could, me and my friend could haul our collective collection down. Just, bring the entire card house of long boxes. And it's like, all right, well, if it's just sitting in the trunk, it's not that big,
exactly.
But yeah, trying to take that overseas would have been such a hassle.
Oh, yeah.
Well, something to look forward to if you happen to be
definitely.
in Singapore.
Yeah, there's a lot of events coming out. We can shout out. Just next week, there's another Ascent in Auckland. So we'll see. There's not a lot of time for the meta to adapt. In a week, even people looking at this tournament will maybe adjust their sideboard a bit. But in a week, you don't really have the time to change deck, learn a new deck.
Right, absolutely.
So we'll be going to interview with our winner of the final round of Swiss Ascent right now with Tyler.
Hello and welcome back. I am here joined with Ascent, the winner of round 12 of Ascent Niagara Falls. This is the final round of Swizz, so we will be moving into the top cut 8 here. So first of all, congratulations. You are the first seed for the tournament. How does that feel?
It feels great. Coming into day 2 with a 5-1 record and then making all the way and then ending up on a first seed feels pretty good.
It's definitely a big one. That was a tough match you had there. You know, Arisanna is sometimes a little bit tougher. For you specifically, I believe there's no safeguard in the main. So, I mean, talk to me about that. How was the match? How did you feel? Did you feel confident going into it, or was it kind of a little dicey?
So I didn't feel too confident going into it, but I knew I have ways to like beat them. And then I had a good start. I had a lot of allies on my side, and I knew I have the snaring stream. So I was just like making sure that whenever he pops it, I will not lose my allies. If that Polaris goes out, I just have to respond with snare and like get everything back, and then I'm like mostly good to go.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I want to talk about a couple things with your deck and then your style of deck building. So I always like to call the 1-ofs the silver bullets. I believe your deck has 7 1-ofs, where to me, you know, 3 of them make sense as 1-ofs, right? Seeing things like the one of Waltz, it's pretty common. It's a good defensive, offensive option. The turbocharge is a classic. Talk to me about why you chose to run so many 1-ofs instead of just kind of changing the ratios up and going for a sideboard plan.
I mean, a lot of my 1-ofs are defensive cards, which I think like I don't need too many of them, but I want to have some variety. Some stuff like the broker, I just wanted another ally, so I was like, just shove that in. Yeah, we just sometimes have to draw what you need.
Very much a heart of the cards moment. You know, you put in a lot of things that you might want, you might need, and you end up drawing it, right? So it's going to be really big there. So let's take a look at the top 8 bracket here. We're going to look at the top cut and kind of figure out who's playing what. So in the quarterfinals, we have you versus Fruitcake. So that's going to be you versus another Astra Arisanna, Bradis and Nitish. I don't remember what Bradis is on. Nitish is on Merlin. RNG versus Superior, so that's Wind Wake Up versus Genbu. And then Zenadriel and Perfy is Razorgale versus Merlin. How do you feel looking at this bracket?
I would not like to play another Arisanna.
It's unfortunate because that's your first game.
Yes. Everything else is pretty okay, I would say.
Oh, that's the Seiryuu. Bradis is playing Seiryuu. That's what it was.
Oh, let's go.
So you
just have to win one more round and then finals.
Yeah. So how do you feel about your matchup into Merlin?
Merlin is... It's decent. They can't really get the horse out. So it really depends how many Pendragons they will draw once they go to level 3.
So do you feel confident going into potentially a first place here? Taking away this from my region, taking away from Canada, the win, taking it all the way to Europe?
It would be pretty funny. It would be first European win of an Ascent, I think.
True. Because Henke got second.
Yeah,
right?
Henke's washed.
Well, that's crazy. Henke's what?
Washed.
Does that just come with wearing a Lineage Break jersey?
I'm not sure about that. It might have started before that.
We'll have to see. Well, it'll all be decided by how the bracket goes. There's a couple Lineage Break players in there. We got Lineage Break Perfy in there. So we're definitely gonna have to see how things turn out. There's a lot of different decks, right? We only have 2 repeat decks, which is the 2 Merlins. Everything else is different, unique. Is a huge conversion, right?
Yeah.
5 wind in top 8, considering it went 31% to 38% day 2, and then now it's 62.5%. That's you guys did it.
I need a wind spirit.
True, you've won 2 fire spirits now, right?
Yes.
But anyways, thank you guys so much for joining me here for the interview with Ascent. Congratulations again on first seed going into Top Cut. Good luck in your untimed games, and we will see you guys shortly for the rest of Top Cut.
There's something in me. There's something in the
Hey guys, welcome back. Joined here with Chess Club's Noel. So you came off a super hot streak at Ascent Boston. Hey guys, welcome back. Joined here with Chess Club's Noel. So you came off a super hot streak at Ascent Boston. You guys claimed, I believe, 6 spots of the top 8.
5 of the top 8. We had 6 people there on the deck. 5 of us made top 8.
Yeah, that's incredible. That is unheard of. To build a deck that so heavily counters the meta and to bring that to an event and just stomp everybody.
It was truly like a once in a lifetime event kind of moment for us, it was really fun to like be a part of it. Because like going into the event, we're like, we think this deck is really strong. And then at the event, we're like a little nervous at first. We're like, I'm so confident playing the deck. We were testing the night before, and we were playing versus like suited, which ended up not being played so much at the event. And we went like 50-50, and we're like, man, this is rough. Like, we're like, wait a minute. If the match we're worried about is still 50-50, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, then a really good performance. We weren't able to get the win, which is like unfortunate for it, but it was still like a dream come true kind of event in a way.
Yeah, definitely. So looking into, I guess now, Ascent Niagara Falls, we're here joined at this event. We've seen a lot of things, right? We've seen the ban of Rattle the Abyss, which was a keystone in the deck.
Yep.
We've seen the removal of Purifying Thurible now.
Yes.
With, Ascent Taipei removing that. But looking into it now, how do you feel about the position of the, Horse and Taxes Pony Toss deck? And then what are you playing today, and why did you choose that instead of?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. So I didn't really get a lot of time to test this event because I moved across country and I got a new job, so I'm working a lot of nights. And so basically I kind of relied a lot on my teammates testing, and then just like I picked the deck that they like the most. Not a lot of chess clubs able to make it to this event. So we have 4 people here, and we're on 3 different decks. None of us.
That's the old school.
Yeah, it's the old school, right? And none of us are playing Pony. And when I like checked back in like a week ago for the event, I was like looking at what decks we're playing, and I'm like, can we just like play Pony for this event? Like legit, like I feel like just playing Pony is really good. And then Pickle Sword, who's the one who was like the main brain behind Pony, him and Zero were. And so Pickle Sword was like, let me walk you through it. You didn't want to play Pony at Taipei, right? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, why not? I'm like, well, because there's a lot of Crux and like Tristan in the room. He's like, all right, what do you think most played deck is going to be at here? I'm like, good point. Crux. So I don't want to play it. And the reason I thought it might be good was that with Ryle's ban, it like hurts the deck a little bit, but my reason was that it hurt the other decks more because it gives them the extra influence to play through the taxes, and we don't really need the influence as much. Like, it's nice, it's great, but it wasn't like necessary for the deck. But then just thinking through it, we're like, without having a lot of time to like thoroughly retest the matchup, at best it's probably a 50-50 into like what we think is gonna be the most played 2 decks in the room, and that's not a good position to be in. So we decided that just like wasn't the right positioning for the deck. Maybe future events, we'll see. I still enjoy the deck. It's fun. I like that it's a very ignorant deck. You gotta like basically ignore whatever your opponent's doing. You just like play your cards, which is part of why I don't want to play it, because I didn't get tested a lot. So, and yes, what I'm playing today, I'm also still playing a kind of ignorant deck. I'm playing Fire Ciel. We call it Drain Tank. It's just the Carter and Siphoning Crocodile deck, which is actually the backup deck we had for Boston. It's like one of the first decks we built for DTR. We thought it was really good into the field, and we found Pony. And so we played Pony instead. But you just like, yeah, I just take a bunch of damage, I go up, I cleave board to reset, I heal a bit. Dead blow you. Next turn.
Dead blow would be big.
Next turn, Beguiling through dead blow you, win the game. You're
like, man, show Marmoire, dead blow you again.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like you need to see like a single attack card, and then like the first dead blow does 8, and then you Omen for 2, so that's 10. And then you Armor for 2, so that's 12. You dev blow for 9, now that's 21. You end step Omen it again, and that's 23. Like, that already kills a lot of decks, or like almost kills them, right? And you have 36 HP. So you are, and like you also have a bit of healing for the Siphons, the Carters. So it's like, it still is an ignorant deck. It's like, I'm putting the onus on you to interact with me this way. It's also like very simple to play, and so I was comfortable playing it under the little reps. Like my first like true games of the format were Wednesday night. I played 2 games with Merlin and 1 game with Ciel, and like I kind of like Ciel. So then I got on the plane, I brought both of them with me, and then Thursday night I played like 3 games into Merlin. I won them all with Ciel, and I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. And yesterday I played a few more games with Ciel, I won them all. I'm like, all right, yeah, this seems pretty good. And like it's just like a good stuff like mid-range. It's like mid-rangey, I guess, but like you have to go to 3, so like it's not truly mid-rangey. But yeah, that's cool.
So let me ask you one last question here.
Yeah.
What do you think is the best deck in the room? Or I guess conversely to the question, what deck do you think will win this event?
Oh. I have no idea. Hopefully my deck. I mean that's like the optimal answer or the
Okay, if not your
basic
deck,
answer.
what
If not
deck
my
do you
deck.
think will
Yeah.
make it?
I don't know. So I think Merlin is probably the most played deck in the room. Merlin or Crux Knight. I think though that everyone kind of expects that, so I expect a deck that counters that to win the event. I think that Merlin and Crux Knight will still convert really well because like they're good decks in the room. I've heard rumors and I've seen a little bit of people playing Razorgale Kongming, which it's logical, right? It's really good with Rook deciding because you play like, I don't know exactly how many, but they can play like 20 plus forecasts because they have Ascent, Razorgale, Cyclical Breeze. If they're on the Vanny build, they get Gale Stream Insight. They can play a Mustang's a forecast. I saw some people playing Four of Spades. It's just a neutral ally. It's a forecast. That's pretty good. So like Rictus is like a +1, and there's not much Fantasia hate, but at the same time, like
There's a couple people playing Disorienting Winds as well. So for the 5/3 split.
5/3. Okay, I like that.
They
Yeah.
give me more options.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's like it got buffs from Rictus, but at the same time, like it's still Razorgale. Like Razorgale's a good deck, but it hasn't been meta since the nerf for a reason, right? Like it's a good deck, but it's not an amazing deck. Granted, the field always had a lot of hate for it. So yeah,
I think right now is probably the best time for it, right? Because
Right
like
now is-
everyone's pulled a lot of the hate.
yeah, no one's on like nullifying mirrors. No one's on Fantasia hate, so you really got to be proactive with your game plan. Also, like TCG posted a video about it, and like whatever they post that has a lot of influence on people. Like there's a lot of people that say if TCG says the deck is good, I'm gonna play it.
True.
And so-
Look at the Water Ciel. The Water Ciel is a good example of that.
Yeah. Which like I don't like that deck. Not like shade against it. I just like I looked at this deck and I'm like I don't get it. Maybe I just also haven't played versus it or played it, so like maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't vibe with it, right? Like
Yeah. I think it's just,
Windlux,
like,
I think, is a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
Some people really vibe with it. A lot of people really don't vibe with it.
Yeah, I vibed with the deck a lot, and then I bricked for 8 rounds in a row, and now I hate the deck.
The pain. That was Oshnats, right?
That was Oceanats, yeah.
Oceanats.
That was rough. But I got to go opt-in, so it's still good.
It's cool.
But yeah, so I would say like a counter Crux deck, whatever that ends up being would be my guess. I think Razorgale could do really well, but also like if they put down Deer, I guess no one's on Kongming Deer, so they don't have to worry about Harmonious Mantra. And then so like Clarent Reimagine could be an issue for the deck, maybe, but like you have a lot of single pings, so maybe not. I'm not sure.
There's a lot of different things that it could be, but
Yeah. Counter Crux probably. Yeah.
cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us again, guys. This was Noel from Chess Club, Ascent Boston top 8. So good luck with the rest of today.
Thank you. Yeah, have fun.
place go wild when I pull up. They all on me like they want some. Think I got what you need, well I have none. Hop off, you're a freak and I'm handsome. Slide up in the club like 2 chains. This snake is on top of the food chain. Stand out like a star, no new name. All these flights on my DMs, no message back. I just see them, I get them hooked and I reel and then throw them back when it comes in. I'm a snake on this lane, I'm speeding my poison. I'm trying to land with that homie, hoping we dripping in venom so bad. I'm a V-I-P-E. Begging me for affection, but just like Steve Darwin, I live for natural selection. Never hugs or connections, I just constrict and reject them. I make my snake oil transactions, eject my papers and stack them. All these words and my DMs, no message back, I just see them. I get them hooked and I reel and then throw them back when it comes to it. I'm a snake on this lane, I'm spitting my poison, I'm flame, I'm happy, the homie complain, dripping in venom so bad. I'm a V-I-P-E.
Hey guys, how are you doing? Here to bring you a little bit of a cool teaser. So these were shown at the last Ascent. However, people have not had a chance to see the foiling of these. So I have with me the Looking Glass sights coming from Phantom Monarchs. Now these are gorgeous. Man, these are beautiful. This Astra sight with Diana on it, it's fantastic. The foiling, the way it feels also is really cool. It's like got a really unique like matte glass feel to it. But I mean, they're gorgeous. They're so thematically built towards the characters that are on them. So Astrocyte with Diana here. We also have the Umbra site with the new kind of champion here. We have Alice. Alice was in DTR, but we don't really see much with her until we get to figure out what the PTM lore is with her. Man, these are just so special. It's the first time we've seen textless cards in Grand Archive. And I think that they've just done an amazing job with this, right? This will bring so much good value to the box opening process and like kind of the feeling of opening them. Because with these, they're going to be the same rarity as a CSR. So it's going to be 1 in 15 boxes. However, it doesn't take away a slot from your foil slot or your CSR chance. So it is possible to hit like everything in one box. You know, moving on here, the Luxem site. This is, I mean, obviously my favorite. You guys know I'm a Xander player. I love Luxem. This is definitely the one that I need to pick up 4 of. Exeusite's also looking really nice. Jin here is just... he's just him. Jin is him. I really wish he did a little bit better at Ascent Boston, but, you know, we just got to get there. Neosite as well. Tenoris, a little underrepresented, but it is one of the nicer looking ones. I really like the concept of how the Looking Glass site goes around what the element and the champion also kind of vibes with. So with the Tenoris, you know, there's a lot of the gear stuff because of how steampunky it kind of feels with Azoth and ALC there with Alchemical Revolution. We have the Arcane site here. Rai, who's actually become a hero back in the set again. We've been seeing Hyoka and some other players doing fantastic with the Arcane Wind Rai. And then I think this one's probably like, I want to say the fan favorite. This is Sylvie with the Terrasite. This is a really gorgeous one. You know, there were options for Kongming or Diachan there, as they're both Terra champions as well. But Sylvie is, you know, the classic. And then my absolute favorite of all, not because of the champion, but because of the way the card itself looks. The Crux site, I think, is gorgeous, right? We have that new PTM Merlin that has been teased, the Crux Assassin. But what I like the most about this card is when I look at it, it's so thematically well done, right? It's got the Looking Glass frame plus because it has that mosaic art style, the crystals from Crux just blend so well into color scheme of this, and I'm just super excited to get these in person and be able to play them in my own decks. So I hope you guys really enjoyed the chance to take a look at these Phantom Monarchs Looking Glass sites, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
Welcome everybody to the top 8 of Ascent Niagara Falls. My name is Clem and I'm here with Jim. How you doing, Jim? How was your lunch break?
My lunch break was great. Had a really good talk with some friends about what the top 8 looks like and all of the different decks that we're going to see. I do want to point out my prediction held true. There are at least 6 unique decks in the top 8.
Yep. It's when we were talking about open meta, I think some people were skeptical because there's so many Merlins, but the top 6 conversion is pretty diverse. Top 8 conversion is pretty diverse, so that is really, really nice to see, especially considering there were 9 Merlin decks that came into day 2 here. Now, this is a very interesting top 8 as well because look at half of these players are from Canada, RNG Superior, Xanadriel, and I forgot the last person. I apologize in advance as well. And Nightish is the last one. And then Asuna is from Europe. We've seen, he was at Worlds as a competitor, but we haven't seen him at an Ascent do this well before. So it is amazing to see. And then everyone else. Perfy, you already know. And Fruitcake, if you watch Yetis, you've heard, you've already seen him around as well. And I think Bratus is the one new name that if you haven't watched, even if you watch everything, you might not have heard about. So it is a very diverse, all of them are from America.
Yep.
And it's a very diverse pool of people. It's a very diverse pool of champions, and it's really, really exciting. It's almost as diverse as those Looking Glass foils.
They're so shiny.
They're beautiful. So yesterday, actually, Silidar dropped a couple of them off at Core TCG's booth. So eagle-eyed viewers or eagle-eyed attendees could walk by and maybe could have seen them in person already, and they're absolutely gorgeous. My personal favorite one is the Neo sign. But yeah,
Sure.
I'm a bit Tony biased too. I really like yellow as a color, and Neos is golden blended with that art style is incredible.
So I actually ran Terrasite in Slimes for a while, and also Diao-chan, so how can I turn that down? I love the Terra one.
It is beautiful. Still, I think, so with the art style of this, glassy foils or like the stained glass art style, many of the champions lose their unique look about them. And I think the 3 that hold up best are Terrasite and Sylvie, Diana, and actually Xander on Luxem's side because they're so like uniquely recognizable that even in this style they don't lose their like uniqueness. So it is really beautiful. Have you had the chance to like touch the actual cards?
I haven't actually touched them. Yeah, I've heard the material is like very tactile. You can really feel the foiling on it.
It's incredible. So the black parts of the card feel like it's actually glass. The in between the glass, the things that hold together, it feels like that. And then the glass part itself is kind of slippery, like you're actually touching touching actual glass. So it's incredible, and I'm really glad that we're seeing these more special treatments that are not just CSR, because they are amazing, but also it adds something more unique to the game.
Yeah, no, I think it's really cool. Especially this one is also maybe not as accessible as something like a foil SR, foil UR, but just seeing something that you could potentially pull from a box at a better rate than like a CSR, right? It's not like trying to pull for a CSR. And I really like that to see. I want to see more of them out in the field, right?
Yes,
I want to see more of these in the hands of the players. I want to see more of these in the decks of my friends at locals, right? Like this is what I want to see people have the option for to give their deck more character.
Yeah.
I think it's really cool the more they do, especially the technology that goes into it. Like this is a really unique set of foiling. I have a lot of experience in other card games, and I don't think I've seen a foiling treatment like this before. So this is really neat.
Yeah, absolutely. Like there are some card games that's tried this before, but usually they limit the amount of the stained glass art to just a tiny part of the card.
Right.
So the foiling gets lost. You don't get to have the actual tactile feel of it. But then Grand Archive was like, you know what? We're gonna make the entire card like that. Text, even we were even foregoing the text, and it's actually really cool that they're using textless cards on cards that everybody plays. If you play as advanced element, you probably have at least looked at your site before. So
Yeah, absolutely.
it's not something that's too hard to remember, but they're still unique cards. And if anything, in Grand Archive, this is probably the best cards to bring against textless.
Yeah. No, I think this is a good choice. It's not something like a textless devouring malice, for example. Like that's maybe take a step back from that. But these are appropriate cards, I think.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see everybody pull them at home because they're coming out in PTM.
Yeah, it's gonna be so cool.
In 2 months? Less than 2 months now, because it's coming out at December 5th, I believe. So it is going to be here very, very soon. But before that, we have a couple of things to wrap up here.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of business here. Let's concentrate the matter at hand.
Yeah. So we already know who we're going to see on stream here. One of them's a returning stream person and beloved friend of everybody. Actually, I think everyone in Grand Archive loves this guy because he's one of the friendliest faces here. It's Perfy.
Yeah, very nice guy.
He may have taken down one of his best friends, Guruos, on the way here, but at least he's on top 8. So now he better win the whole event.
That's his job.
Make Guruos proud, and then probably give this perfect winning gift for Guruos and Kelly Chibi for this weekend. Going up against Zenadriel. Now, you want to know a very fun fact?
I love fun facts.
Canadian Razorgale players have a 100% conversion into top 8. He is the only player we have here on Razorgale. Now, probably he was traumatized in Toronto, saying that, oh my God, our first Canadian Ascent went like that. Oh no. So he's looking to inflict that pain onto everyone else.
Absolutely. If you can't beat him, join him.
Yep, and join them he did. Now, something very interesting about both of these decks that people might be like, oh, Papa, it's normal. Both of them have 61 cards.
There's nothing normal about that. Please, players, viewers at home, be careful how many cards you include in your main deck. 61 cards is a crime.
Both of these players have top 8'd this event, so I don't know what you're talking about. It seems to be very lucky and going very, very well for them.
I guess crime pays.
Yeah, but so we looked at Perfy's deck list in regards to the exact card-to-card mirror. How you feel about it going into a Kongming Razorgale match?
This is actually really interesting. I feel like there's reasons to think that both decks have an advantage here and there, right? Merlin, obviously, with that warrior subtyping, has an incredibly high life total. 28 is a lot of health to chew through for a deck like Razorgale. Razorgale, on the other hand, has a lot of ways to keep their opponent back and a lot of things that they can do within the game in order to push that advantage. I think it's really tough to call out. Personally, my heart goes with the Razorgale deck. Like, I want Razorgale to... I'm embracing my villain arc.
All right.
I want Razorgale to win
the
here.
eternal villain arc coming in here. Damn. All right.
But I think it could go either way. I think it's pretty even.
I love Canadian players. I love Zenadriel. I don't want both Canadian Ascents to be won by a Razorgale deck, So I am on Perfy's side.
All right.
I think Merlin has enough of a chance to win this game because Razorgale has them, the cyclical breezes and the veiling breezes, which together are together are 8 veiling breezes technically. And it is Kongming, so it has a lot of ways to survive. However, I think Merlin has a very good shot because Razorgale takes so long to kill that you're just gonna hit through it eventually.
I mean, there's definitely that potential. The thing that makes Kongming Razorgale so interesting is the power of Tempest Downfall. right? Using the ability to free activate Tempest Downfall whenever you have any kind of suppression effect, and there are a lot of suppression effects available in this deck, means that you can kind of turbo out 4, 8, sometimes 5, 10 damage out of your hand without any other resources expended. And, you know, on that's scary. That can be a lot. This also is running the Ardent Cloud Strikers, which is kind of tailor-made for this matchup, right? It's so it's something that's going to be hard for Perfy to deal with. That 3/4 body is pretty big, and because of the ability of Ardent Cloud Striker with the Kongming shifting winds, means that it comes in for 6 every turn. And that is a lot of damage to deal with.
Yeah, the shifting currents is a very, very scary thing. But Perfy can rest easy knowing that at least his Pendragons are safe. Because they are also 3/4 bodies. And, you know, not much is going to happen to them. Now, we might see Nullifying Lantern come in for Perfy here. Let's talk about Sideboards. Go ahead a
we got
bit.
some time.
Yeah, we have time for that. I think we're going to see the Nullifying Lantern come in for Perfy. However, I see that Zenadria plays it in his main board. That's pretty interesting. It doesn't Cyclical Breeze specify a wind element spell? So what's going on with that?
So the Nullifying Lantern absolutely turns off Cyclical Breeze, but the Nullifying Lantern is an important enough card against decks like Genbu or against decks like the Fire Lorraine decks that require fuel for their Rending Flames that it is okay that you are turning off this combo piece, because it really is just one piece out of many for the Razorgale deck. The Razorgale deck has a lot of cards that it can play, and if it can't Cyclical Breeze back into the Veiling Breeze, then you can still play all your Fairy Whispers. You can still play all of your Usurp the Winds and draw your extra cards and deal your damage that way. The Cyclical Breeze is helpful, but it's not as important as turning off these core strategies from other decks.
Fair enough, you got me there. He's really surviving is indeed more important than using your, getting all the value out of your Cyclical Breezes. Because if you have the Veiling Breeze, you already used it if it's in the graveyard, right? So you save yourself once, and from that point onwards, you really should be killing your opponent, It's a very obvious choice, honestly, when you look at it like that. But it's still it's odd always to see these anti-synergies in players' decks that in their attempt to stop another deck, they kind of hinder themselves as well. And it's always cool to have a talk about, is it worth it? Why are they really putting it in there?
I mean, it is, don't get me wrong, it is definitely still a hindrance. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Perfy bring in that Nullifying Lantern for this matchup, because it is a pain when your cards don't do what your cards say they do.
Yeah, and also we're unlikely to see Zenadriel bring it in, right? Because the Crux side is not as scary as the Rending Flames, like you said, as the Genbu water card. So it might be a little swap-a-roo here later for them.
I think Perfy isn't even running the Crux site, so I'm not sure that the Nullifying Lantern is going to do much at all.
Yeah, but in the sideboard there is. So there is always
possibilities.
the little back and forth teasing of, will you not? Who's gonna go for it? It's a game of chicken, through and through. I think the whole thing of sideboarding, same with we talked about this in the mirror, but.
Yeah.
It is a game of chicken, and it's all a game of mentals, especially with open deck lists, which all of day 2 is open deck lists, but for top 8, people have the lunch break. People have a lot more time to actually learn and look at their opponent's deck list.
Absolutely.
So at that point, it 100% is a mind game, because you know that your opponent is going to sideboard against the sideboard that you have, and they're going to know about, they're going to suspect the ratios. So it's a lot tougher, but let's get into the game here. It's amazing to see both of these players. They have their top 8 secured. They have their spirits secured. Now they're playing for who's going to win this Ascent, who's going to take away the spirit that's here on our desk right now.
Absolutely, yeah. And I both of them, they're already guaranteed their spirit, but they definitely want the spirit with the lower number on it. Lower number is better when it comes to spirits.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they're going to be playing their hearts out here. We have Zenadriel, our windy Canadian, starting on the left side, and Perfy representing Merlin over on the right.
Yeah, so the Looking Glass immediately coming out from Perfy here. It has to, otherwise he's losing with Realization, but it's really cool to see Windmill Engineer. So both of these players have gone through all of Nationals last year. Perfy doing better, getting 2 worlds specifically as well. But, there's still nothing to, discount. It's still a massive achievement to get to that point. The Windmill Engineer being, proof that, hey, I did this, I went there, I got there.
Yeah, Zinadrill and Perfy actually have been at several events together. Unfortunately, or fortunately or depending on your point of view, they haven't fought each other previously, passing like ships in the night. So we don't have any history between these 2 players directly, but they've definitely been at events before.
Yeah, and so I'm also very interested in seeing this specific matchup because it's been a year, almost to the day of since Ascent Toronto. So seeing what's going to, how it's going to go down, how Razorgale does in this meta. It's already here in top 8, sure, but how it goes going forward here is going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, especially because a lot of Razorgale, there's certain timings involved. You kind of have to know how to play against Razorgale. So, I mean, obviously some stiff competition getting up to this point, but this is the top 8. This is, in theory, the 8 best players in this room. So definitely people who are going to know their stuff and have a sense of how to play against this deck.
Yeah, and pretty slow start, I feel like, from Zinadriel. Obviously digging for those Razorgales first, but I do see that he already has the big boy in his hand. There it is, it's coming out. Ardent Cloud Striker. A 5-cost 3/4 is pretty intimidating on its own as well, because it can take care of all of those 2-3 hours. Now, do you think Perfy is going to put a lot of energy into making sure that the Ardent Cloud Striker is going to be gone from the field as soon as possible?
I don't. It's a very good question. I don't think Perfy can let it stay out and hit him for 6 a turn over the long period. So I think we're probably going to see some method of dealing with it. And this Inert Sword coming along with this Lorraine level 1 materialization might be exactly what he's looking for. So with his Inert Sword, he only needs another 2 damage if he decides to go for the Ardent Cloud Striker. And I think if he leaves that Cloud Striker on the board, it's at the cost of a lot of health that he's going to lose.
Yeah, and looking at his hand is also pretty tough. He does luckily have the Cheshire Cat for the 3 damage, and it goes through anything that Zinadriel could have. He doesn't. I don't believe he plays like favorable. Like, does play 4 favorable wins. I knew I saw something on there that can save him. So it can hit with the Cheshire Cat. He can still kill the Ardent Cloud Striker through that. So probably that is what we're gonna be seeing from him here.
Yep.
But what do you think the plan is gonna be afterwards? Because he has 2 Pendragons in hand, no goals. He has the Chilling Touch already.
Yeah.
He's not in a really good position right now.
No, I think his early game is not going to be particularly impressive. And he's going to be doing his best to, I think, turn this into a late game as quick as possible, right? We've already gotten another float into the yard here via that Creative Shock. So I really think he's going to be working his way up as fast as he can in order to take advantage of those powerful Crux cards that he right now has stranded in his hand.
Sorry, and the Perfy is attacking Zinadriel straight to face. So you're right that he doesn't have a good early game right now, but do you think that because he knows that Zinadriel doesn't play any higher than level 1 champion here, that he's going to be going for the more aggressive early game kill here?
I mean, that does seem to be the direction he's going. So he's going to take another hit for 3 this turn because Zinadriel's not going to get the chance to change his Shifting Currents to the west in order to power up that Ardent Cloud Striker. So it is a little bit of a buffer before he starts taking really, really big damage from this Cloud Striker. But going for face, I think, means that he has a very specific plan here.
Yeah, and it seems that is just, take Kongming out as soon as possible. Now, however, you were talking about, 6 damage to face from next turn. However, do you think that Ardent Cloud Striker is going to go for the Cheshire Cat just because of how threatening that alone is as well?
Well, I'm not sure that there's a way for the Ardent Cloud Striker to get True Sight here.
True, that is the best part of the Cheshire Cat.
Cheshire Cat's
that Spellground and Stealth here. So Cheshire Cat's going to be around for quite a bit. There's the Usurp the Winds come in. So
ooh, Ooh, that's so clutch. Okay, so the Usurp the Winds here, I think normally is used as a card draw spell within the context of Razorgale, right? It's great to be able to play a wind card, get some damage out of the Razorgale, and then draw a card back. But in this situation, actually getting it to go west early allows you to get so much more damage. This Usurp the Winds represents an extra 7 damage that Perfy wasn't going to take otherwise. And Perfy now in the tank. Take a look at that face. He is considering this board in a way that he was not worried about 3 seconds ago.
Yeah, I'm curious. Does Perfy have any way of actually dealing with such a wide board? Because I can't see anything other than Turbo to 3, but he doesn't have the dungeon guide for it.
Yeah, no, this is a really rough position. I think he was looking at this as, okay, I can race this, and now I'm not sure that he thinks that anymore.
Yeah, it's very tough. However, 8 damage is also not impossible for a Merlin. Oh, the other Shashika going away is really, really unfortunate because he could play another one for 3 additional damage here.
That's true. Even though it is unique, you can always play another one and just remove the old one.
Yeah.
So that could have been definitely a way to help clear these Cloud Strikers.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's going to be the direction he's going here, though.
It seems not, but it could have been really. Do you think, a theoretical line here, because now he's in a very, very bad position still. Do you think that if he had the Cheshire Cat, he would have cremation ritualed his existing one, played the next one, and possibly hit for lethal with the inner? So because Zenadriel's hands down. So as long as he has the 2 Cheshire Cats, he could have taken the game home here with the very aggressive game plan.
Yeah, I mean, he only needs another 12 damage in order to make it through, right? Forcing through 7 damage earlier on. But he's taking the safe play here, clearing one of the Cloud Strikers, and trying to keep himself alive.
And it requires the Stalwart Shieldmate to keep himself alive, but it is... So, if not, rather when Zenadriel takes care of that Stalwart Shieldmate, he's gonna be going up to level 3 next turn. So there might just be a chance of the race catching up. But it's very unfortunate for Perfy because he could have won last turn if he had a better banishment there.
Yeah, it's already this game is looking really, really close, right? You can keep looking at individual things and be like, what if? But we've seen it be very, very close to a game over already, like, twice now. If that Ardent Cloud Striker had stayed out, this would be the end of Perfy right now. And if somehow Zenadriel... that's an unfortunate pull.
Both of these players banishing the most unfortunate cards for their level ups here. Veiling Priest being incredibly important, especially in this matchup where Perfy is probably going to go for with a massive fireball or a lot of 3 damage.
But this actually looks like it's lethal with the smoke bombs. If Perfy doesn't have an answer, that is 7 damage coming directly to his face. Exactly lethal here. And I'm not sure if Perfy has any responses. Like, what are we looking for from his hand? Does he have anything that he can play here? Do we have a Resolute stand coming up? There's not a lot of options that he can pull from his deck.
And it seems that it is game over with that. You're absolutely right. Yeah, he didn't have anything that he could have done here, unfortunately, seeing as there was just way too much damage coming in from Zenadriel.
Yeah, this was a really, really turboed match. This isn't the kind of combat you expect to see from a Razorgale deck.
But it is the kind of deck you would see from one of those aggro Kongming decks that we had around right after Razorgale became the beast that it was for a bit. And so we didn't see Razorgale. We don't know. We talked about sideboards here already. What do you think, Can you tell me what really the game plan would have been if there were no 2 Ardent Cloud Strikers hitting for 12?
Yeah, so without the Ardent Cloud Striker, which really is kind of a transformational strategy for this deck, you're relying on small spell damage from the Razorgale Calling, right? Every Razorgale Calling means that you have 1 damage on every wind card you play. And when your wind cards replace themselves, like Usurp the Winds, like Fairy Whispers, like Cyclical Breeze, then every time you play a card, you get that card back, you've gone influence neutral, and you've dealt a little bit more damage to your opponent. So most of the time, something like Safeguard Amulet would be the kind of thing you're looking for. Something like Blanche coming in from the board for Perfy makes sense for Razorgale's typical strategy. The real question is, does Perfy have the fear of the Ardent Cloud Striker now.
Yeah, it's a very different gameplay than I think Perfy was even used to or seen before from the usual Razorgale strategy that you mentioned of playing a lot of wind spells or wind cards in general, because Razorgale triggers off of every single wind card you activate. So versus hitting for 6 multiple times. So I'm really curious to see if Perfy probably is just going to bring in everything he has, because this was a very quick and very scary matchup.
Yeah, this absolutely was. I think this is an outlier, and I think Perfy is going to recognize that as well. Perfy most likely going to sideboard for the traditional Razorgale plan, and just be aware in the back of his head, sometimes there are 6/4s on the field.
Sometimes there are 6/4s on the field is a very funny sentence
Right?
to hear as well.
But yeah, I'm expecting for him to sideboard for the spell plan. I'm expecting to see the Blanches come in. I'm not expecting to see Resolute stands. I'm not expecting to see Crystallized Destiny. I'm expecting Safeguard Amulet and Blanche.
Yeah, the Crystallized Destiny definitely uses a lot of value with a 6/4 as well, because it doesn't hit that critical 7 damage threshold. But it's still very good. Don't get me wrong. It prevents all of the damage that would be coming in. But in this matchup, it's less one big damage more than multiple sources of big damage, or a lot of small chip damage, quite literally. My favorite thing always to see is a Razorgale calling being triggered by activating another Razorgale calling, and then possibly a third one triggering both of them at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the Razorgale dream, is getting 3 damage on every wind activation for the rest of the game going forward. It's just such a mean way to play.
Yeah, if there were a card that modified the elements of cards your opponent play or you play, Razorgale calling would be either really, really good or really, really terrible, because then it also would be a ruling mess, probably looking at who's changing who's. But that's a scary theoretical world to live in.
Yeah. Man, I hope weebs are not listening to this cast.
Yeah, because there's only 5 norm cards in Zenadriel's deck, but it's still 5 more than you'd expect. Also, that 61st card in his deck, I'm not sure if you saw, is a turbo charge.
Of course it is.
It's a one-off turbo charge.
Yeah.
It's like, if I draw it, it's gonna be very fun and great. But now it's
Yeah, you're willing to roll that dice.
Yeah, you're willing to gamble on that 61st card there. Also, Lucky 61 is something that a lot of players say, which is, hey, it seems to be. Both of these players are in top 8. Now, Perfy goes first, which is what he wants. Zenadriel goes second, which is also what he wants. I feel like this is the dream for both of these players. Obviously, the materialization is really good, but Razorgale Kongming is a 4-cost card, so you want to have as many cards in hand as possible, right?
Yeah, influence is very important for the Razorgale deck. And even if you do have that first turn Razorgale, most often you're not going to be playing it on turn 1, because you're You know what?
What
Maybe
are you
I just
talking
shouldn't say
about,
things.
Jim? Here is the third one Razorgale calling now.
So I should say, this to me says that he doesn't have a lot of other options, because playing Razorgale on turn 1 means you're going down on influence, and keeping her influence high is very, very important to this deck. So if he's playing Razorgale here, I think it means that he doesn't have a lot else to do.
But is it really that bad, especially him, because he went second, and his whole deck is about playing main deck cards, not material deck cards. So is it really that bad having the 8-card influence to start with, to just go for a Razorgale calling and know that no matter what you do from this point on, you're guaranteed dealing at least 1 damage a turn?
Yeah, it's not the worst. You just want to be careful about how many cards you're playing that aren't influence neutral, because if you spend cards reacting to what your opponent's doing and then playing Razorgales and everything else, if you go down to like 6 cards, you suddenly have a lot fewer options, when really what this deck relies on not only is getting the Razorgales in play, but also that fluidity, just being able to play card after card after card, and you need influence to do that.
Now, you're absolutely right, but another version of this deck plays Vanitas. Why is Kongming better than getting the cast bonus of Vanitas, making Razorgale only cost 2, so that we don't have the issue of, it costs 4 influence, Because it seems like an odd choice to go for a mage in a card where your namesake card is a cleric's class bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. It is an interesting decision. I think the key of it revolves around burst damage. When the Razorgale deck first debuted, it was pre the errata for 3 visits. Oh
There's
my
another
gosh,
one
there's another
coming in for
Razorgale. All right,
Zenadriel.
let's put that conversation on hold. With 2 Razorgales on the field, Zenadriel has a lot of options. And Perfy is sitting here on level 1, so his plan is proceeding apace, but he's got to be feeling a little bit of the pressure here.
Yes, and Adriel having a 4 cards in hand, he's balanced. 4 cards in hand, 4 cards in memory. He was able to use the backup charger last turn, so he's looking really, really good on influence here. This is gonna sound weird, but this is incredibly fast for a Razorgale deck, right? Because they haven't seen anything, sure, but 2 Razorgales are on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that might, in fact, be a factor for that first Razorgale. If he knows he can go Razorgale into Razorgale, suddenly his clock is much faster. And he needs a little bit less of that fluidity and a little bit more of that burst damage. But of course, he is also taking some burst damage. He's going to have to find a way to stay alive. And Razorgales alone are not going to do that.
Yeah, and Perfy does have the Dungeon Guide in hand. He has the Ghost of Pendragon, as literally every single Merlin player does. Here's the Fluffy Shopkeep coming out, banishing the good old reliable Prismatic Edge and Majestic Spirit just to draw a card. Now, what can Zenadriel do to stop Perfy's momentum? Because he has everything. He has a massive board. And then Zenadriel is here with 2 Razorgales, which is a massive board for a Razorgale, but he doesn't have a way to deal with it right now.
No, what you can do with 2 Razorgales on the board is win first. And I think that might be the direction this is going. Less about stopping Perfy's push, and more about maybe 1 Veiling Breeze on defense, but otherwise running this Fairy Whispers. If he Fairy Whispers into a Fairy Whispers, that's 4 damage in Perfy's end step, ready to recollect again. You know, he still has the Usurp the Winds coming. He still has some 3 Visits in his deck. He could scout the land. All of this stuff, small, cheap wind cards, each of which, when played, deals 2 damage to his opponent. And that is a scary proposition.
And that is the game plan of the deck as well. So, yeah, I'm curious to see, because Perfy has such a massive lead on the game, but Zenadriel still has an influence of 8 that keeps consistent, which means at least 4 of these 1-cost wind cards. All right, so this is what you're talking about as well. This is the 1-cost wind card. Coming out, the favorable winds, which has floating memory. So Kongming level 1 is here, giving him that bit of buffer. Now, do you think we're going to see some Kongming shenanigans coming up now that he's level 1? Or was it more so because Kongming has 19 health?
Well, the mage bonus on Tempest Downfall allows you to play Tempest Downfall for free. So 1 Zephyr here could represent 10 damage out of his hand with no other resources spent. Instead, what we're seeing is a Windmill Engineer, which is happening to chip away for another 2 damage because of the Razorgale.
I think what's even funnier is seeing the 2 favorable winds being used to pay for said Windmill Engineers. Like,
absolutely.
You know, I have all of this, and I could hurt you a lot right now, but I'm not gonna. Instead, I'm gonna keep a hand of 5, I believe. You know, which is very scary if you're Perfy, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, so a quick glimpse through Zenadriel's hand while he was shuffling his cards out. He does have one of those Veiling Breezes, which means Perfy's going to be really hard pressed to deal much damage this coming turn, and when the Veiling Breeze itself also plays for an additional 2 damage against Perfy, this is a pretty good position for the Razorgale deck, despite all of the damage coming in.
Yeah, so Perfy went up to level 2. Do you think that is really the main reason that Zenadriel was like, yeah, I'm putting these favorable winds into my memory so you can for sure not touch them with your Merlin?
That has a lot of potential. I think he's not that concerned about playing the favorable winds. Mostly he'd rather play the influence neutral stuff. And the favorable winds, while they are floating memory, need the right timing to be converted into an extra card. So it's not his favorite thing to play. If he has something like a Fairy Whispers, that's going to be a lot more preferable.
Yeah, definitely. But I see something in his hand that I think is going to be the main reason that we see. Oh, and never, Bagua being one of them. But the other card in his hand, I think he's using to, he went up to level 1 for is Enervate Agility. Now, why am I raving so much about Enervate Agility? It's because it can give stealth here for Zenadriel, which is something very important, looking at Perfy's board and seeing how he cannot deal with it.
Yeah, it is an almost perfect defensive ability for him right here. It's not going to protect him against stuff like fireballs, or if it does, it's not going to also protect him against the massive board that Perfy is representing here. But the Veiling Breeze that it seems like he's about to play is definitely going to do that trick.
Yeah,
but first we're going to draw some more cards.
All right, so this is one of the other reasons that we're seeing Kongming. Bagua is just such a powerful card. Is there ever gonna be a world where it's not it's not West and just drawing cards?
I think that is extremely uncommon. Most of the other abilities don't really do a thing that you care about. We have already seen, though, playing with Usurp the Winds to change the winds when he needs it. So the option is open to him, but on the whole, Kongming takes a journey to the west and never comes back.
Yeah, west is the best direction for Kongming. And so how does Kongming work? Once Zenadriel goes down a level, will it go? Will he lose the shifting currents, or is that there forever?
So
now?
the shifting current stays out. If he's no longer Kongming by going down to the Spirit of Wind, he loses the ability to change the direction of it, but it is still out and in the direction it was indicated beforehand. So now we're seeing that Veiling Breeze and Perfy, ever the consummate gamer, taking some notes here.
Yeah, but I think something very important that people forget is you don't have to reveal more than you exactly need for Veiling Breeze. And this is why both of these players are in top 8. Perfy with his notes, Zenadriel proving that, I know that he can't really deal more than 3 damage to me this turn. So I'm just going to use, I'm just going to reveal as much information as I can. And very diligently, he showed the 2 cards that he already revealed for the imbuing of the Windmill Engineer here, which is incredibly smart from these players.
Yeah, not revealing any more information than you have to is the hallmark of somebody who is most importantly paying attention to what they're doing.
Yeah.
But also, that's very relevant as a skill.
Yeah, and the Dungeon Guy coming out for Perfy as well, which is going to be very relevant for his skill too. Putting down only cards that he doesn't mind losing. Their Creative Shock and Chilling Touch. We've talked a lot about, he has every single element card, and he's like, why do we see him get rid of it so often? Because it seems like he's just losing value at this point.
Well, he only has the one of, and for the most part, it's only relevant if he gets the ability to play his Prismatic Ascension, right? If he gets the Prismatic Ascension, Spirit Blade Ascension.
Yeah.
For the Prismatic Ascension.
Yeah,
whatever.
Prismatic Edge with Spirit Blade Ascension, so it might as well be a Prismatic Ascension combo.
But yeah, having the water card in hand is only relevant for that particular purpose. And if he's not anticipating that, if he doesn't have the Spirit Blade Ascension in hand, then maybe not that interested in keeping it around as an extra card, especially compared to stuff like the Incarnate Majesty, which he's currently holding on to, which is a key card in this matchup. Incarnate Majesty actually means that you don't take any more damage from Razorgale.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is, we haven't seen a Majestic Spirit come out in any of the games we've had for Merlin here, but in this matchup, Perfy wants to get it out as soon as possible because Zenadriel has no way of dealing with it. It's basically game over the moment that Majestic Spirit hits the field. So it's exactly what you want to see here. But so Perfy didn't immediately go and play his Pendragon here. He goes to Pendragon. Unlike we've seen before, what's the difference between this matchup and this situation versus going up against Guruos, where he just immediately sent down a Pendragon?
Well, in this case, it looks like he's trying to get that Prismatic Edge to come out, which is especially painful against a wind deck. So this is really rough for Zenadriel, honestly. Having to lose cards out of your memory because of the wind effect of Prismatic Edge, in addition to the extra damage that he's taking from the effects of the Prismatic Edge because of the fire cards in Perfy's memory, is just so rough. And Razorgale really lives or dies by its influence. So losing a card here, very painful.
Yeah, and obviously Perfy also being very, very smart and keeping the Ascension up until Zenadriel's turn here to be able to deal 3 damage to Kongming and to Zenadriel's face. And Zenadriel, he high rolled. He did not, right now he has no allies to maximize the value off of Usurp the Wind, so he's not too sad about losing it here. Now, does he have a chance to get back from this position?
I think so. I mean, he does have a lot of damage that he needs to deal to Perfy, but that's potentially something that he could do. We already saw Favorable Winds as a cheap card. Kind of looking through his hand right now, I see some Cyclical Breeze. I'm not sure whether or not he has enough. It just sounds like Xenadriel doesn't think he has
he's
enough
like,
either.
that's just not enough. Even though he has the 3rd Razorgale in hand, it does cost 4. Even though he's level 1, it's the wrong class, unfortunately. And this is, I think, where we see one of the weaknesses of this deck, which was what you were talking about. But back in the first few turns, we didn't see it take into effect. It's come into effect too much. But here, you can see that 4-cost Razorgale really is hurting Xenadriel. He cannot combo into more wind cards, like you say. Go card neutral.
Right. And, a Cyclical Breeze here in order to get back his Veiling Breeze. I was hoping to see, kind of the dream right now would be a Zephyr into multiple Tempest Downfalls. But instead he's going for the defensive options, probably on account of not having both a Zephyr and multiple Tempest Downfalls. And trying to keep himself alive across the next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. He has 6 cards in hand, so that is not quite enough, right, for a Veiling Breeze and the Razorgale Calling, which is a very unfortunate situation for him. He cannot abuse the Razorgale Callings here.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's not really in a position to play another Razorgale because he does need to keep his hand open for the damage that he needs to inflict. And while every card is potentially influence neutral, not necessarily costing you a whole lot of resources, it does still cause you to put cards in memory in order to pay for it. And that train doesn't run forever. So you have to be able to play cards in order to gain value out of that Razorgale. And for him to give up a whole turn of playing cards in order to play another Razorgale doesn't necessarily seem worth it, especially with how close Perfy is to death right now.
Yeah, but now Perfy bringing out the Safeguard Amulet, which is going to be really bad for Xenadriel. Do you think we're going to see a whole little Razorgale turn in response to the materialization here, or will he kind of force it out of Perfy's hand later?
I mean, we could very well see, he's thinking very hard about this right now, and even some cards going down. So yeah, it does look like we're going to see a bunch of responses here, maybe firing off the Veiling Breeze in addition to drawing off a couple of cards. Or maybe just firing off the Veiling Breeze. Actually, yeah, looks like he's just firing off the Veiling Breeze, showing those same 2 favorable wins from before.
He's just going, he really is doing what you predicted that he's doing. Recycling all of these cards, going completely neutral. And now, look at those damage counters of both of these players. Before, we were like, oh, Kongming has so many. Perfy has already dealt so much damage. And then slowly, with the 2 Razorgale Callings, every single wind activation put Perfy at 19 damage counters now.
Yeah, it definitely stacks up, right? It'll get there in time. He just needs to survive. And that's what the Cyclical Breeze is for. Bringing that Veiling Breeze back, giving him yet another turn of essentially freedom here, right? Unless Perfy finds a source of damage that deals more than 3 at once, which, he does have some of those.
Yeah, but it's still, not enough where I think Xenadriel would bring out that Enervate Agility. So do you think that is, he's scared of the Fireball and that's why he's keeping 4 cards up and didn't go for, I can put more cards down for my Veiling Breeze instead of... And instead just kept his hand in hand.
Right, yeah. I mean, I think it's very hard to play around the Safeguard Amulet, right? So there is some incentive to be like, I'll just play all this stuff in response to the Safeguard Amulet. I think he's okay with letting Perfy block some of his damage as long as he keeps his own options open. And I think exactly what you said is exactly what he's doing. Keeping his hand up to be able to respond to Perfy in order to keep himself alive across this critical next turn.
Now, Perfy has 5 cards in hand. He has an influence of 7 total, which would be enough to play the Incarnate Majesty. Thank you. I was thinking of Majestic Spirit, but you're not playing the Majestic Spirit itself. Yeah, Incarnate Majesty next turn. Now, do you think Xenadriel has the ability to kind of win the game this turn? Because it's also very hard for Perfy to know when to pop and when to banish bad Sacred Amulet. And this is where the stack once again comes in of, Xenadriel has to let everything resolve first. See if Perfy, banishes the Sacred Amulet, and then play his cards and just kind of go through his deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are seeing the Crux sites. Looks like the Crux sites did come in from the sideboard. I think Perfy recognizing that this is kind of a longer game, potentially, and wanting those extra Crux cards back. Maybe in order to replay the Ascension?
Probably, but he was also like, he didn't pay the 2 for it, so he just drew a card. So exactly what you said of, he's going for the long game, which is going to be very interesting. So Perfy decides to banish the Sacred Amulet as soon as possible. Do you think that we're going to be seeing a battle in Perfy's recollection here, looking at Xenadriel's influence and grip of cards?
Yeah, I mean, that is the sensible way for Xenadriel to play this next turn, is instead of running out any cards on his own turn, allowing that Safeguard Amulet effect to expire, and then playing during Perfy's recollection, or even materialize if Perfy gives him the chance. So he definitely wants to play his cards when he's going to get the most value out of them, and that absolutely includes getting extra damage onto Perfy.
Yeah, but seeing the Crux site's additional effect not being used makes me think that Perfy's gonna go straight to recollection, not giving Xenadriel any chance to do shenanigans before he gets to the point where he wants to be.
Yeah, and Perfy is actually in a position where if he can get that Incarnate Majesty out, he probably has this game mostly locked up. It's really difficult for a deck in Xenadriel's position to deal with that Majesty.
Except there is the exact thing that you were talking about, the thing that you want to see. There's the Zephyr into the 2 Tempest Downfalls in Xenadriel's hand, both of them dealing 5 damage each with the Zephyr for 0 cost. That is insane. So why are we saying it costs 0? What's happening with Razorgale Kongming and Zephyr? Or like Tempest Downfall and Zephyr?
So the class bonus on Tempest Downfall is if anything, I think it's a unit actually. If a unit has been suppressed, then you can activate Tempest Downfall without paying its reserve cost. Which means each of these cards is dealing 3 damage on its face, plus the additional 2 damage from Razorgale. So that is 10 damage out of his hand without needing to pay any additional costs.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy. But look at what Perfy has in his hand. Oh my god. He's actually saved, isn't he? Because he has the Blanche there.
Oh, yeah, the Blanche is so critical here.
Amazing for Perfy here. But the problem is...
Well, now the Blanche is not necessarily safe either.
Yeah, because the Blanche isn't safe too. There is 1 more Tempest Downfall in Xenadriel's hand, and 3 more cards, which means he's 1 card shy from taking lethal right this moment.
So unfortunately, the way the effects stack up is the Razorgale effects happen before the cards resolve. And in this case, that doesn't matter because he had 1 more scout. All he needed was another fast card to go with that first Tempest Downfall, since he only needed to get 7 more damage.
Oh yeah, because the cards recycle themselves. So as long as he just drew another... Oh, okay. So wait, the math here is very hard for me.
Sure.
The Blanche would have prevented enough damage from the Tempest Downfall and the Blanche. So how is it immediately game over?
So the Blanche would have prevented all of the damage from the first Tempest Downfall and Razorgale effect if the Blanche had resolved. But with the Blanche sitting on the stack, Xenadriel is still free to respond with another Tempest Downfall. So that extra damage happens before the Blanche ever hits the field. And also that Scout the Land, another 2 damage, equals the exact 7 that he needed in order to take Perfy out. Perfy was just close enough.
I for some reason I thought that Perfy had 20 damage counters only at the beginning of the turn. The math does add up there. That is so unfortunate. It was exactly what you wanted to see here, but it was still so tough to see. Perfy got so far, and then a Canadian nemesis, everybody's least favorite deck in Canada, I believe, took him down. Razorgale back again in semifinals for Ascent Niagara Falls. Our second Canadian Ascent, a Canadian piloting the behated deck by everyone that ever came to a Canadian Ascent, apparently. Now continuing the legacy of Razorgale doing very, very well here. So, wow, that those games were a lot faster than I expected them to be.
Yeah, it really shows off the versatility of the deck. You know, it has the Ardent Cloud Strikers in order to deal some really incredible damage to any decks that aren't prepared to interact in the early game, and it has the inevitability of Razorgale on top of the burst damage from the Tempest Downfalls to really seal the deal against any deck that isn't appropriately respecting your spell damage. So it really has a lot of power, and we saw that absolutely showcased in this match.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing because I'm really glad we got to see both sides of this deck that you're talking about, because it was, first game it was so fast and so aggressive, and it was just an allies deck.
Right.
But then game 2, we saw why Razorgale is still a threat and why everyone sees a Razorgale deck and goes, oh. So I guess your wishes triumphed. You're the big bad evil guy here. Once thing, you're here in Canada. You were like, finally, I can cast some Razorgale games. May all your wishes come true like this one, Jim.
This is an unfortunate, like the monkey's paw, finger has curled, right? This is the beginning of the dark reign.
Not
Razorgale's
again.
coming back.
Not again. At least we will not see a mirror in the final.
It's true. Razorgale mirrors are the absolute worst. I do not recommend.
What do you mean? There's just a couple of hours. What happened?
Oh, man.
And what happened in Toronto? How long was semifinals? I remember something about semifinals and then closing ceremony and then final. What was happening? Good, wonderful matchup, wonderful mirror to look at.
Yeah, only takes about 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
28 hours of just sitting there being like, okay, if I can Veiling Breeze now.
If I could just prevent the damage that you're doing. If I can just blanch and, what are you going to do? Oh, my God. I'm very glad Zenadriel won. Congratulations to him. But Razorgale, man.
Hey, I'm going to follow Zenadriel up. I hope Zenadriel wins it. I want Zenadriel to take it all the way.
I hope to see a Canadian in final here. So it is looking very interesting. Now, Zenadriel's opponent is already revealed. Do you want to give us the amazing news? What he's going to be facing up against?
Yeah, so we have RNG on Wind Wake Up, moving forward into the semifinals in order to face Zenadriel there. So this is going to be not a wind mirror exactly, two very different decks opposing each other.
Yeah.
But this promises to be an exciting match. A lot of power on both sides.
Yeah, RNG is also regular on stream. I think viewers who watched yesterday are very familiar with how exactly his deck works. So you can kind of predict and see how this matchup's going to go. I'm interested. I think it fully depends on what Zenadriel draws, because his deck RNG's deck can really overwhelm Zenadriel so quickly.
Absolutely. And the Wake Up deck, I think, got where it is now by being consistent.
Also gambling.
Yeah, consistency and gambling. That's the perfect combination. But the Razorgale deck kind of suffers a little bit in the face of that kind of consistency, because the Razorgale deck, it sort of has these two completely different strategies, right? And the Cloud Strikers suffer a lot when you're going into a deck that has board presence early and isn't planning on playing the long game. Yeah. So the Razorgale part of it also suffers a little bit when your opponent is being more aggressive than you are.
Yeah, but the other thing that's very interesting is both of those decks only play level 1 champions, and they only go up there once it's absolutely necessary. So it might just be a really fast game on the merits of spirit versus spirit. 15 life is not that much to get through. So I think
it disappears quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be a fast match, the opposite of what we've been seeing from Razorgale in previous years.
I think so. I think you're right. I think it promises to be a fairly quick match one way or the other. Wake Up deck, actually, I've seen, trying to remember who was playing the Wake Up deck in the previous Ascent. In the top 8, we saw some very, very powerful kind of late game Wake Up deck play, right? Just waiting and waiting and waiting, and then 35 damage out of nowhere.
Yeah,
right? So it has this resiliency to it. It can definitely keep back and play a longer game and come in at the very end to cross that finish line from the start. But it's definitely got famous for the combo, for being fast, for being aggressive, for being able to come in underneath their opponent's defenses.
Yeah, and Zenadriel does have the Razorgale is very famous for the Veiling Breezes. But what are you gonna do for Veiling Breeze when they're, you have a lot of cards down in memory, but not 10. You never have an influence of 10 because you always just want to basically go neutral, never plus oneing. So temp damage is gonna be very, very scary and quite intimidating to go up against. I'm really curious to see how that matchup goes.
It's interesting because I think if the Razorgale player is stuck with only the Veiling Breeze, that's not going to be enough, right?
Yeah.
Preventing 3 damage, preventing 5 damage when you're taking 10, taking 14, that's not going to cut it. But it does have a lot of tools to kind of mess with allies. He is running Dream Fairies, he is running Zephyrs, and the Tempest Downfall can point at an ally just as well as it can point at the champion.
Yeah.
So I think he has a lot of tools to potentially interact when the Wake Up deck goes all in. So I would be really interested to see how both of the decks adapt in order to play around their opponent's strategy.
Yeah, I think the other very curious and very cool thing that we're gonna see here is Ventus coming in and putting in the heavy lifting of suppressing allies or building up those refinement counters onto it, and then when they go to swing with that their massive range 10 ally, you just go rest Ventus. Bye-bye. Is that going to be what probably
Yeah, we might
happen?
even see that come out as kind of an earlier play. We definitely didn't see it in this match, but knowing that he's going to need that kind of suppress insurance policy against some of those more dangerous allies, we could see the Ventus being a very early materialize just to make sure he has access to the tools that he needs.
Yeah, I'm very, very curious on seeing how this goes. But I want to say congratulations to Perfy as well for making it to top 8, especially right after coming from Guruos' wedding on Friday. He did very well. It's still, just because someone's a very well-known player and very good, it is not expected of them to always guarantee top 8. So congratulations to him.
Absolutely.
But congratulations, even bigger congratulations to Zanadriel for moving on to semifinals here. Let's hear from him and about his Razorgale deck.
Hello and welcome back. I am here with the quarterfinals winner, Zanadriel. Congratulations. You're making it onto the top 4 here. Gonna have to lead into a team kill soon. How are you feeling going into semifinals here?
I mean, he's the guy I share a card pool with, so we have the most practice against each other. I'm not feeling too bad, but we'll see.
So what's it like being the villain of Canada, being the Razorgale player here in the room?
What makes me the
Bringing
villain?
it back from last year where Razorgale won Ascent Toronto and potentially could win Ascent Niagara Falls.
So does that mean I joined the dark side and I'm getting vengeance? Maybe I'm not a villain. Maybe I'm like an anti-villain? Is that a thing?
Okay, but lore-wise, Kongming is always on the villain side of the world sleeves, so technically you would be on the villain side, right? Because
it's okay. I'm fine being the villain.
As long as you win, right? That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Okay,
Fine.
so questions about the deck. I want to talk about a couple things. The biggest one, and I think the one that people are most interested in, why are you only playing 2-3 visits?
Why am I only playing 2-3 visits? It's kind of a clunky card to have multiples of. It also goes -1 influence when you cast it, so I think wasn't really expecting too much aggro, so the life gain didn't matter too much, so left it at 2.
Makes sense. Old Razorgale was crazy.
Old Razorgale was great.
With old 3 visits. So, Razorgale. You brought Razorgale today to this event. I think everyone wants to know why. Why was that the meta? It was a good meta call. I'll give you that. 100% is a good meta call. But why? What made you think this was the play?
So I'm a player that doesn't like to just give up specific matchups, and I think I could be wrong, but I think Wind is the color with the most generic options. It's a super wide meta, so I wanted to play Wind deck, and I tried Tristan. Didn't really like Tristan. I have some experience with Razorgale. I won one of the Canadian regionals with Razorgale, and so combination of that and not many people playing Fantasia Hate anymore. And so that's how I got to my decision.
So between Razorgale, were there any other decks you were pretty heavily considering, or is it you got to this and you were like, this is the one?
It basically, I tried out Tristan for a bit of time, wasn't the deck, went to Razorgale, and then at that point it was like, okay, this is the deck I feel comfortable with. Tried Tristan Razorgale, tried the Vanitas Razorgale, and Kongming one just felt the best.
Cloud Strikers are pretty good, especially when
Cloud Strikers are amazing.
Definitely a big one there. So looking into your semifinals match, you are going to be against RNG, like you said, just, your share card pool with the man. How do you feel about the matchup there? Wind Wake Up is like pretty explosive, but you do have answers, right? You have Tempest Downfalls.
I am playing a lot of answers, yes.
So how do you feel going into the matchup? Do you feel like you're favored, or do you feel like it's kind of tough?
I feel like I'm slightly favored. He can definitely surprise me. He can play the long game as well, but as long as I play enough answers or draw enough answers, I think I won't die and he will.
So looking into this, do you feel like you have a really good chance to win the entire event?
The Merlin matchup, I was kind of worried about Perfy specifically as well. I was worried about playing him. After passing that, I'm way more confident.
Yeah, definitely. That guy's good. He's clean. I mean, he played top 8 world.
Nice guy too.
Yeah, he's like the nicest guy. Such a gentleman. He's a good guy. But again, congratulations on your win here for the quarterfinals. Good luck on your semifinals match. Hope to see you in finals as well. And we'll bring you guys the next round very shortly.
No, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah. No, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I'm gonna party until I drop. When I begin, I don't know how to stop. I can party on till the morning comes, till the sun goes up. We don't stop, no. I see you looking at me, but you don't stand a chance, you see. You don't know how to act. I'm looking for classic. Can you please take a step back? I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I'm gonna party until I drop. I'm not looking for love, I'm looking for fun. Just because I have on skin tight jeans doesn't mean I need a man to save me. I do it all for fun. Looking hot in my 501s. Cause you know I tease, I'm not here to please, but you're way too dumb to see. Hey stupid, you think I want you just because I am a woman. Hey stupid, I don't want you, I don't want you. Hey stupid, I do it all for fun. Looking hot in my 501s. Don't you know I tease, I'm not here to please, but you're way too dumb to see. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. My vibe, my vibe, my vibe, my vibe, my vibe, my vibe. Hey stupid, you think I want you just because I am a woman. Hey stupid, I don't want you, but you're way too dumb to see. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. My vibe. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games now. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games now. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games now. There's no denying what we want.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. There's something in the
There's something in the air.
Welcome back to Ascent Niagara Falls. We are just in time for the semifinals starting soon. I am Jim the Eternal. I am joined by Lorraine. How are you doing, buddy?
Doing great. Obviously, there's the good point that my team has been doing very well at this event. Sadly enough, well, first, they're playing the other matchup, but the two remaining ones are in a team kill in the other bracket. So one guaranteed the final is great, but the absence of possibility for a full Canadian final is out, sadly.
Right, yeah. So we are not following Zenadriel's route all the way up to the finals. Instead, we have the other side of the bracket. We are going to be seeing Fruitcake, a previous appearance on the stream, versus Bratis, which this promises to be a pretty good match. So Fruitcake, as we know, is on Astra Arisanna.
Yes.
And that is, personally, I feel like it's a fun deck to watch.
It's a great deck.
The pacing of it is very cool. And we can actually see exactly what the bracket looks like here. So we have Fruitcake versus Bratis. On the other side, we have Zenadriel versus RNG. The Wake Up deck on RNG versus Razorgale for Zenadriel. And both of them, honestly, having a difficult path up, right? Zenadriel versus Perfy, a difficult match for sure. RNG versus Superior. Superior, a very well-known name here.
Oh, yes.
So congratulations to both of them for making it. And Fruitcake here, having faced Asuna in the quarterfinals, a very tough Tristan match. And brought us again Nightish against Nightish. Are you familiar with what Nightish was playing?
Yes, he was on Merlin.
Okay. So, yeah, brought us here running Seiryuu. Which is also very exciting.
The first time we see it this weekend, right? I don't think it's been on stream ever.
Yeah, I think so.
And so this also locks in all 4 decks in semifinals. Even though Far has been the dominant this tournament, all 4 decks in semifinals are wind.
Yep. So this really just goes to show you can play whatever you want.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I think a lot of people were worried that this finals was going to be sort of fire dominated, just a bunch of Crux decks in the top 8. And we have 7 unique decks, only 2 of which are Merlin. So that's pretty cool. That's very cool.
Definitely a very healthy meta. I'm happy for that.
Yeah, me too. So I'm actually really excited to cast this match once it gets started. I think Arisanna is sort of known for its defensive capability as well as its burst potential once you get into level 3.
Definitely.
And then brought us on Seiryuu. Seiryuu is known for several different things, right? That Turbo Dragon gameplay, as well as the possibilities of sort of going wide with an ally-focused gameplay.
Definitely a little harder against Arisanna with that Polaris.
Yeah, absolutely. But a lot of variety in the deck, right? A lot of different ways to play it. So I'm really interested to see kind of what approaches they will bring to this match and what different draws will sort of enable as a result of that.
It'll be interesting to see. Interesting to see also how they deal with threats. So Arisanna, as you said, had great defensive capabilities, but is also mostly great at blocking one big attack. So because it's so slow, it will allow the possibility for Seiryuu to go a little later and not rush for like go to 0 influence and swing once with Seiryuu and do maybe one Arcane Blast. allow for the full combo of Seiryuu's command and Byaku's command and going for 2 arcane blasts, and that volume of big hits might be a little hard for Arisanna to deal with.
Yeah, Arisanna notably probably not in a good situation to interact with that dragon once it's up. I mean, unless you're getting your Polaris up to 12 damage, that's going to be remarkably difficult.
It might be a little too slow for how fast Seiryuu wants to play his game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are getting straight into the match. Here is Bratis, Spirit of Wind down, and moving straight into the game.
Yeah. All foil tokens for Fruitcake.
Yeah, he loves having these tokens, right? Spread out in front of him. It's so intimidating playing into foil tokens. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Definitely.
But yeah, kind of the first turn probably not going to be particularly interesting here, especially on the Astra Arisanna side. Not doing a whole lot, getting his glimpses set up. Got that fragmented token on the side.
The glimpse is definitely the most important part of the game, in my opinion. The glimpse decks do tend to make or break their game on that initial decision. We find some great tools, though. 2 Fertile Grounds in hand is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, what a great start. Did you say he had a second Fertile Ground also in the hand?
He has a second one in hand.
Wow, that's going to be great. Yeah, if he can pull that off, that's going to be wild. In the meantime, Bratis, so this banish, the Arcane banish here, that is very similar to the Arcane strategies we saw out of Rai, right? Wants to banish those Arcane cards. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, it's the Fableized Rites of Eightstone that we see here. On the other side, the Seiryuu, you get the ability to empower for 2 plus the number of Arcane cards in your banish. Or you can generate an Arcane Blast that you can then activate from banish. So this one will allow him to play his Arcane Blast later for just a little cheaper.
So we see Bratis moving into kind of a more aggressive strategy here. A lot of the time we see, trying to turbo straight up to level 3. In this case, we see a Forest Cake empowered Trained Hawk coming in for 3 damage and beginning a sort of ally plan that he may double down on, may produce additional allies, or he may just use this as a jumping off point in order to go deeper into the level 3 plan and get that dragon activated.
I think the point of the thing, well, first off, if you don't have a baby green slime and you don't necessarily expect to draw one, Seiryuu is not a deck that draws a lot. It's more a deck that empties its hand. So if you don't have a baby green slime now to get value out of suppressing that Forest Cake to draw extra cards, you might as well cash in early to get some extra damage, right? Arisanna does not have a lot of removal in the deck. You have the Polaris as a way of wiping the board clean. But before the Polaris is even out, that gives you a little window to just sneak damage through. And as I've said, if you're able to do enough damage early on that a single Arcane Blast finishes the job, then you're in a much better spot because you need Arisanna to be able to answer every single one of those.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Arisanna is not really good at answering multiple threats with the exception of Polaris. So with only the one Polaris, you kind of have to figure out how to use it and when to use it appropriately.
So Tengu, I just said that Seiryuu doesn't draw a lot of cards, but obviously there's the Portentious Tengu to get that extra quest counter. In Seiryuu, it's a little better than the backup charger.
Absolutely, yeah. Backup charger, leaving just the power cell behind. Portentous Tengu, the quest token, is exactly what this kind of deck wants to see. And it kind of smooths out the line on the way up as you banish additional cards for more quest counters for the dragon.
There's a possibility, there's just enough card in hand here that you could go for a second Dungeon Guide and go to 3 immediately. So that's 6, that's 9. So you can flip dragon, not this turn, but with the end of turn proc from the Azurite Fatestone, you are able to flip the Seiryuu here.
Yep, with the additional 3 quest tokens from going to level 3, that would work out just perfectly. In the meantime, we have some damage coming in. That Trained Hawk still alive and still dealing damage. The Dungeon Guide also coming in for an extra point here. And we're going to see how Fruitcake is going to respond to this. This damage is starting to stack up. Now going up to level 2, so maybe not as worried about the initial damage. But at some point, he's going to have to deal with this board. And I don't think it's going to be particularly soon. I don't think he's feeling threatened by a 3-3 and a 1-3. But, cashing in that Polaris for a few Cosmic Bolts is definitely something that's part of his game plan.
Yeah, definitely. The question is how much he'll want to greed. I think there's enough pressure that he'll probably crack that Polaris sooner than later.
Yeah, that seems like a reasonable play here. And with all these fertile grounds, though, he definitely is spoiled for choice.
Yeah,
He'll have
that's
the
a lot of
ability.
value.
This is so because he does have the recovery herb, right? So he could get all kinds of recovery.
He does
out
have
of here.
one. Yes, he does have a 3 there, so he'll
Mhm.
be able to essentially recover 2 per turn that you can cash in later.
Right, yeah. What a powerful start for the Astra deck. Do you think he's favored in this match, given this kind of start? Double Fertile Ground out. That gives him a lot of resources going forward.
I haven't gotten a good glimpse at his hand. We see a couple of cards here and there, but not enough to have a full idea because Seiryuu could flip and swing this turn, which is a lot of pressure that Arisanna is probably not able to deal with right now. So it'll be how fast you can find those answers.
And it looks like we're pursuing exactly that game plan. Bradis playing a Dungeon Guide here to level up. 2 cards being banished for the Dungeon Guide means 2 more quest counters. The level 3 on enter means another 3 quest counters, putting him at exactly the 10 quest counters necessary in order to flip that Azurite Fatestone.
Yeah, and then we still have a Byaku's command in hand.
Ooh,
So
that is especially dangerous.
So we swing during combat. We can play Byaku's command, wake up the dragon, put a buff counter on it, and then you'll be able to swing again. So if we generate an Arcane Blast, and then we'll be able to empower 4, so we're level 7. We do not have the cards to play the Arcane Blast this turn. So that's not... No, it is lethal, right?
Honestly,
it's 10 damage from the dragon.
The dragon on its own coming in, 5 damage from each hit. That's pretty powerful.
It would be
without
lethal
anything
without
else.
the recovery orbs on the board.
Yeah. It's just enough recovery. No Serene Spirit for Fruitcake, as opposed to our previous Astra Arisanna. But we are seeing a 3 visits come down for some additional recovery. So this isn't going to quite knock him out here.
So we really need to clear the board because there's 5 damage from the other allies, which means the Polaris will not be able to kill Seiryuu. We need to level up to have that extra life buffer, and then we need to find an answer for Seiryuu. So that's a very tight clock for Fruitcake, one that Arisanna might not be able to catch up to.
Yeah, Arisanna is definitely in a difficult position here. Leveling up to 3, so with 20 damage marked, only a 5 health buffer left. A little bit of recovery on the field. We have the 2 recovery herbs, which may be more with the Fertile Ground, but that's definitely not enough to hold back an Arcane Blast, and let alone the rest of the allies coming in here.
Yeah, you're able to crack the Spirit Shot now, so you are able to draw an extra card.
Yeah, but Fruitcake is definitely going to be digging for some answers here. He needs to find some
What do you have
defense.
in the deck that even... So the Spell Shield Astra is not enough because you deal with... It's enough to save you 1 turn. You can use the recovery herbs to survive the Seiryuu attack, and then you can Spell Shield Astra the Arcane Blast and hopefully find your Cosmic Bolts that way. But you're still so far away from killing Guo Jia. Guo Jia has 0 damage marked.
Yeah, there's no damage, exactly like you said, no damage marked on Guo Jia. Fruitcake has a very uphill struggle from here to victory. Cleaning out his board of herbs in order to get 8 counters on the Polaris. Cracking it now, that'll be 8 damage onto the field. But there's still a +1/+1 counter, that buff counter on Seiryuu. So 5/13 in order to clear that 13 health for that dragon?
Ooh, Comet Fall. So we're just at 12.
Is that 12? Oh no, not quite enough.
This close from... Oh, that is so sad. If that level up had been a Dungeon Guide instead of a normal level up, the Dungeon Guide swinging on would have been just enough to destroy the dragon. But we're 1 short, leave that on the board. You needed 1 more orb, 1 more something, but we weren't there.
Oh, and Fruitcake finally notices his mistake. Oh, that's terrible. You can see him sort of bowing.
The buff counter.
That is so unfortunate for Fruitcake. Popping it for 8, including the Comet Fall. That is 12 total damage on the 13 health ally. So rough.
Yeah, that's the face of how am I going to get back into this game. And usually the answer is you can't. You have to think about how you'll sideboard and how you'll win game 2 and 3.
Yeah. With the Polaris still on the field, no shuffling gone on. So I'm not sure whether or not he's actually sacrificed it yet. I think Brad is pointing to the ally and saying 13 health. made him rethink it, and it looks like he hasn't gone through with the sacrifice yet.
He's doing all that with okay, that was a concession.
All right. Well, completely understandable there.
Yeah, he knows he went fully hands down, so he won't be able to survive the Arcane Blast next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. That was such a rough position to be in, not reading the buff counter, not being sure about the allies' health. Wow, that is I mean, as we saw, that is a game-losing mistake.
So let's look at the sideboard.
Yeah, let's take a look at that
as
sideboard.
the players will do. First off, I want to point out it won't be useful in this matchup, but there's a very spicy Windblast Kite Shield in Bradis' deck list in the sideboard. That it's an ally link regalia that says linked unit, has vigor. So you can put that on Seiryuu and both use it to swing every turn and as a taunter.
Yeah, against any kind of deck that's trying to get ally damage, and that Windblast Kite Shield is absolutely going to stop them in their tracks. In terms of this matchup, I am expecting Incapacitates to come in. Those seem pretty powerful against the suite of Astra actions that Fruitcake has access to.
Also Crystallized Destiny.
Crystallized Destiny, very, very good at stopping a very crucial Cosmic Bolt.
And
Cleansing Reunion, maybe? There's not a whole lot of float.
I don't think there's enough float, and Arisanna likes going float, use the float for Polaris without giving opportunity, so Resolute Stance, Staggering Strike, no. Regal Inquisition, there's already one main board. Do you think the second one's coming in?
I don't know. It's a question because you can't actually use Regal Inquisition to get rid of Fruitcake's threats, right?
No, but
if you get rid of the
it gets rid of spell shields and the negates, and it's a way you use it offensively, not defensively.
Yeah, that's absolutely the other side of it is you can kind of use it to clear the way from Fruitcake's defenses, and in that sense, it does seem like it could be powerful.
What about Fruitcake?
So looking at kind of Fruitcake's sideboard, I think he has some cards that he is happy to get rid of. So he's probably going to be swapping out the Censor of Restful Peace and bringing in either the Lunar Conduit or the Suspicious Concoction.
I feel like, given what we've seen of the pace of the game here, Suspicious Concoction that needs you to take another turn off before leveling is probably too slow, even with the Recover 3.
Yeah, it's very difficult to make that case that it should be in the deck. I think it's an open question whether or not the Lunar Conduit is going to come in, because Lunar Conduit also a very slow card. You kind of have to have those extra turns once you're already Astra in order to bring it out and kind of make the case there. We might see Ravaging Tempest come in.
Ravaging Tempest is a clean answer to Seiryuu.
Absolutely, yeah. It is 8 with efficiency.
Yeah, but given that Arisanna has all those level herbs sometimes.
That's true. Every once in a while you can play it for 3.
So that's a pretty clean answer. The extra spell shield Astra probably comes in.
Almost assuredly, yeah. If you're seeing those arcane bolts in the arcane blasts in the generated zone, you definitely want to have access to another spell shield or two.
And then, not for this matchup, but the sideboard has a lot of Fantasia hate. I'm not sure if Fruitskate was scared of Fractal or Razorgale or maybe Ominous Shadow, but I don't think. Well, as he's proven last round, his Tristan matchup is good enough. So, but he's very scared of Fantasias one way or another.
Yeah, 4 Scatter Essence and 2 Noble Dissolution. Just a lot of ways to deal with Fantasias. None of which are coming in for this particular matchup, but really important to note for any future matchup against, say, a Razorgale deck.
Just in case.
Just as an example. All right, well, Fruitcake starting off this match, the array of herbs in front of him, his armor protecting him from the wilds. And again, an initial Fertile Ground.
Fertile
What a
Ground
great
is great.
start.
It's much easier to find it when you have it glimpsed for it. We also this time see Dungeon Guide, and we started instead of going second. So you're essentially 2 turns ahead compared to the previous game. It's already a big upgrade for Fruitcake's position.
Right, yeah, especially given what he's been dealing with in the past. On the other hand, Bradis has a lot of the things that he might want. We did see a Dungeon Guide in that hand, the Trained Hawk here, coming in for 2 damage and getting some cards into the memory, setting himself up to go into Guo Jia level 1 on his next turn. What do you think about Bradis' position here?
It's all right. Obviously, you're not as fast as you were the other game. I'm not sure how much he has available to banish. He might take it a little bit slower because he has both that Byaku's command and that Seiryuu's command for that huge kill turn where you swing twice, you have 6 Seiryuu triggers, so you can generate a lot of Arcane Blast, Empower for a ton. So might take it a little more slowly.
Yeah, that sounds like a very powerful position to eventually be in. Of course, he's got to get there first.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, Fruitcake is moving up to level 1, kind of as expected, We may or may not see the Polaris come out this turn. Seems like he doesn't have the float to enable it and doesn't really want to banish anything from his hand. Or maybe is just missing something to play. So no Polaris yet, but I'm sure we'll see it activated sooner rather than later.
Definitely. You want to have it on board just in case something forces you to crack those herbs before.
Exactly, and those recovery herbs we saw came in really handy in the first game. Not quite handy enough, but definitely useful for when he had it. So he definitely wants to be able to get the value from sacrificing those herbs. And if we see him go up to level 2 next turn, I'm kind of reading maybe going up by just grabbing an extra card here, right? Could be a GCR, could be backup charger or equivalent. Does he even run backup charger?
He does not have backup charger.
GCR, though.
Yes. So we're still swinging with the Hawk. Do you think he'll commit to the other allies? I saw he just drew a Shimmercloak Assassin.
He's got 3 cards down. So yeah, there's the Shimmercloak Assassin. There was the question in my mind of whether or not he was going to commit to the Ascent Protector, because I kind of expected that as a follow-up here. That would be a ton of damage pushed initially. But Shimmercloak Assassin also great here with two power allies on the field. That's a decent amount of damage being pushed forward.
Definitely.
Of course, 3 visits makes
we did side in the Suspicious Concoction.
Yeah, there it is.
I guess it's better going first than going second.
Yeah.
You might side that for game 3.
Yeah.
Should we get there?
Could be specifically based on the turn order. I could see that. Also, really good next to a Beseech the Winds or a Dungeon Guide in order to get those extra level ups. So it looks like he's going to...
is very interesting.
Yeah.
In a way, this might be a play specifically to set up the Polaris. So because Dungeon Guide lets you the extra card in memory, so you have something to pay the Polaris for.
Yeah, I mean, this could be kind of like what we saw from the Rye deck, setting up the banish specifically so he can banish exactly the cards he wants to. But also, with the Dungeon Guide, taking advantage of that Suspicious Concoction the moment that he materializes it. So gets that extra card draw, gets that extra recover, and moves up to level 2 here.
So we are getting the Polaris, banishing a Gentle Respite.
Yep, and that's definitely something that he wanted to do before he moved on to his end step here, because he has that Arisanna level 2. He is planning on sacrificing those herbs in order to get the card draw, so he definitely wants to have the Polaris out to start building up those tokens.
So I think given the lesser amount of pressure that's in here for now, maybe he'll try to correct his previous mistake and actually stack the Polaris until it is able to deal with Seiryuu.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on whether or not he sees kind of how big Seiryuu is in the moment. I hate to harp on it, but it's just so painful to see, right?
Yeah, definitely. Just it's sad to see a player make a mistake. Less of judgment and just of noticing something on the board.
Right, exactly. But we are turboing up to 3 here on Bradis' side. 5 damage from allies coming in. And
we're at 8 counters, so even with this end of turn banish draw card from the Razorgale Fatestone, we're still a turn off from Seiryuu.
Yeah, all of the Dungeon Guide is helpful in order to kind of turbo you up and get those quest counters quick, but it does mean that you're not spending as many cards as you might otherwise for those quest counters.
Definitely.
And
what
now we're
go
into
here for Arisanna?
Yeah, that's a very good question. He doesn't have the cards for a level 3. Ingredient Pouch definitely makes a lot of sense. Ingredient Pouch, kind of a favorite here for Arisanna, building up the herbs. I think in some cases, building up the herb variety that you're looking for to go along with the Fertile Grounds to double up. But between the Ingredient Pouch and Fertile Grounds, that guarantees you a draw every turn off of Arisanna level 2. Which is very powerful.
I'm also noticing we've had 2 different Arisannas on stream. They dropped Prima Materia that has been popular in the past. Probably because it's a little too slow for the current meta. Even though it helps with damage a lot, it helps you with drawing cards, it's still a little bit slow. And none of them are on the new Humpty Dumpty. That's also really interesting in Arisanna.
Yeah, so that's not a card that I personally have experience with in Arisanna. Do you want to kind of explain the strategy there?
So Humpty Dumpty is a scaling card. Every time you activate it, it gets a counter. It becomes an ally, gets increasingly bigger, and glimpses for the number of counters on it. So it's a bigger and bigger ellipse each turn to get you your Cosmic Bolts. And since it's an ally that gets bigger, it pushes in some damage that is helps your Cosmic Bolt reach earlier.
Yeah, but not something we're going to be seeing in this game. Instead, what we're seeing in this game is a Portentous Tengu for that extra quest counter, now on 10, able to flip that dragon, immediately dropping a Seiryuu's command on it, ready to get triple power out of that on-attack activation.
Yeah, and also that extra buff counter that makes it so relevant to go past those Polaris thresholds.
Yeah, absolutely. In the meanwhile, just the Trained Hawk going in so far, and waiting to see kind of what the responses are here. Unfortunately, not a lot of responses available for Fruitcake here.
That's actually not the optimal cards you want to see as Arisanna. I think that's the third 3 visits we've seen so far.
Resolute Stand definitely does some good here. There are a lot of allies on the board. This is a great way to prevent damage, although it does cost him the card draw for next turn, and that might be even more dangerous than just taking the damage.
It prevents some damage, but it's often not enough. It helps a little bit, but Seiryuu is an on-attack trigger, not an on-hit trigger, so if you're not able to deal with the combat step completely, it still pushes some damage through, and the big Arcane Blast is still there to deal with. So you probably want to find something else.
Yeah, so finishing up that glimpse, putting 1 card on top, 1 card on bottom. I didn't quite catch the order, but my suspicion is the Resolute Stand. Yeah, there it is. So the Resolute Stand on top, and drawing into that Resolute Stand in order to save himself some damage this turn.
Yeah, we use the level herb to temporarily be level 3 and be able to access that Spirit Shard.
So we're getting the attacks from Seiryuu here, and we are still getting the on-attacks, so this is pretty good for Bradis, along with the buff counter. So 2 damage breaking through that Resolute Stand shield, and immediately getting the Arcane Blast directly into Fruitcake, I think. This is a Create, Empower for the 2 abilities?
That sounds like it, yeah. And that is game.
And there it is. Wow, a very quick 2-0 in Bradis' favor.
Incredibly quick. There was nothing the Arisanna could do there.
Yeah, really showcases the power of Seiryuu, the power of that dragon. Obviously, the buff counter, very important. Being able to attack twice in a turn, very strong at that point. And Seiryuu's command, just dropping the extra attack activations. Double Arcane Blast, essentially out of nowhere? That seems very strong. And, in this case, not something that the Astro deck could deal with.
Seiryuu is a very strong deck that surprisingly has not had that much representation. There's always a couple of Seiryuus doing rather well at Advance, but never a big number, not like everyone playing Merlin today.
Right, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the other problem is there's so many different flavors of Guo Jia. So even, the Guo Jia Ride or Die, the Guo Jia True Believers could potentially be on Genbu. They could potentially be on Suzaku. Not a lot of Byakko support, I think, for Guo Jia.
Yeah, no one has found a list for Byakko that really works.
But there's at least 3 very viable decks in the current meta that anybody who wants to play Guo Jia because it's Guo Jia can pick, whichever one they want.
Definitely, yeah. And there's so many different builds of Seiryuu too. A lot of people focus more on some part or other of the deck. Obviously, the Seiryuu's command, Byakko's command line is very popular for how strong it is, as we've seen. But I've seen builds that focus on different things. Some have more defensive option, more innervates, more Veiling Breezes, that kind of thing. Some run a full ally package. Because you're still a tamer, so you have access to some very big allies, some good synergy. You have the Forest Cakes, maybe Lead with Force even. I think I've seen someone play that.
Wow, okay, I haven't seen that one, but that sounds cool. Yeah, I mean, the Wind Ally approach, supported by the extra, pseudo-agility 1 of the dragon is definitely a thing that you can do, as well as the, sort of exclusive turbo focus, getting up to 3, getting that dragon flipped as fast as possible. A lot of different ways to build the deck.
Yeah, and also you've got kind of the Incarnate Majesty Ghost of Pendragon synergy of having a big board of ally and then a big thing that protects it.
Yeah, and with that Windblessed Kite Shield, very, very easy to keep your dragon awake and taunting and keeping the board safe from everybody else. Kind of the same way that people would use, level 1 Tenoris in an otherwise deck that doesn't care about champions. Just bring that level 1 Tenoris out, taunt, keep your board safe for that critical turn.
Yeah, like we've seen a lot of suited decks doing.
Wow, well, what a showcase of the power of Seiryuu. Well done, Bradis, moving into the finals now. What do you think about his odds in the finals here?
So it's interesting. He's got few defensive options compared to Arisanna, which is one of the main thing. Both decks on the other side of the brackets are also very fast, so it might end up being a race more than an aggro versus control matchup. So to remind everyone, the two decks on the other side of the brackets that I'm pretty sure are not done yet are a Razorgale Kongming deck that you've seen on stream and a Wind Wake Up deck that you've also seen on stream.
Yep, yeah, both of them have Grates this stream.
So depending on how both, obviously the matchup is very, very different, even if they're two very fast decks, and you want very different answers for those. One is a combat damage deck, and the other one is a non-combat damage deck. Cloud Striker notwithstanding, that still wins a lot of games. Cloud Striker might actually be very hard for Seiryuu to deal with.
That's really interesting, yeah.
Before the Seiryuu comes out.
So Cloud Striker, I have found, is primarily in there to deal with some of the decks that have longer game plans, right? Or some of the decks that have bigger health pools. Cloud Striker against a Seiryuu deck seems like kind of an odd choice, just because it takes so long for that Cloud Striker to really come online. But, you know, it's potentially very powerful, and like you say, difficult for Seiryuu to deal with.
Yeah, yeah. And, I mean, it's not necessarily that slow, as we've seen on broadcast the previous round. 13 damage on turn 2 is not a small amount of damage.
No, that is, I would call that a respectable amount of damage. I would respect that damage.
Bradis especially is only on 2 Dream Fairies. No, there's 2 Veiling Breezes, but not much to help with Razorgale. There's no Scatter Essences at all in the sideboard, even though you're Wind.
Right.
So no way of dealing with the Razorgale itself. No way of protecting yourself against the Razorgale triggers. No Blanche, no...
Yeah, that's true.
So his plan is to go all in and hope to be faster than Razorgale. Now, if the matchup is Wind Wake Up, again, not a lot of defensive options. You can play your allies and try and clear the board and keep him off of that combo. You can try and be lucky with Veiling Breeze. Obviously, you're much better off once the Seiryuu is actually out. The question is, do you get there?
Yeah. No, that's a really good question. I feel like it's almost a little bit easier to deal with Wake Up as a pseudo-ally deck. Because you have the way to sort of clear those allies and try and keep the board clear. But none of those allies are defensive, right?
Yeah.
You're not in a position where you can defend against suddenly an ally comes in and gets distant and gets the strides.
You do have the Ascent Protector, but often it's not enough. And Ascent Protector in a way is also a liability because of the purse that has been so strong in previous matchups. If your board is empty except for the Ascent, say you had an ally, you play the Ascent, you get the other ally back. If you suppress the Ascent, when it comes back, it sees the empty board and bounces itself.
Right, yeah. No, the Ascent Protector absolutely vulnerable to suppress shenanigans.
So the one big... The 2 saving graces of the deck, first off, is the fact that you turbo to level 3. So you have a big life buffer compared to a level 1 deck.
Yeah, that 25 health is definitely a big deal.
So we'll go to Bradis now for his opinion on his round with Tyler.
Hello and welcome back. I am here with Bradis, the semifinals winner here at Ascent Niagara Falls. So first of all, huge congratulations. I know this is your very first Ascent. So to make it this far, how does it feel to be going into the finals?
It's pretty unbelievable. I didn't expect myself to get this far. I was happy to day 2. That was my goal coming into this. So every game I'm winning, it feels like amazing.
Well, for me specifically, I thought this was the best deck for the room. So seeing you make it all the way to the finals is so unbelievable. It just goes to show, right? A deck that is not for the current format might be the best deck. Seiryuu has always had a bit of a place, in the meta. It hasn't been the top deck, but right now it really does feel like the top dog. So what made you choose Seiryuu today over any other deck?
So I started playing around when HPN released. I saw Seiryuu get spoiled, and that's when I decided I was going to play that deck. That was the coolest card I've ever seen. I've been playing it pretty much all season. I played a lot of Tristan beforehand. For this DTR season in general, I've been playing a lot of Seiryuu, been getting a lot of success at regionals. And the one thing that we expected when we were coming into this was to see some Crux. And I love my matchup into Crux.
Yeah, the matchup into Crux is kind of rough for the Crux players. You're definitely a very fast deck.
I feel very bad sometimes.
I watched you triple forest cake somebody, and I
Yep.
was like, oh, and I saw him look at you across the table like you had just taken the soul out of his body.
That's pretty much what I did. And then I baby green 3 times.
Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes it's rough. Baby Green, as our producer knows, is one of the hardest cards to play around, especially if you're a Diana player. She's very good for that. Baby Green Slime is fantastic.
Nice spell shroud.
Questions for you about your deck list. So you're not running Safeguard Amulet in the main.
No.
How do you talk me through why there's no Safeguard Amulet here?
It's just because we have Beastbound Boots. The only things that are killing you are going to be big instances of damage, so you might as well just get Spell Shroud and negate all of it. The matchup in the only issue with that is the matchup into aggro, but I feel like it's so Seiryuu sided as long as I find a way to get to 3 before they can kill me. So that's why boots are in over Safeguard.
Yeah, that makes sense. I also noticed you're running one of Regal Inquisition in the main.
Yes.
Is that just like a chance at a high roll? Is it a silver bullet? Like,
so
what are you feeling with that one?
So yeah, that is mainly for the Tristan matchup, because if they ensnare you, you're dead, obviously. And a lot of times it's unexpected. Of course, now with open deck lists, it's not going to happen, but day one, I was able to Regal my opponent and get the fumes out of their hand, which was great. And into Crux especially, Steve-O knows, I revealed his hand. It was straight gas. I had him discard the whole thing. It was insane. You just couldn't. It just wins you games sometimes. And obviously, it's a card that feels like it just clears the way for you to go for the kill. Make sure they don't have anything.
Yeah, especially when you Regal them and they show you your hand, you look at it and you're like, keep everything.
Yep, exactly.
Keep everything. I like this. I'm ready. And then you go, yeah, Arcane Blast, Arcane Blast, Arcane Blast.
Die.
Die. It's like, I wonder if he has an in cap. Oh, I guess not.
Yeah.
Seiryuu's command. Let's
Cool.
go. And you just like full send it. So you played this in HVN. You're playing it now here in DTR. Talk to me about the game plan change between the two seasons. Because I know before it was like really turbo focused, way less on the allies.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas now it's very ally focused. And the turbo kind of fits into that.
Yes. My plan going into the Ascent, like when I'm building this deck, is to see how low I can go on the turbo pieces. Like I'm running, or especially like the Seiryuu's commands. I'm only running 3 commands: Harness, Lightning, and Byakko's. I just feel like the deck cycles so much with the innate cycling that Seiryuu has that you don't really need all of it. I feel like the big shift too was just people learning how to play the deck and getting more used to the lines and everything like that. Because it's pretty similar to, I think the only new card is from DTR is Regal. And yeah.
Probably just Regal. I guess some people do some weird regalia
There's
stuff,
definitely some
but like
different
for the most
stuff,
part, it's like you took the old tech for Windblast Kite Shield. I saw that in your sideboard. I think that's really, especially into aggro matches, like you talked about.
It shores that matchup up great.
Being able to be like, hey, I'm gonna clear whatever for 4. Wake up, taunt.
Yep.
Response.
Can you do 12?
Yeah, can you? I mean, in that game, can you do 13?
Yep,
right?
exactly.
That's a big one. You know, you pointed at the ally. He's like, I have a buff counter, and he's like, and
yep,
here's the fist bump.
Bad. Yep.
I mean, it happens.
Yep,
right?
exactly. And it just is what it is.
Yeah. So the last question I have for you between these is looking at the finals here at Ascent Niagara Falls, right? You are up against either Kongming Razorgale or Tristan Wind Wake Up. How do you feel going into both of those matchups? Because we're not sure who's winning that one yet.
Neither am I. Razorgale, I feel like a lot of it depends on how many Razorgales they see. If they open triple, I'm probably just dead. I'm not running a mirror or anything like that because I wasn't expecting too much Razorgale in the room. Wind Wake Up is going to be if they can find Purse and draw stamina so I can't interact with her so she can suppress my Shenju. That's going to be the big turning point. It'll probably end up being a lot of trying to beat them down with allies.
It's gonna be a tough one.
It will be.
I mean, the coolest thing for me looking at this is we see the top 4 players, right? You guys are 4 win decks, 4 completely different win decks. It's like, I don't know if we've seen an Ascent like this where we've seen there was only one deck that was the same. It was 2 Merlin players. They were on different decks, but it was 2 Merlin players, and then everything else was different, right? We had the Genbu, we have you on Seiryuu, there's the Wind Wake Up. Mm-hmm. There was Ari. Yeah, Ari.
Yep,
that was the surprise.
Yep.
I was not expecting Ari to make it that far.
2 almost did too. That's crazy.
And he made it too, even with the game loss due to the generated cosmic.
Yeah,
that one
that's
game.
insane.
That's a rough one.
Yeah, it was a good run for him.
Yeah, Cam was really rooting for him, but you knew Seiryuu's pretty good.
Yeah, I wasn't too sure on how the matchup was going to go, but
we were pretty certain.
Well. Yeah,
Seiryuu matchup is pretty good.
Yeah,
it's it's hard, right? It's a 412. It's very difficult to get over it. You know, with the nerf to Polaris, it makes it like way harder to make that clear. It's a little more reasonable into Genbu, right? Because it is the 9 life, but also because if they play the Resonating Few, it's a lot easier to clear. But you know, we've talked about this with a lot of other people on the interviews today, but Wind really has like a big toolbox for everything. Do you feel like Seiryuu is a deck that you think people will, after seeing this event, will take to Akihabara, which is the next Ascent coming up?
I think so. Wind is a really good call right now. I'm not sure how the meta will form out to be when Aki happens, but I mean, Wind is just, like you said, it's a toolbox deck. It has answers for everything, so as long as you're building your deck to what you think you're going to play, you're going to do well.
Yeah, it's very well said. Very well said. But thank you guys so much for joining us here. That was the end of the semifinals, joined by Bradis. Congratulations on your win, and good luck in the finals.
Thank you very much.
And we'll see you guys soon.
with the 9mm sound. With the Gossip, blah, blah.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are here with the Ascent Niagara Falls finalists, the Alexes. So, guys, can you tell us about the Alex diff and why that makes you guys the best and why you're in the finals?
I think it speaks for itself. I mean, we're here. We're both Alex.
Yeah, I mean, he has a W in his last name, so I'm a little scared of that.
Oh, you're cooked. Is actually cooked.
He's got the actual diff.
That's right.
So, looking at this matchup, I gotta ask. Do you think you're favored into him?
I have no idea. We weren't really expecting. Didn't do too much practice against Razorgale, so
I don't think anyone's practiced against Razorgale in a year.
It was a great pick, though.
Yeah, honestly, good pick. What about you? You think you have an advantage?
I do think I have an advantage. I'm excited to finally use my sideboard cards that I haven't used all weekend.
You didn't match anyone who you'd use against, did
nope.
you? It's exciting. It's be interesting. Be a big interesting one. So, which one of you guys are higher seed?
He is. Because you're third.
That means you get to choose first or second. Big. Higher seed makes such a big difference in a lot of these matchups, especially when you look at like the value of sideboarding and going first or second. So I totally understand that. Did you guys think you were going to make it this far today? Like, did you guys expect to get top 8, or were you just like, I'm going to get day 2, it's going to be good like that?
Yeah, that was definitely my plan. I was day 2 and we're good.
Yeah, day 2, didn't expect to be here. I expected maybe one of our guys from Toronto to be here, but happy I am.
Yeah. Wasn't it four of you guys made top 8?
4 of us are in top 8.
Go Canada,
it's basically
finally.
locals.
True. And then, for once, Canada actually does something in their own Ascent. Last time, I think it was only RNG that made day 2, and now there's 4 of you guys in top 8. So, it's a big jump. Big jump there. And then for you especially, very first Ascent is kind of a big one.
I'm happy, yep.
Very first Ascent, you're in the finals with a pretty decent chance, and, I mean, it's going to be a really, really exciting match. I have one question for both of you. What would it mean to you to win this Ascent, knowing that means that you get an automatic entry into the Gauntlet for 2026 Worlds?
For me, it definitely locks in going to Worlds in Singapore. I'm kind of on the fence about it right now, but if I get the Gauntlet invite, then I have to go.
I have to echo that. I wasn't sure if I was going to Worlds, but if I get invited, then yeah, of course I'm going.
Yeah, it's definitely a big one. But congratulations on making it this far, guys. Good luck in the finals here. We're going to send it over to the casters and get set up.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're as excited for this final as I am. Super happy that someone I know is in it and I get to cast for him. The matchup, I think, is going to be great. It's a really interesting one, though.
Yeah, both of these are pretty quick win decks, pretty aggressive. Obviously, Guo Jia being a bit more of a late game level 3 deck with Seiryuu. However, we saw how quickly it can win last game. So even the Kongming game lasted longer than the Guo Jia game. So, it's very, very exciting. Alex versus Alex, like you heard. Another main deck member making it to finals after Boston. They're taking everything in North America right now versus a Canadian in finals at the Canadian Ascent finally.
Yeah, it's really great, and those decks have really interesting tools in them. So the semifinals, the other finals, the bronze match is also an interesting matchup. How do you think this is going to go?
I think it will depend on what game plans Adriel draws into. Because if he draws into the slower Razorgale focused game plan, I think that he has less of a chance of taking the game home. However, you did hear Bratus did not prepare for Razorgale, right? And Zenadriel, just by playing the game, has for sure seen a lot of Guo Jia around, like win Seiryuu. So just because of matchup knowledge, it might just go to Zenadriel because he knows what to play around here.
I'm very interested to... It was funny hearing that anecdote that Zenadriel has not used his sideboard at all tournament. But there's some very useful pieces in there against Seiryuu in particular. The Ensnaring Fumes is very great. The Eternal Magistrate is huge because when Seiryuu loves using those Legend guys, those Besiege Face Stone, Besiege the Winds, all tools that the Magistrate shuts down. And then Innervate Agility also is enough to give you a full turn of respite against Seiryuu. And an extra turn doing Razorgale damage is often all you need.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just got a bit of a giggle with Solidar, the main developer of the game, showing off the beautiful playmat, the
looks
new...
so good. I know did they show it on stream earlier? I know they showed it on social media.
I believe we haven't seen it on stream yet, but it feels so different and so beautiful. It's going to be very exciting. It's going to be in VIP packages going forward.
Yeah, the new texture is great.
Yeah, with the rubber back, the combination of the two is a genius idea. I don't think we've really seen it from other card games
not that I know.
I don't remember, yeah. And it's just incredible. And also we saw Stevo, another main deck member, cheering both Silidar and Bratus on. So it's very, very... It would be very funny if we had another main deck member win, but it would warm my heart to finally see a Canadian win, a Canadian.
I think it's actually even funnier if 1 year later, back in Canada, it's Razorgale winning again.
Oh, both of these, no matter who wins, it's going to be fantastic, and it's going to be like such a joyful time. Both of these players seem a bit nervous, but, no matter who wins, it's a great accomplishment for what both of them represent. Bratus having his first ever Ascent, showing that, hey, just because you have never been to an Ascent before doesn't mean that you can't win. It's actually already incredible that he's in finals at his first ever Ascent.
So we'll be going into the game very soon. Obviously, the players were just an interview, so it takes some time to set up. In the meantime, the Do you think the Cloud Striker is a big problem for Bretis to deal
I don't
with?
think that it's going to be that bad. Obviously, Bratis, he doesn't want to lose all the tempo and momentum into that ally, but he has a lot of ways to deal with it. Most specifically, obviously, the 2 Dream Fairies in there would just completely negate the threat of those. I apologize. Of those Ardent Cloud Strikers. So I think he's pretty calm about it because once he can deal with them, he basically has a free pass to just start pushing damage. Now, I think the thing that's going to be more annoying for him here is definitely going to be the Veiling Breeze with the Cyclical Breeze. How do you think we're going to see him deal with the threat of a Veiling Breeze?
Well, I think definitely the best way you can deal with Veiling Breeze is just the fact that you can go for the top, right? Veiling Breeze does not completely deal with an Arcane Blast, even less 2.
Yeah, but that is definitely something to look out for because oftentimes you forget that this is an arcane deck at heart. It will Arcane Blast you in the end of all, but it also has a lot of combat damage, right? So it's not that Zenadriel can just focus on one aspect of the deck. He has to prepare for everything. But Bratis also has to. So I'm very interested in seeing how this, all of this will go. Zenadriel choosing to start being the higher seed going into the grand finals here. Spirit of Wind coming out. What is he looking for with his starting hand? What do we want to see? What is his dream against this?
Obviously, the deck is called Razorgale. The thing you want to see the most is the Razorgale itself.
Yeah, obviously that makes sense. But if he doesn't have this turn one Razorgale or an Ardent Cloud Striker, we cannot really see his hand right now. What do you think? Oh, the Windmill Engineer. Oh, Eternal Magistrate. Yeah,
is a great
I was
start.
gonna say Windmill Engineer and Eternal Magistrate showing imbued here.
Oh, and the second Eternal Magistrate in Imbue, just in case Bretis finds a way to deal with that.
It's very funny to show that, hey, I have these other imbuing cards in my memory already. Bretis also, now he has to find a way to deal with the Eternal Magistrate, so his game plan is halted a bit. Do you think he has the tools in his hand right now? I don't think so, but if he doesn't, what can he use to deal with said Eternal Magistrate?
Well, he does have an Ascent Protector, but no real good way of actually putting it down on the field, right? He would have needed to go, say... Maybe that's his plan. Next turn, he levels up to Guo Jia. In Recollection, play the Baby Green at fast speed because of that last bonus, and then get the Ascent Protector, deal with the Eternal Magistrate that way.
Yeah, but he did have the Shimmer Cloak Assassin there, but unfortunately, I don't think he has enough cards in hand to play both a Baby Green Slime and a Shimmer Cloak Assassin here.
No, he's left with 5, I think.
Yeah, that is a bit tough, so he just passes the turn. What do you think we're going to be seeing from him for next turn? Is it just going to be backup Charger or Tongu and pass?
I would really hazard the Guo Jia so you can play the fast Baby Green, because you need to get the Ascent Protector down and deal with that Eternal Magistrate if you want to have any chance in this matchup.
But then he cannot get his Azerite Fate Stone, so he's basically blocked from leveling up if he wants to have the Fate Stone out.
Are allowed to get the Azerite Fate Stone because you still get it in the Materialize phase.
Oh, you're right, because it enters in that phase.
Eternal
So the unenter trigger, you're right.
Eternal Magistrate does not prevent extra materialization or anything. It prevents things from leaving the material deck during the main phase.
So it's not going to be that bad. You're right. We're going to see probably the Forest Cake and the Baby Green both working in unison to draw more cards for Bratis at the end of his turn. Zenadriel playing Scout the Land, looking and considering very much what to go for. So what do you think is the game plan really here really for him?
Well, he didn't look too happy about that. I don't know. One of the downsides of playing Scout the Land is if you're not finding what you're looking for, then you know you're not finding it for the next 3 turns.
Yeah, but you're still drawing a card, so at least you're digging one deeper. He has the Wind Resonance Bubble, so basically he's got all of the cards. From next turn onwards, he is back into the unknown, not knowing exactly what he's going to get. Oh, he's just showing that, yeah, I can just double up with everything.
Yeah, Windmill Engineer, you'll dig for that Razorgale as hard as you can. The great thing about Razorgale as a deck is the double value in all those pieces. Like, because you want Sightling cards, Cantrips, the cards that draw you cards and do not much else to trigger those Razorgale and deal some damage, you have great ways of finding those Razorgale because half of your deck is tools that can search for them.
Yeah, he really, really needs the Razorgale here. And right now, all of these allies are kind of small. They're all for utility. So he's not generating any value off of a Razorgale or dealing a lot of damage with an Ardent Cloud Striker like he could otherwise. There is the baby green like you predicted. Probably targeting the Forest Gate. But is there anything else like, that he would target here? I don't think there is in any world.
There's you could technically suppress the Azurite Fate Stone. There's no benefit to doing that, but you could.
You could. I mean, there is nothing that really can remove it anyway, so luckily it's just going to be an extra card draw here before Recollection. So we see this happen very often, but some people at home might not might not know why he's doing it before Recollection. He can just do it on his main turn, on his main phase.
So it's just the limitations of your hand size, right? You at this number of cards in hand, you're not able to play both Baby Green and Ascent Protector, so being able to play it fast lets you go around that limitation. You use card before you recollect, so you still have all of them available after that for the Ascent Protector.
Oh, yeah, and then the Ascent Protector going down, so probably we're going to see the Shimmer Cloak Assassin come out.
Ooh,
so
interesting.
Would you say that Bratus's deck is a lot more ally focused and is just a win the allies deck disguised as a Seiryuu deck, or is it still a Seiryuu deck at heart?
I think it's mostly a Seiryuu deck at heart. It has fewer allies than some of other builds of Seiryuu I've seen. Oh, and we're losing both Ascent Protector, in fact, and we're not even clearing the Magistrate. We decided that we do not need that as part of our game plans. We probably have other options, so we're just foregoing the Magistrate, saying we'll level normally and get to Seiryuu that way.
Yeah, and look, it seems that is going to be working out here already on one quest counter and keeping up with the damage from the Razorgale deck here, and Zenadriel going for a backup treasure. So it's really digging for either that Razorgale or Ardent Cloud Striker. What do you think the game plan will be once he finds one of them?
Well, it's basically a race. There's not that much interaction from either player. There's still some stuff you need to play around, but given the limited number of interaction pieces in both decks, it's really a question of who is able to play more efficiently and get to that win faster.
Yeah, it looks like Zenadriel has 2 Veiling Breezes in hand, so he's pretty much protected for as long as he needs to be, unless it is that Arcane Blast coming through that you see, but we're quite far from there. Do you think Bratus is going to go more for an allies overwhelming play, or will it just be a send Seiryuu, use that Seiryuu's command that we can see in his hand, and just try and get to those Arcane Blasts as soon as possible because of the Veiling Breeze?
Yeah, the 2 Veiling Breeze is a lot, though. Given that Razorgale in general is a high influence deck, it likes to keep a lot of cards in hand. It is possible for a double Veiling Breeze to completely negate that double Arcane Blast turn. So it'll depend how they decide to play around it, and if he prefers to get them out earlier for some value, or if he keeps it both Veiling Breeze for that big kill turn if need be.
So Bratus, from what you were saying, it seems like he has to split his resources and put pressure on now, but also focus on getting those quest counters up, so he can have the Veiling Breeze out of Zenadriel's hand as early as possible if he wants to go for the Arcane Blast kill, or if he has enough pressure early on, then he can just hopefully overwhelm Zenadriel because he's holding the Veiling Breeze up for that Arcane Blast.
That's also very interesting. He's really not rushing Seiryuu that much. He chose to draw a card here from his level 2 on enter instead of getting quest counters, so
yeah.
He clearly feels safe enough, and obviously there's not a lot of pressure from Zenadriel's side, right? No Cloud Striker, no Razorgale.
Not yet, but he's been digging through his whole deck, so I think once Bratus gets to, once Zenadriel gets that card, Bratus is in a very worrying position.
Yeah, it's the 2 buff counters on Shimmer Cloak is interesting, but one thing that the Razorgale deck is good at is dealing with allies in some way. The buff counters could have been cleared by suppressing it, but here we're using one of those Tempest Downfalls, one of the main win cons of the deck, to try and kill the ally. But first, the Displace here will try and banish the Brisk Windrunner, bring it back, and put 2 more buff counters, saving the Shimmer Cloak Assassin before the damage happens. And so we're getting all 4 buff counters.
Yeah, so this is what people. I have seen a lot of debate about Displace and Zephyr. Which do you prefer personally?
They're very different pieces, right? They fulfill completely different roles in the deck. Zephyr being able to deal with something until the end of the turn. So we're using Zephyr here on the Wind Trotter to basically fizzle the Displace. Since Displace loses its target, it won't resolve. So the Wind Trotter will only come back end of turn. We're still end up with 2 counters on the Baby Green here, so it's still a big threat.
It's not that bad because at least he still got the Brisk Wind Trotter on enter value, but he is down a Displace that he could have had another on enter for the Brisk Wind Trotter for, and Seiryuu Guo Assassin, but he does still have. He did draw another Brisk Wind Trotter to hand, so that is something that I don't think that he minds having there too much. So it seems that he's going a lot more towards the ally beatdown plan.
It's definitely a good plan against Razorgale because they have, in some way, a limited number of answers. As long as you have the time to build your board like you do here with no Razorgales and no Cloud Strikers. It's also an interesting dilemma for what you can do. There's still a fair amount of buff counter in Bratus's deck.
But there's the Razorgale finally for Xanadriel. So we're going to see that Razorgale plan coming in. Now, do you think that now that means that we'll just see him kind of start dumping his hand every single turn instead of playing a bit more carefully like he has so far?
The good thing about the deck is that most of your cards at least, are fast speed, so you can keep that Veiling Brig up for the whole of your opponent's turn, and then dump your hand at the end of the turn. And all of those cards are cycling cards. They all limps and draw, so you don't even lose influence doing that.
Oh yeah, so that is going to be really good. Oh, he puts down a Veiling Brig for the Razorgale. Obviously, it is going to be really, really good here. Now, he has a Bagua and the Veiling Breeze in hand. If you were in Xanadriel's position, looking at the board and looking at Bratus's influence, would you rather go for the Bagua here to just get the value, or would you just play it safe and keep the Veiling Breeze both there? I know you said it's fast speed, but if you draw a card, you can play another card this turn,
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, it is possible for Bratus to flip Seiryuu next turn. You have 3 cards in memory. So you are able to level up to 3, get 3 counters that way.
Oh, that's
and
even
get
cooler.
3 counters from Seiryuu.
You're right. It's a big threat. So the Veiling Breeze, keeping up the Veiling Breeze is really good here. But not sure if you saw what happened there. The power cell being banished because to give power to the Eternal Magistrate because it is an automaton. It's rarely relevant, right? Because, it's just a power cell. We never use it. But it's such a cool thing to be like, all right, you have this very scary 3/3 ally. I'm going to get rid of it.
Yeah, and it's important to try and deal with some allies. And we're late enough into the game that the turbocharge is not that good anymore. So it feels safe for Xanadriel to use that power cell now. It's important to prevent damage because a single Razorgale is still not the fastest lock. So he needs to think in multiple turns, not how can I kill next turn with a combo liner.
Yeah, it definitely has to plan longer term because Bratus is also planning long term, right? With the 4 quest counters, he can get more very quickly, but he's not at the I'm guaranteed flipping Seiryuu next turn yet.
So interesting decisions here. So it's 2 different ideas because of those Veiling Breezes. You could try and build tall, you could say, stacking all the buff counters on a single ally to try and go through the Veiling Breezes and push damage even if Xanadriel has them. But because there's so many suppresses in Xanadriel's deck, you are vulnerable. If you stack all the buff counters on a single ally and get suppressed, you lose all of them. So you get a bit of safety spreading them around.
Yeah, definitely. It's very, very smart from Bratus. For someone that said, I've never played this matchup before, he's playing it really, really well, and he's thinking about every single possibility that Kongming has here. Now, the Ventus comes out. Why do you think that Xanadriel is getting the Ventus so early and right now?
So, not only does it give a lot of value, there's not as much value as previous versions of the build. Suppressing an ally You used to have in previous versions of the deck more on-enter effects, in part when the baby Graceline was still legal. So you could have ways of getting card draws every three spell you cast, essentially. It's still a great utility piece, especially since it's not a spell, so you are able to suppress a Seiryuu if you want. And Seiryuu, if suppressed, it'll come back as the Fate Stone, and you have to stack those quest counters all over again.
Yeah, it is. That's super cool. He can slow down Seiryuu by so much, and then he'll have to come back and won't even be able to get quest counters for leveling up, for banishing cards from there, unless somehow Bratus can go back down to level 1, which I don't think he has any way of doing.
He does have 2 Innervate in the main board.
Oh, so he can go back straight to level 1, but not any lower. It's a very tough position to be in, looking at how Zenadriel has the Razorgale on board, which is basically the only piece that you need. The Eternal Magistrate hurting there once again. So we've been saying that, it hurts a lot. But what exactly does the Eternal Magistrate hurt the most in the Guo Jia deck?
So it limits. Guo Jia loves its Dungeon Guide types effect. The Dungeon Guide, the Besiege Fate Stone, the Besiege the Winds. There's so many effects that let you materialize a card during your main phase. And that accelerates your game plan, right? You want to hit level 3 to get those quest counters. And Magistrate just stops all of that.
Yeah, it's very, very tough. Luckily, or unluckily for Bratus, he does not have the Dungeon Guide in hand right now. So the Eternal Magistrate really is not that threatening, nor does he have the Besieged Fate Zone. So he's not, not really too hurt by all of it. It's very tough. So he's obviously not going to recover here, right? He's going to go for the quest scanners to flip the Seiryuu.
Going down to a very low influence.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. His influence is so low. Do you think he'll get to use any of this level 3 and the Seiryuu value before Zenadriel's board and hand gets out of hand?
So he has some time. One of the big problems is that he can't really go for grindy game plan, right? In some matchups, you'd be happy going to low influence, flipping the dragon, and then it swings for 4 every turn. And for some decks, that's very hard to deal with. Here, though, you can't do that because you do have your level 2 lineage release as Guo Jia that lets you negate 1 activation that targets your Shenju. But it's so easy to stack counters on Ventus that you're able to do it basically the next turn again.
Yeah, so he can save his Guo Jia for a tiny bit, but not too long. That Byaku's command getting banished hurts him a lot because he can't really push damage as well as he would have wanted anymore.
I also want to point out, I think the Magistrate for Zenadriel was less for its effect. More he wanted an ally to play the Usurp the Wind. That is something that it's a card that's been here for a while, but that hasn't really been played before. It's really you could call it a new development in Razorgale.
Yeah, and I think it's really, really cool and really, it knows it's meta game, right? Zenadriel knew that everyone's going to be playing Merlin this time around, and that's what got him to the finals. Being able to beat all of those, the Majestic Spirit with Incarnate Majesty and Ascension, Spirit-based Ascension, to be able to loop that Prismatic Edge.
Yeah.
So I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Bratus is crying a bit inside, having drawn the Dungeon Guide the moment he hit level 3?
Probably a little.
It's tough. Whoa, Usurp the Wind's coming out. So now that Ventus is on 4 counters, that Kongming is spinning, drawing some cards with the Usurp the Winds, and that Eternal Magistrate is kind of big.
Yeah, just 2 damage is often more than you think. It ramps up very fast in Grand Archive.
I mean, when you look at the fact that this is a Razorgale deck and every wind card activated is 1 damage, 2 damage is twice as much.
Yeah. A card that says 1 cost, deal essentially 2 damage, right? +1 to an ally and the Razorgale trigger, and you draw a card. It's a great card.
Yeah, if any wind card said that, people would be calling for it to be banned, If there was a wind card that said +1/+1 to an ally, 1 spell damage, and draw a card,
It's cheaper and more damage than Juggle Knives, and Luxem plays that.
True, and Luxem loves Juggle Knives, so at 1 cost 1 damage. Ooh! Alright, so Sinatриel, knowing what he's doing, usurp the wind, take back the Tempest Downfall, going for that lethal line here?
It seems like it. There's not a lot in Bradis' hand to deal with that.
Yeah, Bradis is thinking, being like, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I understand how, having not seen Razorgale before probably, with this being his first Ascent, not being geared for the terrors of Toronto, he's probably like, oh, so that's exactly why Tempest Downfall is in here. I'm understanding everything now.
So there's a very scary thing here where if you level down with your Innervate Agility that you have in hand, if you flip Seiryuu, you're level 2, so you can't lineage release the level 2. So you're unable to protect it from the suppress.
Yeah. So the Innervate Agility played in response to the Cyclical Breeze, I believe?
Yes, I think that was the line.
So Brat is holding on to it as long as he can, but unfortunately, there's a point where it's just like just becomes too much damage, right? So if you were in Bratis' position, looking at your hand and knowing that there's not many cards, not many things that you can do, would you have played this Innervate Agility earlier?
I think the best point to play it is in response to the Tempest Downfall. You
the first one, right?
You have to be scared of further Tempest Downfall, but the thing with Cyclical Breeze, to bring back the Tempest Downfall and do it over again, is that the breeze itself is slow. So if you're playing it in response to the Tempest Downfall, you can kind of interrupt the combo for at least a turn.
Oh, yeah. And I think the other very important thing is that you can very easily forget, because it is a Fantasia, that Razorgale Kongming is a spell. So any damage that it deals is spell damage. And I believe it specifically says target champion.
It says target champion.
So you would have to target yourself with any Razorgale triggers that happen afterwards, because you cannot target the champion with Spell Shroud.
Exactly. It fizzles the triggers currently on the stack, and then anyone after. It's also an interaction that's relevant in the Merlin matchup, since the Majestic Spirit gives spell to the champion. So as long as Majestic is on board, anything you do, including trying to deal with Majestic Spirit, will ping you.
Yeah, so instead of hurting your opponent, you're just hurting yourself at the end of the day. So now, lucky in a way for Sinatриel, he doesn't have any more cards left in hand, so he can just be like, all right, at least I'm safe from even more spell shroud shenanigans, which is a bit unfortunate for Bratis, because if he did it earlier, like you said, in response to the first Tempest Downfall activation, he could have forced Sinatриel to take so much damage.
So we have 3 cards in hand, but none of those particularly dangerous, but we are back to level 3. We managed to flip the dragon, and we use that to level up again, since the Guo Jia level 3 is free if you control a Shenju ally.
Yeah, that is such a wonderful addition to Guo Jia here, because you would be like, well, how am I ever going to flip this Shenju without the 3 quest counters from Guo Jia? And for some of them, like Byakko, I don't think you really can. But with the Innervate cards, it is very easy to abuse them in Guo Jia. And we've seen it before, right? And I think Bratis is taking a nice advantage of it. Now, Sinatриel is at 18 damage. Do you think he has a way to win this turn? I think he does. Looking at Bratis' hand, he has an Ascent Protector, a Dungeon Guide, and a Train Hawk, and he's only on 25.
So Bratis does not currently have anything, but Sinatриel doesn't know that. He still has his 2 Veiling Breezes in hand, I think. So currently he's safe, because at that low influence, Bratis does not have any way of activating the Arcane Blast.
Yeah, not yet.
for at least this turn, he can only empower 3. So he would need 5 influence to be able to activate the Arcane Blast.
And I think that we've seen 2 Seiryuu's command get banished for Bratis. So Sinatриel knows that the odds are for Seiryuu's command, which is a 2 cost that would allow Seiryuu to get more Arcane Blast and empower more, is really not that scary. But with 1 damage left on him, with 1 life remaining on Kongming, literally looking at her angrily can end the game here.
Oh wait, no, there's
Oh.
3 arcanes in banish, so you'd empower 5. That's much scarier.
Yeah, and no serious command, but Byaku's commands are also played in this deck. So there is ways to even just make Seiryuu's attack alone big enough where it can hit through Xanatriel's current influence.
You could play both Veiling Breeze and save yourself.
That would be... Yeah, he will have an influence of 6, so he has to play 1 card, and then he will be able to prevent 6 damage as well.
Yeah.
Because with the 2 Veiling Breezes, but I don't think that would be enough because of what you're saying with the Arcane Blast.
It pushes 2 damage plus the Magistrate, so you have a chance. You just want to survive 1 turn and maybe get the win the next turn, right? I don't think there's any line here, unless you draw 2 Tempest Downfalls. I don't think there's any line that wins here.
Yeah, which is a bit unfortunate because Xanatriel has an Ardent Cloud Striker in hand. So if he had, I believe, even just 1 more card, his influence was 1 higher, he could win the game and close out the game this turn, or just protect himself long enough. But unfortunately, his influence is too low for that.
Yeah, 6 damage from Cloud Striker is a lot, but far from enough here.
Yeah, there's a Smoke Bombs coming out onto the Train Hog just for the card cycling because he saw that he doesn't have enough in hand. So do you think, what is he really digging here for? A 3rd Veiling Breeze or something more proactive?
Oh, that Innervate Agility is a lot.
Yeah, I think that might be what he was digging for exactly here.
Another thing you can do, if you Innervate Agility, say in Bratis' Recollection, the Seiryuu is unable to swing, so you're never even getting down attack trigger. Instead of trying to cancel the attack by playing it mid-combat, you can do it preventively and get your
get
that way.
Before Bratis can even generate another Arcane Blast or empower to play the Arcane Blast, you're protected. And then you don't have to be like, am I going to go for Spell Shroud? Am I going to go for Stealth? You just go for Stealth and guarantee that Bratis is going to be stuck there with his whole hand. However, there is still the Eternal Magistrate on board. If Bratis realizes that...
The Innervate Agility, it's not always relevant, but actually gives stealth to your whole board.
Oh, so it would not matter what happens here because the Xanatriel is just protected.
You'd still need a Veiling Breeze because the Train Hawk has 2 sides. But it's something you can deal with.
Yeah, and Xanatriel does have enough cards in hand to deal with that 4/4 Train Hawk. The Beastborn Boots coming out is, the Beastborn Boots feels very good here, but with Xanatriel having that Ardent Cloud Striker in hand, do you think it will be enough?
The problem with Cloud Striker is that it takes your whole turn, right? So you can play it to get the win, but you can't play it to push for damage because that means you die afterwards. And he's still pretty far away from it.
Yeah, and it looks like Xanatriel is doing what you were predicting here.
He's considering it at least.
Well, he knows that it's now or never on that.
He's
on the Innervate Agility, but that's even better because now there's nothing that Bratis can do to deal damage to him, and he will still keep his Veiling Breeze in hand.
Oh, and he's scout
the land.
So that's interesting because you, I think you both want to dig for something to kill, but at the same time, Scout the Land is great as a way to put cards down so your Veiling Breezes are bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is really good, but I think the Innervate Agility, it would just be better here because, like you said, he can't even generate any value off of the Seiryuu with that. And the Veiling Breeze is, sure, it's good and it's safe, but it's more of a, you get a raincoat after the rain kind of a situation.
And it's also important to note here that it's that game of chicken because every card that Xanatriel activates deals 1 damage to the Razorgale Calling, and you can prevent all of that with the Beastborn Boots. But the second you crack the Beastborn Boots, you fear dying to Tempest Downfalls in response. So you try to keep them for Tempest Downfall, and while you do that, you just get pinged again and again and again.
Yeah, and Like, that is exactly what is happening here. Zenadriel using the defensive cards, and this is why it was such a bogeyman last year. It would be very funny to see a Canadian win the second Canadian Ascent with Razorgale, but this is why it was even worse last year, because even all the defensive cards deal damage. So, like, there's just, you can't push through because they will just keep their defenses up, and while doing their defenses, while using their defenses, they are just slowly chipping away from anything that from your life pool and stopping you from doing anything.
I'm sure a lot of people still have nightmares about a Razorgale playing Veiling Breeze, bringing it back with Cyclical Breeze again and again for 3 turns in a row.
Yeah, and looking at Bradis' hand here, he drew a card here. It was another Train Hawk. His army of Train Hawks is unfortunately not what he's looking for here. But at the same time, Zenadriel is also still only on 2 life remaining after the Enervate Agility. So he really has to win the game out here. Do you think he has a way through the Beast Bond boost to just win here? He has a lot of fast speed interaction. Here's this what you were talking about. The Ventus coming out targeting the Seiryuu.
Yeah, you need to clear it. That way, it's... Oh, and the Green Fairy.
So now, yeah. And now there's a... basically, Zenadriel has guaranteed this game. What? Or... Well, okay, that is a bit of a stretch.
Very close to it,
Yeah, because he has the Veiling Breeze in hand. He just has the Veiling Breeze for 3 to guarantee that nothing hits him.
We do still have... we have some Arnis Lightning in the deck that can empower 4. There is still already an Arcane Blast in there, so it's possible for Bradis to top deck a Harness Lightning, empower, and just go Arcane Blast to face.
Yeah, but Harness... The problem with Harness Lightning is that it needs...
you need the Shenju to be able to
the
activate
Shenju to be around. So there isn't much that he can do. Nullifying Lantern coming out from Bradis. Do you think he's finally understanding how Cyclical Breeze really works and realizes the power of it? Or is it just like, well, I have nothing better to materialize?
Yeah, I think this is nothing better to materialize. I think he actually has more influence in Zenadriel right now, so the Reliquary is not useful.
Unfortunate, because he hasn't even been able to play cards this turn. Well, like these past couple of turns. So it is very tough. The Veiling Breeze coming out, obviously, to being like, all right, you're not gonna kill me. Showing a... So why... I'm really happy to see that Stifling Trap there, because we could see a cool interaction with it. What do you think I'm thinking about? Why is Stifling Trap still cool, even though the dungeon guides are relevant, which is the main reason someone would use them.
It can always still just kill an ally, like that 2/2 Train Hawk that's sitting on the board.
Yeah, that's the downfall of playing all of these 2/2s. They're really cool in Vigor and True Sight, and they are basically incredibly good utility, but the Stifling Trap still gets them, because it doesn't need to be able to negate
well, we
the odd enter, but I guess it is irrelevant now, having it being banished, Kongming coming back up. So we didn't see Zenadriel turning the shifting currents here. Why is that? Because, sometimes people forget, but that's not what's happening here.
I actually think that's a rule error. One that's irrelevant here, but I think that's a rule error because we've had conflicting opinions in the judge Discord, and I'm not sure if something else has come out on that. But so the mastery says that it starts at north when you gain it, and there's an idea that it resets if you re-level the Kongming, but you cannot actually regain the mastery. You just don't get it because you already have it. So it should stay west, I think. It will not be relevant here because there's nothing played this turn, and you can just put it back west at the end of the turn.
Yeah, but that is an interesting thing to think about.
It's one of the interactions that basically never happen. So only people that really care about the rules of the game in the nitty-gritty details even think about.
Yeah, but it's still something very interesting here, and otherwise, when you level back down, you do not have the Kongming bonus anymore. So whatever direction you set your shifting currents to is the direction it's gonna stay in. So Now, both of these players are really, really close to death, but just not quite there.
6 damage is not a lot in some contexts, but there's very few ways for Bratis to actually find it.
Yeah, so that is... Yeah, there's a 3 damage coming in. Does Zenadriel have anything in his hand right now?
I think he's fully hands down, but he judged that leveling back up, putting himself at a buffer of 6 should be enough.
Yeah, I might just be right, but yeah, he the most Bratis can do in one turn is 4 damage here with the influence he currently has. So Zenadriel's in a very comfortable position. Now the Beastbone Boots are back online with that Train Hawk. What do you think we're gonna see from him here?
Well, obviously there's 2 damage on the board, so you only need to find 2. You need to find 2 cards. I'm not sure if he's actually able to play 2 cards, but he should still have another Veiling Breeze in hand, right? So you still have the possibility of having an extra turn. Oh, we're going for the Train Hawk instead. That's interesting.
Yeah, going to take care of the Train Hawk, but that means... So I think the whole strategy behind that is that the Trained Hawk allows the Beastbone Boots to come online. So unless Bratis unless Bratis banishes... Oh, the Beastbone Boots here. He's safe, but never mind. Bratis finds the Veiling Breeze off the top of his deck.
So we're going for first Bagua. You probably want... Again, it's that same game of chicken of... If there's a Tempest Downfall in hand, I cannot play the Veiling Breeze now. But if there's not, and there's just like 3 Baguas, I need to play it now.
Yeah, and it seems that what we're going to be seeing is a Bagua and then a Veiling Breeze showing 3 here. Do you think Bratis is kind of overzealous in guaranteeing, or is he... What is he preparing for?
3 is necessary in case the Nadriel finds that Tempest Downfall from the Bagua.
Oh, yeah, and it seems... I don't know what I saw. I don't think I saw anything here. But...
Yeah,
yeah, it looks like
looking at
there's
that side of stream is inconvenient for us casters.
Yeah, but it looks like he was just, putting a lot of cards on the bottom of his deck, putting 2 out of the 3 he saw. So
I think he went 1-1-1.
So
he drew 1 from Bagua and kept 1 on top and 1 on bottom.
I thought, for a second I thought he put 2 down, but that's a lot better than going all to, keeping 1 and then putting 2 down or gambling away a bunch.
Oh, Stifling Trap.
Stifling Trap.
Killed the Shimmercloak.
Yeah. Guaranteeing 1 more turn. He lives to see another day. This isn't... Honestly, it feels like we're watching a water matchup because they're just going on forever. And it's not even like Zenadriel's playing Veiling Breeze cyclical, Veiling Breeze cyclical. It's that he's just out of gas, right?
Yeah, he's out of gas, but he's in a fine position. He's playing the control game where 1 damage a turn is enough. He even goes 2 down to swing 1 damage with Eternal Magistrate. Still has that Veiling Breeze in hand.
And there's the real query finally coming out. However, Zenadriel only has an influence of 4, so Bratis cannot use that to get even more cards. 2 Dungeon Guides in hand now. At least he got the Forest Cake. He has 2 Windmill Engineers as well. Cannot play them currently unless, he wants to risk losing to the Razorgale here. So I think he's just going to see...
He is playing it.
That is a brave move. So what do you think his plan is here?
His plan is somehow Zenadriel doesn't have to win. Sometimes that's all you can do, and that's all you do.
But Zenadriel just needs to activate 1 wind card here. So what is he thinking? Because the Eternal Magistrate is there, and there it is, the activation. So what do you think the thought process is behind not holding onto the Veiling Breeze there? Is it because there's ways that Zenadriel can get along by just activating 2 wind cards in response? So it's like, it's lost either way?
Yeah, pretty much. It's incredibly hard to play with very few life points remaining against a Razorgale deck because whatever you do, they can just respond with something else.
Yeah, that's tough, and that's the power of Razorgale. But, people before the game were saying, oh, this is an easy win for Razorgale, but it does not seem like that at all. Bratis fighting a very, very close battle with Zenadriel here. So Let's look at the sideboards here. We were talking about how finally Zenadriel gets to use this sideboard. What do you think is coming in here?
A lot of things. The ensnarings are good. They deal with Chenju. The Eternal Magistrate prevent all those dungeon guides and besiege effects. Innervate Agility can buy you a turn. Verdigris Decree is interesting. It's a suppress. It can buff one of your allies by 2 attack. Its main use in the list, though, is destroying Fantasias, and that's not something that Bratis is running. No real need for the Unbroken Mustang. I think none of the Regalias are too threatening for Zenadriel. At least not to the point of bringing a card in for them.
Yeah.
Bratis, though, not a lot of things in there. Some, but not a lot. Crystallized Destiny is not great. It's made to block 1 big hit. It's the exact opposite of Razorgale is doing. Incapacitate is okay. It can deal with a Veiling Breeze. It can deal with an Innervate. But it's a lot
is it worth it? Yeah, for 4 cost, investing that much influence into just stopping the Veiling Breeze when you have something like an Arcane Blast available to you? Is that I don't think it's going to be coming in because of that, unfortunately.
The Regal Inquisition, likewise, there's not anything that you really want to strip out of Zenadriel's hand at level 3, right? If you could cast it early and maybe get those Razorgales before you replace them, that could be good, but that's not the kind of card that Regal Inquisition is, so not useful in this matchup. The one card that I may be considering is Bratis is Staggering Strike, just because it has True Sight and can go to an Innervated Agility.
Yeah.
That could take Zenadriel by surprise.
And the damage. Yeah, he only needed that 1 or 2 damage here earlier, so you might just be right. I think Cleansing Reunion, after seeing how scary the Cyclical Breeze could be, could come in.
But Razorgale does put a lot of cards in his graveyard. Cleansing Reunion is 3 or 6 if you imbue it. It is not the easiest for Seiryuu to imbue it. There's a lot of non-win cards. It's not that bad. It's easily doable, but it's not basically instant.
But it does, yeah. But does Bratis? If it's Bratis forced to really take out 6 cards, as long as there's that 1 Veiling Breeze in the graveyard, it's not. It's all right.
Yeah, but Cleansing Reunion, the target player chooses. So if you have 7 cards, you can choose to leave the Veiling Breeze in there.
Oh, that is very unfortunate for Bratis here. And so Cleansing Unions are not as good. The Besieged Face Stone immediately coming out. So the Eternal Magistrate is not going to stop it this time. Unfortunately, not like we saw it for Bratis last game.
Yeah.
So he's in a lot better position immediately.
Much better start for Bratis. We'll just have to see how it goes on the other side, because game 1, Zenadriel had actually a very bad start. Yes, the Eternal Magistrate threw his opponent down, but he didn't have a Razorgale for the first, 4 turns of the game?
Yeah, that is very tough. He didn't have anything for the first couple of turns of the game, so he's definitely starting on a lot stronger here. Now, does Zenadriel have a strong start? Yep, he does have a very strong start himself as well. And that Cloud Striker could be what is going to decide this game later. Unfortunately, no Razorgales for him, so all of these low 1-cost win cards are not going to generate as much value as he would want. So Cloud Striker is the way to go, most likely.
Yeah, we'll see that, and I think it is going to be pretty hard for Bratis to clear the Cloud Striker in a single turn. His best bet is having a Dream Fairy.
Yeah, and I don't think I saw one in his hand just yet. So it's already going to be a 3-4 attacking every single turn. And I think that means that Zenadriel is going to go for the Kongming here really quickly, right?
Yeah, definitely. You want to get that West to upgrade that 3 damage to a 6. No Dream Fairy in hand, not even any allies, I think. Yeah, there's a single Windmill Engineer, so we're not touching that Cloud Striker anytime soon.
There is Windmill and 2 Reclaims, which is basically 3 allies that draw cards for you, you know?
Yes, but it's not going to deal with the Arden's Cloud Striker.
Oh, unfortunately, not at all. But luckily, those Reclaims being fast speed means that he can leave the Windmill Engineer out and kind of hope that Zenadriel goes to kill, goes for the Windmill Engineer clear instead of something else. Now, the other thing is, Zenadriel has Bagwas in hand, so do you think we might see some damage Bog was coming out if he gets to Kongming, or is it just going to be the same old card draw?
I think the card draw is pretty much always the best option in the deck.
I want to see that when we get a buffed Ardent Cloud Striker from a Bagua. Is it so hard? Is it so much to ask for? There's the other ally that he was looking for, going down to be imbued for the Windmill Engineer.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting proposition, but the problem with buffing the Cloud Striker is that you already know that pretty much the only answer that Bratis has is the Dream Fairy. So putting a buff counter on the Cloud Striker is just putting more eggs into the same basket.
Yeah, that's true. That it really is going tall. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Leveling up here for Xenadriel into Kongming level 1. Being able to start using those Bagwas. Unfortunately, did lose one of the Bagwas here for the level up, so it's not as great. But the Cloud Striker is almost online.
I think he did not have an Usurp the Wind, right? To do the same play as he did the previous game against Perfy, to immediately shift the wind to west and start hitting for 6 a turn sooner.
Yeah, how unfortunate for Xenadriel. He only have a 6/4 ally next turn.
Just that.
Oh man, it's how tough. You know, what a tough life. He does have the Fairy Whispers here before Recollection, so I feel like he's not too miffed about not having that 6/4 immediately. Because, well, if he does have the Usurp the Winds here, no, he could have it, but Eternal Magistrate is really good, stopping the Dungeon Guide for the level 3. We're back to Bratis still doesn't have the Dungeon Guide here for the level 3, but you know, Xenadriel is prepared in advance to be like, yeah, that Dungeon Guide is not gonna do anything when it eventually happens. So what do you think is going to be the plan here for Xenadriel? Not being able to shift the currents immediately, or having that Razorgale out to get value off of his cheap, low to the ground card neutral interaction?
Well, digging for Razorgale is less of a priority now that you have the Cloud Striker, especially since you have some ways of protecting it in the deck, right? You have some Fable Winds, Innovate Agility, though it's probably wasted to use the Agility here, even Usurp the Wind itself. So you can just go shift completely into the game plan of protecting the Ardent Cloud Striker and using that as your win con.
So we're just going to see one big Ardent Cloud Striker going tall until a Dream Fairy eventually arrives for Bratis. But do you think Bratis is going to be digging for the Dream Fairy here with the... he's raw leveling, risking that Trained Hawk here?
Yeah.
He got the Trained Hawk and the Reclaim gun. So why do you think he went for that over, reclaiming the Windmill Engineer and using it to his floating memory? Is the level up to 3 really that important right now?
It does help with that Panda that he just flipped right there, the Besiege Fatestone becoming a 3/4 with Vigor. It does not kill the Cloud Striker by itself, but it's one way of dealing with it. And because you could activate it in the Recollection phase, that doesn't cost you any card this turn.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So he is back on having all of his cards in hand and a flipped over Besieged Fatestone. So it's going to be very scary for Xenadriel to look at from across the table.
There's a very funny play you can do here. There's still a Byaku's command in hand, so you could wake up that Panda and try and swing at the Cloud Striker.
Yeah, it's gonna. It would be 6 damage, which you could just Panda and Windmill Engineer onto the Cloud Striker. Now, you said that Bagua with a buff counter is not that good, but that would force the Panda to go into the Cloud Striker here. So the value is not completely lost. Now, Bratis reclaiming the Windmill Engineer, he can imbue it immediately. Is that what we're going to be seeing from him, you think?
It's a possibility. There's also another good things about flipping the Panda is that it's not an ally, so you can target it with all your cards that care about ally. You can displace the Panda to get its effect again. And in fact, even funnier play. As we mentioned, Eternal Magistrate is not an effect restriction, it's a timing restriction. So you can materialize something, say a GCR, and in response to the GCR, displace the Panda and get the Besiege Fatestone effect.
And then be like, oh, look, I have 2 materializations in my 1 materialization all of a sudden. Your Eternal Magistrate is useless. So the displace really pulling its weight in this deck. That's a very, very cool interaction. Xenadriel going for the Panda.
We're Zephyring the Panda.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they'll come back at the end of the turn and you lose that Besiege phase.
Yeah, and Bratis cannot do anything for it because he has the display, sure, but it doesn't do anything to be able to use the Unenter or the Besiege face zone again. Bagua coming out, going West. Glimpse 3, draw a card. West is the idea, is a perfect direction in this deck with Ardent Cloud Tracker and Bagua both. Have you ever seen a Razorgale Kongming look any other direction?
There's never any other reason to be something other than West, except for the Observe the Wind, where for the turn you put it south to draw a card and then you just go right back to West.
But usually then you don't even have an Ardent Cloud Striker if you're doing that. So you're right. But it doesn't stay that long. Doesn't stay that way for long. But that's a crazy amount of damage that the Nadriel is presenting now, attacking with the Eternal Magistrate and the Ardent Cloud Striker, which now is a 6.
And we
it's
might
a 6/4 ally.
We might be forced to play a baby green here for no value, just so we have a way of leveling up. The Seiryuu might be the only way that Bratis has to come back into this game. It has Taunt, it can deal with the Cloud Striker, but you need to level up here. And the only thing he can really play here is a waste of value baby green.
Yeah.
It feels bad, but sometimes you have to do something that feels bad to win the game.
Yeah, losing out the value will not do anything for you if you're dead. And the displays on the Eternal Magistrate. Yeah.
So he'll get the level up at end turn.
He gets that is
Besiege
genius.
Because this place makes the Eternal Magistrate not imbued anymore.
Yeah, and then it also comes back rested, and the Usurp the Wind's effect also doesn't apply on it anymore. So Bratis making a genius play. I didn't even realize that he can just displace the Eternal Magistrate to hurt Zenadriel here. That is beautiful. Tempest Downfall. That's 3 damage. But I don't think Zenadriel has another 6, does he? Oh!
Fickle Breeze.
But
that's
then
3 more damage.
Okay, but he only has 2 cards in hand, so he needs 3 more damage. I don't think.
Tempest Downfall, and he has it.
No way! So, our winner of the second Canadian Ascent is once again Razorgale Calling. What a tragedy. At least this time piloted by a Canadian, but damn, look, it's what Jim wanted, and you won, Jim won, and I'm the only one crying, I think, because it's amazing to see a Canadian win a Canadian Ascent, taking down the dynasty that main deck has been building slowly, winning Worlds, winning Ascent Boston. I mean, they still got into the finals at Ascent Niagara Falls, so it's
very
massive congratulations to Bratis as well. But then the Canadian Zenadriel comes in, protects his place as the Canadian, as actually the local here, because if you're from the area, you know that Zenadriel and his friend RNG are going around winning every single regional that Herman's not playing at, and winning himself. So he keeps his claim of, this is my turf, this is my place, and you are not gonna take it away from me.
Yeah, he's a great player. He's definitely earned this achievement here today. Great place all tournament long. He's been on stream multiple times, did great every single time. It just feels great to have someone you're playing with all the time just win this event.
Yeah, and it's been incredible. Very sad that they knocked each other out last round in the semifinals, but at least Zenadriel went into the finals and, protected his home country, reclaimed the victory, being like, you know what, last time you guys used this deck to abuse my people, I'm gonna get back at you guys, and Razorgale is the Canadian champion still.
Amazing deck choice. It's always fun to see the non-meta deck win a tournament.
Yeah.
It shows insight into the meta, it shows deck building skill. It's amazing every single time it happens.
Yeah, it's incredible. Also, it is very, very nice to see Kongming win an event, because we've seen Guo Jia being dominant everywhere, but I cannot wait to hear for, to hear from Zanadriel how he feels about winning with Razorgale at the second Canadian Ascent. So let's hear from him with his.
Welcome back, guys. We are at the finals, the pinnacle of Ascent Niagara Falls. Congratulations, you have won. You have represented our country. You are the first Canadian winner. How does it feel?
It feels great, honestly.
That was a tough match. Even without the sideboard, you still managed to take out the game one. No ensnaring fumes, nothing. How did it feel going into that game one? That was a long, grindy game. I saw you on 4 influence.
Yeah, I honestly, I wasn't expecting to have the Innervate. He only has 2 in his main deck. So I went for the kill. He did the Innervate. I'm like, oh, shoot, am I losing now? But, yeah, I managed to pull it together.
Yeah, you guys, it was just, it was actually 1 damage. I saw his, each of you are holding, like, exact lethal, and you're like, does the opponent have something?
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was super, super close. So, like, looking at those games, I mean, you won by the skin of your teeth in the first game. Second game, honestly, it was pretty convincing. Did you feel like the sideboard really like made a difference in that game, or did you kind of just push with the main stat, like the main strat?
I mean, I messed up the sideboard. I should have probably sided in 2 more Eternal Magistrates. I didn't, so I didn't really see any sideboard cards. So wouldn't say it helped.
True. I mean, but the displace, he displaces you, and you're like, oh, okay, well now I think I have it. Sending it with not shortcutting this time.
Not shortcutting.
Yeah,
I got yelled at for that.
The first one, you shortcut, you're like, ooh. Second one, you're like, I'm not going to short. I'm going to play clean, going to play it easy, going to get the win.
Honestly, at that point, I was expecting him to have the Innervate again, but he didn't have it, so I had it. But I think he couldn't kill me through it, and then I was pretty confident I have it afterwards.
So now that you have won Ascent Niagara Falls, you are now officially the best player in Canada. Even though, I guess, technically you kind of were...
We have Worlds competitors.
Yeah, but you won an Ascent.
That's true.
And you get to go to Singapore.
That is true, yeah.
That's kind of big. I'll see you in Singapore. So, knowing that you've reached this point, do you feel like you want to push much further? Like, do you want to go to, like, all these Ascents? You want to compete at all of them now because you've kind of got that taste for it now?
I would definitely consider it now. I mean, top 100 Ascendant on Omnidex is in contention now because I'll be at Japan too, so hopefully I do well there.
It's a nice promo this time too.
It is a very nice
Plans
promo.
Merlin is a good one.
Yeah,
it's definitely a good one. So, I mean, it's just crazy. Razorgale is just Canada's deck. You come to Canada and Razorgale just wins. So, next Ascent we have in Canada in 2027.
Do we have it announced?
Probably not, but surely it'll be there.
Maybe today, right?
I would hope. Yeah, I mean, that'd be a cool announcement. But remember, play Razorgale and win the tournament or something.
Yeah, or something.
So the funny part is that last time, Kongming came second. And this time, Kongming wins. Versus last time it was the Vanitas.
I didn't have the villain Vanitas to beat this time.
That's true. But you did overtake RNG. He was the only person of Canada who day 2'd last year in the Ascent Toronto. But
with a similar deck as well.
True. But I mean, it's just such a big accomplishment. So congratulations. And we're going to be sending it to the closing ceremony soon, guys. So we'll check back with you when we get that ready.
Hey.
There's something in the air. go wild when I pull up. They all on me like they want some. Think I got what you need, well I have none. Hop off, you're a freak and I'm handsome. Slide up in the club like 2 chains. This snake is on top of the food chain. Stand out like a star, no new name. All these words in my DMs, no message back, I just see them. I get them hooked and I reel it down, throw them back when it comes in. I'm a snake on this lane, I'm speeding my poison, it's raining, and they're hungry, no pain, we dripping in venom, so baby. I'm a V-I-P-E. Begging me for affection, but just like C. Darwin, I live for natural selection. Never hugs or connections, I just constrict and reject them. I make my snake oil transactions, eject my papers and stack them. All these words in my DMs, no message back, I can see them. I get them hooked and I reel it down, throw them back when it comes easy. I'm a snake on this lane, I'm spitting my poison, it's raining, and through the hungry, the pain, we dripping in venom, so baby. I'm a V-I-P-E.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Ascent Niagara Falls closing ceremony. We are here to bring you guys the award ceremony, rewarding all the players who made it through the grueling day 1 of Swiss, grueling day 2, Razorgale players, and all of the top 8, especially our winners, right? How did you guys feel about the Ascent? Did you guys have a good time here? Second Canadian event. Pretty successful for the most part? Yeah, go Canada. I agree. You know, first thing, huge shout out to all of you guys. Thank you guys so much for making it out to this event from all over Canada, all over the US. Some of you guys came from Europe. There's some people from Oceania. We always appreciate you guys coming out to these events and making this such a community-focused game, right? You guys make this game special. So big round of applause to all of you guys for coming out here. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Without further ado, we'll be moving on with the award ceremony. So here to help me, we have our TOs and our head judge, Mr. Herman. So here to present all of our finalists for Ascent Niagara Falls. In 8th place, main deck Perfy. In 7th place, Superior. In 6th place, Nitish. In 5th place, Ascent. In 4th place, Fruitcake. In 3rd place, RNG. In 2nd place, Bradis. Main deck Bradis. And your first place winner of Ascent Niagara Falls, Zenadrill. One more round of applause for all of our top 8 finalists here at Ascent Niagara Falls. Huge congratulations to all of you guys. Thank you so much for giving us an amazing set of games for the weekend. Guys, moving on now, we'll be going to our closing presentation led by the developer of the game, Silidar.
Hey guys. All right. Thanks for coming all to Niagara Falls, and congratulations once again to Alex. I'm excited to have a Canadian represent us at the Gauntlet in Singapore. Right, to temper your expectations with this keynote, there's not much to cover. We're just going to go over some event reminders and the upcoming BNR update that's going live tomorrow. Right? First, we have Ascent Auckland next week. I know some of you are going to that. Good luck to you. Ascent Akihabara, tickets are sold out. There's going to be 800 players, so that's going to be fun. Ascent Manila is now on sale. That's going to be January 3rd to 4th. That's going to be the first Ascent for the Phantom Monarch season. Ascent London is a couple weeks after, January 24th, 25th. After that, it's going to be Ascent Los Angeles. Now for this one, there is a small change. Initially, it was going to be the week before because they finalized some plans to renovate the convention center for the Olympics coming up. We got kicked out of the Los Angeles Convention Center, so we had to find a new place. But it's still in Los Angeles. it's just a week after. Okay. So yeah, it's a week after now. But now we are also doing the RDO premiere event at Ascent Los Angeles, so that's going to be pretty big. And obviously the Ascent Las Vegas on May 9th, and those tickets are coming on sale soon as well. And Ascent World, yeah. Worlds and Ascent Worlds, obviously. So, BNR update tomorrow, there's going to be no changes. And the next BNR won't be until after Ascent Akiba. Actually, it probably won't even be until like PTM launches. So no more BNR changes for the rest of this. We do have a RevelFest promo card for the end of the last week of the season. It's going to be the Water Resonance Bauble featuring Ciel. I wonder what card next season's RevelFest is going to be. And then we have the Phantom Monarchs developer stream coming on October 30th. That's Thursday night. Basically Halloween Eve. It's going to be pretty fun, so be sure to check that out. We're going to reveal like 40, 50 cards from Phantom Monarchs. And that's all I have for you guys. Thank you.